We've got the Chronos here. We are all Epic all day from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. We are talking about Epic. We will have live interviews from the park, check in with our reporters and anchors out there as well. We've got a lot of fun stuff planned over the next however many hours that is. So I'll let you do the math. Not my strong suit, but we are getting ready for that. So we hope you join us. It's an exciting day.
Amazing. We're looking forward to more coverage. Thank you so much, Garrett. Now, before we go this morning, we wanted to check in one last time with our team of reporters that he just mentioned that are still out there at Epic Universe. So we're going to kick things off with Fox 35's Morgan Parrish, who has been talking to so many excited families today. Good morning, Morgan.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, we have been having a blast out here all morning long. We got here at 4 a.m. and it was packed. People waking up at 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m. just to get inside of the park. Now you can see it's empty because everybody is inside enjoying the portals. We're going to go inside soon. But David, how's it been looking on your end?
It's been a beautiful morning. I should give a wholehearted thank you to Universal Orlando for allowing us to broadcast here inside Epic Universe on a very historical day for not only them, but for all of us here in Central Florida. When they do well, we all do well. And I can tell you straight up, this is a 10 out of 10 park. You're gonna love it when you come here. I highly recommend it. So congratulations to Universal Orlando, and thank you for the hospitality. Back to you in the studio.
David, quick question for you. So what can people expect tomorrow and the day after? I mean, obviously they can't do the morning fireworks every day, but are they still going to have like a kind of a big welcome in the morning?
I think it's going to, wind down, Amy. I think today was the day for that, and last night, of course, as well. But going forward, it's going to start getting more business as usual. More people will be allowed to go through the gates. But if you have a ticket tomorrow, you're likely going to have another beautiful day in terms of crowd control. Well, amen to that.
It's looked absolutely stunning out there, David. I have to ask you, something that's personally surprised me is just how clear all the pathways are. I mean, there doesn't seem like there's that large of crowds. Are people shocked about that?
No, I guess surprised, right? Because we have the last major opening that Universal had was the Harry Potter world over at Islands of Adventure. I mean, they had Diagon Alley at the studios, but the Harry Potter world in 2010 was massive. And you'll recall with the helicopter shots, you saw people winding all to the park, all the way back to City Walk for hours on end, 7-hour waits for rides. So I think there was an idea that we might have that today. We're not getting that today, and I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, I hear you. All right, Ryan has got his zip line complete. Take it away, buddy. Just a few seconds left.
Yeah, just fun to see how many different businesses and people the tourism industry touches and what this theme park means to them.
All right.
Well, I think David's headed out to get your broomstick right now so you can fly in, Ryan, and go to Epic Universe for one last enjoying ride.
An epic day. It will continue tonight on Fox 35 News.
Thank you.
Starting in 10 seconds right now. We'll just go with it, however long you want. Well, good morning to you and welcome into our Fox 35 News Plus coverage of Epic Universe. It is the grand opening day for the new theme park. Here is a live look right now, and I'm hitting the wrong transition just a moment ago. There we go. Here is a live look at Epic Universe. The park is now open. Many of the rides are rolling right now, and it has been a busy day and an exciting day already. And Fox 35's David Martin has been out there all morning and is still inside the park right now. And David, what an exciting day. I know you've had a lot of fun out there so far this morning.
Exciting and historic, Garrett. It is my sincere honor and pleasure to introduce you to a local legend, Mr. Matt Miller, who is the Senior Director of Orlando Informer. How are you, my friend?
Listen, I am having an extraordinary day. How exciting is this?
It is incredible, and it technically started for you and me last night at 6 p.m. with that big nighttime party, the grand opening celebration. Were you there?
I sure was. You talk about that beautiful baby blue carpet going underneath the archway, all the celebrities. I think you were the biggest one that was here.
Right. Who did you see last night that shocked you, that really got you?
You know, I actually got to spend some time in Super Nintendo World with Howie Mondale. That was awesome. He was greeting guests. He was pretending like he was working here, answering questions. He was having as much fun as everybody else.
That's great. And speaking of Super Nintendo World, I think the guy who invented all that was there last night, too.
He sure was. It was great to see him, as well as the creative team that was here. I mean, you know, this is the third time that we've seen Mario Kart in a park, but the land here is incredible. That augmented reality technology, mind-blowing.
All right, so out of all 5 worlds, including the Celestial Park right here, what's your favorite, Matt?
Right now, I am going to How to Train Your Dragon. Everything is a 5 to 10 minute wait. I got a 5-year-old baby girl, and we're going to ride some roller coasters.
Oh, there you go. Tell you, we did it last night, Stardust Racers, backseat greenside after we had some food and drinks. It was a heightened experience, to say the least.
I don't know if I'm more impressed that you rode it or that you rode it right after eating. That is an intense attraction, but so much fun.
And at nighttime, even better. I did it once in the daytime, and I tell you, lights at night here, incredible. At 10:15, when they shot off those fireworks and the drone show, holy moly, I've never seen a fireworks show as big as that.
I agree, and so much pyro packed into such an area. You know, Universal's known for doing great shows, but to pack it into, like, it was about an 8-minute long show. Woodbury, Steven Spielberg opened it up, pyro, drones. They put on a heck of a show last night.
They did, and we got to sit front seat, otherwise known as the splash zone. We were soaking wet, but at 95 degrees last night, I did not mind.
I don't either. And catch me on Fire Drill next, the water attraction here. We'll soak each other down, cool off a little bit.
That's the way to do it. Your daughter will absolutely love that. All right, let's move our attention to this morning when at 3 o'clock we showed up here and there were already people out on the surrounding streets getting ready to come in, clearly fans.
That's right. The team was working hard to get this park open. Shout out to the Universal Transportation team. They had the toll plaza open by 5:45. Security was rock and rolling by 6:30. They had, I mean, there was a queue all the way to the back of the parking lot, basically, past prime parking. They got everybody in the park 25 minutes or less.
Real quick. And security did it with a smile on their face. You can tell they're happy to be here as well. The cheering on the crowd. It was a lot of fun. They opened up the gates, and you just saw the faces of people who have never been here before realize they're in for something special.
That's right. I was with a family. We call them the Levettes. They're traveled all the way from the UK. I kid you not, tears were pulling down their eyes. They went to Monsters. They just kept crying. It's so many people are emotional. It is an epic day.
Gosh, you're right about that. And you can tell when they come in the cosplay. You can tell who wants to be a Super Nintendo fan, who's the Dragon fan, who's the Harry Potter fan. Speaking of which, got Harry Potter fan right here, right? Get the t-shirt on.
Love it.
Welcome. Go enjoy. You kind of know where their allegiance is based on what they're wearing today.
And what's really cool is it's really spread out across all of the intellectual properties. You know, it's not like just everybody loves Nintendo or everybody loves Dragon. All across all 4, it's really spread out.
Now, a lot of talk online and right now about the crowds today. Very manageable, very nice, luxurious, one person called it.
That's right. They've done a great job rolling out the date-based tickets here. They really capped attendance. Now, we don't know publicly what those numbers were, but you can tell Universal wanted to make sure that it was a great day for everybody, and they've done that.
Have you been to other park openings here in Orlando in the past?
Of course, and other Universal parks. I'll tell you, this is the best opening day Universal park ever, not just from an attraction standpoint, but from an operation standpoint.
How do you measure that?
Well, one, we don't have 4 or 5 hour waits here.
Right.
We've seen Ministry of Magic has been longer, but everything else has been averaging 20 to 45 minutes, which is mind-blowing for an opening day.
And from what I'm hearing on Ministry of Magic there, that ride, the Battle at the Ministry, isn't even at full capacity yet in terms of running. Is that correct?
Yeah, you've got to assume so. You know, as they open up these attractions, they add more and more ride vehicles to the track. Now,
Right.
Universal obviously hasn't shared the exact number of ride vehicles, that sort of thing. But, you know, it's a new park. There's still kinks to be worked out. But if you didn't know that and
Correct.
you showed up today,
Yeah.
how would you even know this was opening day? It is so smooth.
I would say they nailed it, 10 out of 10. And there's so much to do here. It's a park for everybody, right? All ages. I find Celestial Park very charming. I could sit in there for hours and people watch, to be honest with you.
Woodbury said they're going to put the park back in theme park, and he's
Yes.
a man of his word. It is a gorgeous place to sit in this park.
So, so by all accounts, you think they've nailed it today. And so what can we look for in the next couple of weeks? Will crowds start to increase?
You know, it's hard to say, but yes, I think that what Universal's going to say is, listen, we nailed today's capacity. They're going to want more people in the park,
Right.
but they don't want to hurt the guest experience in
Yes.
doing so.
Correct.
Fine balance. They've done a great job on the first day. I would expect to see more of that the next couple of weeks.
When can we get annual passes, Matt?
Oh, great question. No word on that yet. I think that comes down to capacity as well. I'm sure they're looking at it closely. They want to balance single-day tickets, annual pass. How many people can this park handle?
Right, right. It is a large park. The footprint's enormous.
Very much so. And it's actually deceiving. You know, when you walk in, we've got the beautiful Kronos here. You can see the back of the park with Helios back there. You think it's not very big. 5 massive lands, including, you know, right here in the middle of Celestial Park. Absolutely amazing.
Hey, you're pretty informative. No wonder you have something called Orlando Informer. Where can I find you online? Are you on all the platforms?
We are. Come find us at OrlandoInformer.com. And I'm Weewaw Miller. We would love to chat theme parks with you.
Jeez, man, what an honor and a pleasure to meet you for the first time. This will not be our last gathering, Matt. I hope you understand.
It better not be, and I hope there's another baby blue carpet. We can walk it together.
There you go. Pleasure, my friend. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
So, Garrett, Matt said it best. They've nailed the opening, and we can expect beautiful days to come. So, when you come back in September, I think it's when your next ticket is. You're gonna love it.
Yeah, I've been, you know, seeing the people walk in there. I know you've been talking to people this morning. They've got to be excited to be there on the opening day, grand opening. What did you hear from some of the people you talked to about why they wanted to be there today?
Well, this was not a last-minute planning, Garrett. I talked to a family who knew 5 years ago that they
Wow.
were going to buy tickets for today. So they've been following the news about the park. And I talked to a couple of the Universal executives who've said they've had this project on paper since 2016. It's a decade old in terms of, you know, cocktail napkin ideas to look where we are right now. It's just sensational what they've done. And as one person said, when they do well, we all do well. All the parks in town do well. The economy does well. So it's a day of celebration for Central Florida as a whole, no question about it.
Yeah, that's a good point. And you know, you talk about the timeline from idea to reality, and the fact that it is such a long process still makes it even more amazing that what we are seeing out there today is so fresh with brand new technology and really groundbreaking in a lot of ways.
No question about it, and there's room for expansion, if you can believe that. So, and when I'm hearing that's going to happen too. But when you come here, it's one of those parks you can't do in a day. Don't try to do it in a day. And I'll be waiting to get an annual pass because I like to come at night when the crowds start to die down. I like the people watch. I love to eat, and the food. It's a foodies park. You're gonna love it. So much to see. The details are spectacular. They've absolutely nailed it. So again, I said this earlier on the Good Day Orlando show. It's a sincere congratulations to Universal. It's really an honor to be standing here. History in the making. A quarter century since we've had a theme park opening in Central Florida. So this is the first major event like this in this century.
Exciting stuff. Well, Fox 35's David Martin, been out there all week. We appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus, and hope you've enjoyed your time out there.
I have. Good talking to you, my friend. Bye now.
All right. Thanks, David. Been good checking in with David this week. He has gotten to see a lot of parts of that park, talked to a whole lot of folks when it comes to bringing that park, like we talked about, from idea to reality. Let's go ahead and take a check here of the wait times. We were talking about that a little bit, and want to check in here. We know that Wizarding World of Harry Potter, as I zoom in on the map, this is the Ministry of Magic, and the battle at the Ministry currently showing delayed right now. It was showing about a 300-minute wait before it kind of went down for some technical issues, it appears. And then let's also check in on Monsters Unchained, because I know that was delayed for a while earlier. Seems to be back up and running. You see a 20-minute wait there. And that's what you're seeing in a lot of the parts of the park, like Matthew was talking about with David. The wait times are really not bad at all. A 10-minute wait for Dragon Racers Rally, a 5-minute wait for Hiccup's Wing Gliders. And I will tell you that I think is an underrated ride at not just Isle of Berk, but at the whole park. That's a fun one. Let's check in Super Nintendo World. A 25-minute wait for Minecart Madness at the moment, a 5-minute wait for Yoshi's Adventure, and a 35-minute wait for Mario Kart Bowser's Challenge. So we will be keeping an eye on those wait times throughout the day here on Fox 35 News Plus, as we spend the next few hours together talking about Epic Universe, covering a lot of the different angles. We're going to, we have some interviews that we were able to record ahead of time as well, and we have many live interviews throughout the day. We're going to talk about the economic impact coming up in just a little bit, some food and drink items to plan your stop around when you go to Epic Universe, character meet and greets, all kinds of different aspects that we are going to talk about today, so we hope you join us. Also, as we go to break during our show today, we'll have these great explainers from Theren White, the lead publisher of EYNTK, who will take us through all the different rides and attractions, and also some food and restaurant locations as well. So we hope you keep it here on Fox Local throughout the day. We've got a lot of coverage planned, and we'll be right back after this.
Stardust Racers in Celestial Park is one of the coolest roller coasters in all of Florida. This is a dueling multi-launch roller coaster that is going to take you up against a different roller coaster for a track that is almost 1 mile long. This roller coaster does have a 48-inch height requirement, as well as a custom soundtrack that changes from daytime to nighttime. This ride does go upside down one time for the Celestial Spin, where they're going to have the two different dueling coasters spin and flip over each other. This one has an amazing view, high speed, and again, multiple launches. Stardust Racers is going to be in Celestial Park, and it is probably the most thrilling ride in the entire park.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus and our epic grand opening day coverage. We appreciate you joining us here today. It's a beautiful day out there. We will give you your epic ride forecast coming up in just a little bit with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Jessica Dobson. But look no further than Super Nintendo World to give you the real look at the conditions out there right now. Theren White, who is the lead publisher of EYNTK.info, joins us live now via Zoom, drink in hand, and a beautiful day there, Theren. How are things at it looks like you're in Donkey Kong world there.
That is correct. I'm here in Donkey Kong country, and like you were saying earlier, the weather is great. I mean, it is not too hot out here. We've got blue skies, and man, I am so thankful that Universal apparently capped the attendance of this park. We do not have a ton of people in this park, and I'm loving it.
Yeah, we were just looking at the wait times before we went to break a couple of minutes ago, and most of them were not bad at all. I know you went several times to the park during previews, so how does the crowd there today compare to what you saw during some of those previews, where we also know attendance was capped during those days?
So I went during some of the team member previews, and during those team member previews, there was not very many people. But when I went for the annual pass holder technical rehearsals and all that, there's less people today than there was for those technical rehearsals. It's fantastic. I mean, I have walked onto attractions. I've already done every single ride in Nintendo, and that's with taking my time, graciously taking my time. We've gotten some food. We've walked around. I've called in for Fox. You know, I mean, we're taking our time, and it's only 11 o'clock, and we have done one of the 5 lands easily.
Do you think that was an intentional decision to keep that attendance capped fairly low today?
Yeah, I absolutely believe so. I think that they probably purposely sold. I don't know what the exact percentage would be, but I wouldn't be surprised if we're at 50% here, if not less, because of how short the lines are. Now, Harry Potter's an exception, of course. Every day, that one has a huge wait, and that's something like 4 or 5 hours. But if we look outside Harry Potter, we are seeing 30-minute waits, 25-minute waits for rides that really should be having over an hour. So they've clearly capped this. They're trying to make sure that there's an amazing guest experience. And I hope for people that are coming this weekend and the next week that they've done this for at least a few weeks into the summer.
Now, you talked about Harry Potter, and we've seen that one listed as delayed. It has had some technical issues during previews, and it seems like there may be some more issues with that today.
There still could be, yes. I haven't been on the ride yet. I haven't been able to experience it. I don't know what went wrong, but we have seen the wait times. We have seen that the ride is down. So it could be the same thing. I mean, when Hagrid's Magical Creatures Motorbike Adventure first opened at Universal's Islands of Adventure, it took them a good 3 or 4 months before that ride was more consistent. Same thing for Star Wars Rise of the Resistance at Disney's Hollywood Studios. This is a world-class attraction, this Harry Potter Battle at the Ministry, so it could be that the same thing. It might be taking longer than they initially anticipated to get this ride running the way they wanted it to.
Is that just part of the process here? Because, you know, for all the previews, the technical rehearsals that you do, I guess you can't really kind of replicate the grand opening of a park as things continue to be used more and more. The cumulative effect of things. So brand new rides, brand new technology for a lot of these as well. And I guess that's just kind of part of the growing pains in the process.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of is. I mean, Disneyland in 1955, they were known for having an awful opening, so bad that they had to basically close down for 2 weeks and redo it. This happens, right? I mean, this is real life. Unfortunately, because it is the real opening day today, you hope that they get past some of those technical issues. But again, a lot of the rides are operating great. A lot of the things are going really well. There's not a ton of people in the park, and that might have been part of the reason too. Why fill the park up if you're not sure it's going to run at 100%? Either way, I can say from my perspective as a paying customer, I'm a happy customer. I've waited no more than 20 minutes in line. I've gotten Nintendo food. I'm doing great here today for the opening day.
That's right. And I will tell you, as immersive as Super Nintendo World is, I think the Donkey Kong Country part of it, I may like even better than just the initial part. I love the theming in Donkey Kong Country, and I feel like it's just done so well over there.
Oh, you are 100% sold into the video game here. It really, really just, I mean, it totally immerses you, and that's the point. All the parks, not just Universal, but Universal, Disney, and many of their competitors, the word immersive is their favorite thing in the world. And Universal has nailed that when it comes to Universal Epic Universe. I mean, I am here in Donkey Kong's world. I am surrounded by tropical trees. The minecart is jumping by me. They've done a really, really good job here.
Theren, the minecart madness ride I think is really cool too, because as you're going along, it just you don't know what's going to happen next, because it intentionally looks like the track is ending. I think it's just really cool and a really fun ride.
Totally, I 100% agree. I mean, it is a runaway minecart. I will not say it's the smoothest coaster in the world, but that kind of goes with the theme, right? It jumps off the track, it goes up, it goes down, it turns left. And one of the things that we all were surprised about when they initially said is this ride has no screens. All of the animatronics, they're real physical creatures. You're going to see DK on the ride. You're going to see some other creatures from the game. They're real. And they nailed it. I mean, Universal really nailed it when it comes to bringing those characters to life and physically placing them in front of you. And then, of course, placing you on a wild minecart that just goes nuts.
And Super Nintendo World, we know, is one of those, one of the worlds at Epic Universe that folks say they are most excited to check out. It seems like it's one of the destinations that when people show up at Epic Universe, at least as we've seen through the rehearsals, the preview days, that's one of the ones that people will flock to first.
Absolutely. What it seemed like normally, it has been that the longest waits every day is the rides at Super Nintendo World, meeting Toothless, the animatronic, the character dragon that you can meet at How to Train Your Dragon, and then going on the Harry Potter ride. So go with that what you will. I mean, that's a lot of the park that's popular, but definitely when it comes to overall, I would say the land that is the most packed every single day is definitely here inside of Super Nintendo World.
And how is it looking today? I mean, you talked about the lack of crowd in a lot of places. Does this seem to be one of the busier worlds right now, or what? I mean, it may be hard to tell with everyone kind of spread out, but
so it seems like so far the two busiest today is Nintendo as well as Harry Potter, but I would not even really use the word busy. I mean, you can see behind me, it is not flooded here. It's not shoulder to shoulder. The rides are, again, in this land are usually about 25 minutes. I don't know what they are right now, but just a little bit ago, I think that Mario Kart was right at 40, and that was the highest it's been for the day. But there's just not a lot of people here, which I'm loving. I'm glad they apparently capped the capacity. So I'm hoping that is true, and it looks like it's true. And I don't know, it's ended up to be not a very busy day.
So Yoshi's Adventure showing a 5-minute wait right now. Mario Kart Bowser's Challenge showing a 35-minute wait right now. Minecart Madness showing a 25-minute wait right now. So like you were saying, Theren, that is not bad at all.
No, and I mean 25 minutes for Minecart Madness. When they were doing the test for this, when we knew that there was reduced capacity for the technical rehearsals, during that, the ride would get 90 minutes. So there's definitely a reduced capacity, or maybe the crowds are really well spread out today. I'm not sure.
What's the vibe out there today? Are people having a blast?
Oh, people are having a blast. One of the things I've loved to see is how many guests are going up to team members and saying, you guys nailed it, like congratulations. And then I've seen a lot of executives, a lot of Universal creative team members. They're just going around to these team members and saying, look, you guys did it. I mean, this is 6 years of construction, 10 years of overall design and planning. There's been a lot that has gone into this park. And with, I mean, over 14,000 team members to operate this park and the nearby hotels, this is a ton of people. This is their lives. And it's so great that today is really a lot of it's a celebration. And that's what I get a lot from this, is people are just happy to be here. It's a great day. The lines aren't long, and we really got great weather too.
And so you said you've already done everything in Super Nintendo World. You've got your drink in hand. What's next for you? What's next on the agenda?
Yeah, after this, we just got the drink and we got some snacks at Yoshi's Snack Stand. So after this, we're heading to Dark Universe. I have a friend who is not a fan of horror, and I'm going to force him onto Frankenstein, the Monsters Unchained attraction, and see his reaction. I hope he loves it, but he's not a fan of horror at all. So we'll have to see.
Well, that is another one that is really well done, and just the technology, it is very immersive, very cool. And let's see here. It looks like it's showing a 35-minute wait right now for Monsters Unchained, and 5 minutes for Curse of the Werewolf. So looks like you may want to hit up Curse of the Werewolf first when you get over there.
All right, so the second I hang up here, we are going to just carefully walk, not run, but carefully walk at a good speed over to the Wolfman attraction, and then Monsters. I mean, that sounds great. That's how it's been, though. I mean, we keep finding wait times that are just very reasonable, especially when you walked into this park for opening day and expected it to be nuts.
Yeah, all right, good stuff. Well, we will let you go. Head on over to Dark Universe. Theren White, lead publisher of EYNTK.info. Enjoy that drink. Enjoy your day at Epic Universe, and we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Absolutely. Always great talking to you.
All right. So, like Theren was talking about, it was nice to see some of that crowd. Nothing crazy at all, and that is good news if you are one of those folks heading out there or are there already. So certainly keep that in mind. I mean, we'll keep an eye on those wait times, but many of them, I think everything we've seen, with the exception of Harry Potter, which was at 300 minutes and then is now showing delayed, has been below 40 minutes. Haven't seen anything, at least in the last little bit, that's above that. So that is good stuff. We were talking about the weather. We also have talked with the Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist, Jessica Dobson, who has your afternoon Epic Universe forecast.
I'm Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Jessica Dobson with a check of your Epic Universe forecast, and it's going to be an epic day. Weather, of course, is a big factor, and for today, we're going to be expecting temperatures that are at least not quite as hot and sweltering as what we have been feeling like over the last couple of days, if not last couple of weeks. As opposed to the mid and upper 90s, we'll actually stay right around 90 degrees for our high today. So that's going to feel a little bit better. That being said, it's still going to feel pretty muggy. We'll still have a good amount of humidity and moisture in the air, which is going to help to lend way to a couple of stray showers, maybe an isolated thunderstorm or two. It's a very low chance, only about a 20 to 30% chance over the course of this afternoon. There could be some heavy downpours, so not a bad idea to grab the poncho if you're going to be heading out today, but otherwise we're going to be expecting a really great day to head out to the park. So the earlier you go, the better in terms of dry time and those temperatures, because it's looking even hotter as we head into the weekend.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning as we continue to celebrate the opening of Epic Universe, Orlando's newest theme park. And a lot of excitement over that, and we have been a lot of anticipation really for years for this, and we're watching as folks. We just talked with Theren inside the park a little bit, saying that crowds really are not too bad inside, so that's a good news for folks there. And so we've also been keeping an eye on the traffic impact, and Fox 35's Morgan Parrish joins us live now from the gates to the park. And Morgan, looks pretty lonely out there now. I think everyone must have come a little bit earlier.
Garrett, it's just me out here in the palm trees. There's nobody out here. It's been clear, but let me tell you, earlier this morning, so we've been out here since 4 o'clock, right? And cars were lining up. I mean, it was actually wrapped around. Now, it's funny, these gates didn't even open until 6 a.m. So people, you know, we're interviewing people, and they're like, we've been up since 3 a.m., 3:30, 4 a.m., and they're like, we're so tired. I'm like, this is us every day. But they wanted to get here early, of course, you know, for the grand opening ceremony at 8, and of course, you know, I think they were letting people get on the rides before 9, but it was absolutely packed. And honestly, we've been having a blast out here all day, speaking with people as they were driving in, with schools, people coming in from all over, Alabama, Tennessee, New York. Okay, here's a car coming right now. I want to see if I can try to get them real quick. Hey, good morning. How are you?
I'm great.
Are you guys local?
Yeah, we live in Orlando. Yes,
Yeah. How excited are you for Epic?
Oh, that will be great, man. We
Yeah?
are very excited. Yeah, yeah.
What world are you excited to see?
Oh, I think Mario. How to Train Your Dragon.
Oh, Toothless. Yeah.
Yeah, the Toothless.
Hey,
Great.
well, you guys came at a good time. No traffic, no cars, so I'm gonna let you go on in. But have the best time today.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah, of
Thank you.
course. All right, so a few last minute stragglers. Let's see. Hey guys, good morning. Hola, ¿cómo están?
Hola, ¿qué tal?
Yeah?
Bien, todo bien.
Excited?
Sí, venimos a Epic. Somos de Argentina.
From Argentina?
From Argentina.
Wow. Okay, see, we were just talking about that. People from all over, have fun. All right, I'm glad we got a couple people, Garrett, for you to see. I mean, but this is what we've been doing all morning, just going up to people, seeing where they're from. A lot of people said that they're excited to go to Dark Universe. We got a lot of Harry Potter fans. One couple this morning, they were watching Harry Potter in their car to get amped up before going in today, so that was funny. And people, you know, listening to soundtracks from How to Train Your Dragon. So honestly, it's been a blast. So quiet out here now, but it was a party earlier this morning.
Well, and if they got out there at 4 a.m. Waiting in line for the gates to open, then they had plenty of time to watch a Harry Potter movie while they waited.
That's what I'm saying. And we saw a couple of people, they were sleeping, and, you know, I'm trying to, like, talk to the kids in the back seat, and we got the dads in the front seat, you know, napping. And I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry. But, I mean, what are you going to do? You got to wait 3 hours. I would take a nap.
Yeah. Well, those folks who are heading in to some of those places are going to be glad that the waits are not bad at all inside, even though they're showing up later. So really no harm. It sounds like everyone's going to have plenty of time to do what they want to do today, even if they're just showing up at 11:30.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the longest wait we saw earlier, I think, for the Harry Potter ride, it was like 240 minutes, but it really doesn't seem that packed. We thought that people were going to, you know, be packed all day to get in here, and really it's been kind of quiet since like 7:45. So,
All right.
and at least it's not too hot.
Yeah, right. You might want to find some shade, but pretty crazy. You know, I know you said it's no exaggeration. You were saying people coming from all over the world, and we just had an example of that, someone from Argentina. So just to give you an idea of the reach of something like this, I think sometimes we forget, because it's right in our backyards, that this is something that brings not just from other states, but from other countries.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of content creators, you know, from out of town who came in for this too. We have some more people showing up right now. Hey guys. Oh, Philly's hat. You from Philly?
Yeah.
Did you come from Philly for Universal?
We sure did.
Oh, for Epic? All right, what are you looking forward to most? Harry Potter. All right, what Harry Potter world are you guys a part of?
You mean like which house we're in?
Yeah, which house you're in.
So the times that I've been sorted, I've both been in Ravenclaw and Slytherin.
Oh, ooh, Slytherin. I gotta stay away from you. What about you?
I've been in Ravenclaw and then sometimes in Gryffindor.
Okay, I'm always Ravenclaw. Our photographer Nick right here, he's Hufflepuff, so we'll give him a pass for that. Wow, so did you guys fly in from Philly?
Yeah, we flew in yesterday.
Oh, okay, I'm from Jersey, right outside of Philly, so that's pretty cool. Near Cherry Hill.
Okay, I actually used to work in Morristown.
Oh, look at that. Did we just become best friends? Do you guys come down here a lot to get to the parks?
Nah, this is our first time coming down here together. I mean, I've been here a bunch of times. How long? I mean.
First time coming to this park.
Yeah. Okay, wow. And so you guys are excited for Harry Potter World. What about Nintendo World?
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely. All right, let me ask you, who's your favorite Mario character? Princess Peach? Okay.
When I'm having a bad day, it's Bowser.
Bowser? I love Bowser. Guess who our photographer is? He's Yoshi.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's what I said. You know, I said I'm Wario. Or Mario. All right, guys, I'm just yapping. I'll let you guys go in. Have so much fun. You beat the rush earlier, so hopefully not a lot of long lines when you get in there. All right, guys, have fun. See, just good vibes out here, Garrett. I mean, if it wasn't too hot and if I didn't have to eat lunch, I would stay out here all day. But you know, been out here since 4.
Yeah, I think you've earned a bit of a break. I loved that answer though. When you ask what Mario character, he said when I'm having a bad day, Bowser. I think a lot of us can relate to that.
I get that.
Right.
Yeah, I relate to that wholeheartedly.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Well, Fox 35's Morgan Parrish. We appreciate you joining us this morning here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thanks, Garrett. Appreciate you.
So not too many people, but even at 11:30, some folks still going into the park. So we talked about the international reach of this theme park, and that was something we talked about with Orange County Mayor Jerry Dimmings yesterday, because we talked about the economic impact expected from Epic Universe. We've seen numbers showing the increased economic impact. Tourist tax money, all of those things, not to mention the investment when it came to the jobs created for building Epic Universe. So really impact in a lot of ways, and continued impact expected moving forward by the number of guests who will be coming here to see Epic Universe, maybe even staying an extra day or two for Epic Universe as well. So I want to play for you my conversation yesterday evening with Orange County Mayor Jerry Dimmings. Grand opening of Epic Universe is here. It's the first brand new theme park in a while. How exciting is this?
Well, it's very exciting for our community to have a new theme park opening up. We do applaud Universal for the investment that they're making in our community. They estimate the total cost of this project somewhere between $6 and $7 billion. And whenever anyone invests that type of money, that results in the production of jobs and another high entertainment amenity in our community. It's a good thing for Metro Orlando.
Yeah, well, this is an area that already has so much to bring in outside visitors to our area, and we rely a lot on that. What do you expect the impact of Epic Universe to be when it comes to bringing in more tourists or having tourists here stay longer?
Well, we know that each time that a new theme park has opened in our community, we've seen a bump in tourism visits. In 2024 is the last year that we have whole numbers for, and we had during that year 75.3 million visitors to our area. So likely when 2025 is all said and done, we'll likely see an increase in 2025 over year 2024. We know also that up to this point, the tourism industry for our region is a $92.5 billion industry. Now, I believe that with the cost of everything going up, when the economists do the projections for 2025, the total economic impact is going to be somewhere north of that $92.5 billion. Universal says that at full build out, full opening, it could increase their employ by as many as 14,000 new jobs here within our area. And some of those jobs are going to be entry-level jobs that are going to be consistent with the wages that those who work in the service industry receive. Some of those jobs are high-paying jobs because of the executive level, mid-level employees who will be working there. And of course, there's a significant impact from a construction perspective. A lot of people who are employed in the construction trades made money as a result of this, even the realtors and the landscapers. So it's a great economic opportunity for those who work here within our community.
We hear a lot about the quote unquote theme park wars and how this is a step for Universal and kind of Disney responds and some of the others as well. And I'm sure that continued investment and knowing that more things will likely be coming as these theme parks work to compete with each other. That's got to be great news for the county.
It is great news for our county to see the competition amongst our theme parks. We have the leading theme parks in all of the world. Already, Disney has announced that they intend to make a $17 billion investment in upgrading the Disney park experience. SeaWorld has announced that they too will be making an investment. They plan to build a hotel on their property. SeaWorld to date had never had a hotel as part of their guest experience, but that is something that will be coming in the future. And so all of them are competing to remain relevant, to make certain that they remain fresh with a new experience for everyone. And that will keep people coming here and visiting our area for the foreseeable future.
Mayor, the Kirkman Road extension now connects Carrier Drive with Universal Boulevard. How important was that project?
The whole corridor around the South Kirkman Road, Sand Lake area has been under development for quite some time now. Lockheed Martin, of course, a defense contractor, has expanded its workforce there. And then there are numerous other businesses who are opening in the area, bringing in commerce, bringing in traffic to that area. And so the Kirkman Road area, Sand Lake area, is an area that was growing and needed an expansion of the roadway infrastructure. Now with the opening of Epic Universe, it certainly has exacerbated the problem with traffic and traffic congestion. And so one of the things that we did with Universal was enter into a contractual agreement. The Kirkman Road area, that quarter is a county-owned roadway, and the county was going to have to invest some funds in expanding the roadway. But what we said was that we know that Universal, with your project, with bringing all the staff, the employees, and the visitors to your park, is going to further complicate matters. Orange County is willing to cap our investment on the roadway at $125 million. And some of that is a combination of a tax rebate and some other funds that we will use to pay our share, the $125 million. On the other hand, Universal had the risk associated with any costs above that. And when it's all said and done, we will have a true up with Universal, and the total cost of the roadway likely will be in the $300+ million realm. Now, what will happen is once the road is completely completed and Orange County signs off on it, at that point, Orange County will then true up and honor our commitment at a maximum of $125 million. So at this point, we haven't paid because the road hasn't been officially conveyed to the county yet. That will happen in the very near future.
All right. Well, Mayor, I appreciate you taking the time and talking with us here today. Anything else you want people to know?
Well, we're excited for our community. There's a lot that Orlando has to offer. And we say to the people who live here, there's a great opportunity for you to get employment, great opportunity for you to go and experience this new theme park in our area. And just trust that those of us in these elected roles are doing what we can to make certain that it is a true community benefit for our residents when we engage in these types of collaborations.
Inside of Dark Universe, the Monsters themed land at Universal Epic Universe, is Curse of the Werewolf. This roller coaster has a 40-inch height requirement and is going to spin again and again and again as you pass by the werewolf. Try not to get attacked as you're going to fly in and out all throughout the Dark Universe land, and you're going to spin, go through a barn, see an animatronic, and watch it transform before your eyes as you go back and forth again and again. This is a family-friendly attraction as it is not very scary, but you will be spinning quite a lot, and it does have that 40-inch height requirement. This is a ride that you can do more during the day, and you can see it transform throughout the night as Dark Universe itself transforms as the sun goes down. There is a bit of spooky effects if kids could be afraid of the animatronic, but overall, you go by it so quickly. This is more of a fun, thrilling, family-friendly attraction.
Welcome back into our Fox 35 News Plus Epic Universe opening day coverage. We appreciate you joining us. If you're out at the parks there, we would love to see your photos. You can scan this QR code that you see, or you can also go on our website, submit these photos. You see Charlene submitted this one from Donkey Kong Country. Charlene from Groveland, but clearly a Donkey Kong Country today. Check that out. It's a great day to be out at Epic Universe on this Thursday morning as we get closer to the top of the hour and head into the afternoon. We're going to be with you that whole time here on Fox 35 News Plus as we look at a lot of different aspects of the opening of Epic Universe and its impact. If you're heading to the park, there are so many food items that have gotten a lot of attention. We've heard, I think David mentioned it earlier, if not, he said it before, how this is a foodies theme park. There are a lot of great restaurants and quick service locations, a lot of really good food items, things that, and I would say some of these food items that I have, they're not just good for theme park food, they are good food. And so we talked to Kristen Wright from right down Main Street, and she gave us some of the food and drink items that are worth potentially planning your day around at Epic Universe.
I truly think the food and drink at Epic Universe is going to change the theme park food and drink game. I went into it expecting the food to be good, but truly every meal and every drink that I have at this park, I'm just blown away by even more. I think they did such a good job with the menus and creating like unique dishes to add to the menus and unique dishes that taste excellent as well. I've been so impressed, blown away by everything that I've tried, and I hope the quality of everything kind of stays the same and sets a precedent for theme parks around the world as well.
That it's so important now that not only does something taste good, it has to taste good, it has to look good, all of that stuff. And it seems like so many of the things that we have seen so far at Epic really check off a lot of those boxes.
For sure. The theming with a lot of the food is super impressive. Just the way things look. Like you mentioned, things have to be kind of Instagrammable these days, and they certainly hit the mark with that. And where things miss sometimes when they're Instagrammable is the taste. And like I mentioned, it lives up to the hype. The food not only looks great, it tastes great as well.
What is your favorite food item?
I have two. I have to mention two. There's so many good food and drinks throughout the park, but the two that always come to mind are the mac and cheese cones from the Isle of Berk. They are a viral food for a reason, and I feel like everyone says the same thing. They live up to the hype. You can get them in a pulled pork bacon mac and cheese, and you could get it in a hot chicken and then just regular mac and cheese. I think they are excellent, and the bread cone with them is delicious as well. I also really love the Hunter's garlic steak from the Burning Blade Tavern in Dark Universe. It's like a garlic pretzel. So it's shaped in the shape of a knife, and they actually bake the pretzel, then they deep fry it, and they coat it in garlic. You must be a garlic lover to enjoy this pretzel, though. Trust me, it is so garlicky. They do not mess around when it comes to the garlic flavor, but it's delicious.
Epic Universe, we know, has a mix of, like many theme parks, sit-down spots, quick service restaurants. So I want to get your take first on if you're looking for maybe a spot to take a little bit of a break, sit down for a while, have a meal. What's the best sit-down spot at Epic Universe?
So there are two full sit down, full service restaurants at the park. You have the Atlantic, which is going to focus more on seafood. They, of course, have some non seafood dishes as well, but that's a main seafood restaurant with beautiful views overlooking the water. I actually haven't dined there yet, but I'm really looking forward to getting in there. And then we also have the Blue Dragon, which I haven't dined at either. It just opened a few days ago. They're serving up Pan Asian cuisine in like a night market kind of setting, but both of the restaurants look excellent. I've dined at all of the quick service restaurants at this point, and they operate similar to a table service restaurant in the way that you may have to wait for a table if there is a line, and then once you sit down they bring the food to you. So no matter where you dine, you're going to get a good dining experience where you're able to kind of sit down in the air conditioning and relax.
What restaurants stand out to you?
There are so many. One that definitely stands out is Das Steakhouse in Dark Universe. It stands out because, like we mentioned earlier, the theming of the food is so impressive. It really sticks with that theming of kind of dark, monstery food and the decor in there. It's such a unique setting for a theme park restaurant. And I feel the same way about all of the quick service restaurants in the park. The theming inside of those restaurants is truly unbelievable and so grand. I think every restaurant there is very grand, but I think Das Steakhouse is one of the coolest theme park dining experiences you can have.
I tell you what, I enjoyed the purple pizza, the ube pizza crust from Pizza Moon.
Oh, the pizza lunar. That is, I should have said three favorite foods because that is up there in the top three as well. I actually just had it yesterday. That is so delicious as well. It's so crispy. I'm from New Jersey, so I appreciate a good pizza. And
Picky about
I
your
have
pizza,
been
I'm sure.
I do, yes. I've been so impressed with all the pizza I've had from Pizza Moon.
Yeah, a lot of good options there. It's easy though when you're spending a day at the theme park and buying food, trying these different food items that because there is a long list of things we want to try. Easy for that, for the cost to really climb really quickly. So what are there any kind of bang for your buck options or things that maybe have some value for you?
Well, two come to mind. We just talked about Pizza Moon. Those pizzas do come in at about $20, just a little bit less, and they are listed as personal pizzas, but I think you can easily share that pizza. I think it is bigger than a personal pizza. So if you're sharing that between two people, I think that's a pretty good deal. Another thing that comes to mind is the Thaw Fest platter from Mead Hall. It's a big platter of kind of meats and different sides. There's fries, there's barbecue chicken drumsticks, salmon, sausage, glazed carrots, and a couple of other accoutrements on that platter. It's about $50, and I think it could easily feed about three people. So when you split that up three ways, it's about $16, $17 a person for a meal. I don't think that's half bad.
Yeah, definitely some ways to be a little more economical about it. I will say my wife and I shared that pizza Lunare from Pizza Moon, and it was plenty for that lunch. Now, granted, we were still snacking throughout the
Yes.
day as well as one does. But let's talk drinks because I know those have been getting a lot of attention from Epic Universe as well. What is the best drink?
Okay, so I actually just covered this the other day. There are so many different drinks, so many different bars around the park, and so many things again coming to mind. One thing I do want to point out that I'm impressed with the drink selection is that there are so many mocktails throughout the park. So if you don't drink or you have kids, almost every single bar, every single quick service not only has a ton of alcoholic options, but they also have a lot of non-alcoholic options that are really fun, good drinks. I've tried a bunch of them and I've been quite impressed by them. My favorite drink so far has been My Only Weakness from the Burning Blade Tavern in Dark Universe. It's more of a bitter Aperol kind of drink, but if you don't like sweet drinks and you enjoy a bitter cocktail, I really enjoy it. It's very strong as well. I found that with a lot of the drinks in Epic Universe. You can expect a strong cocktail, and that's what I like when I'm going to a theme park and paying a lot of money for a cocktail. I want to be able to taste the alcohol, and I certainly have been able to with all the drinks I've tried in Epic Universe so far.
I'm glad you brought that up because I've heard that as well that many of the drinks, no matter which one people are trying, it's strong.
The Lobe Blaster from Bar Moonshine in Harry Potter is specifically very strong. If you're looking for a good strong cocktail, get the Lobe Blaster from Bar Moonshine.
What is the coolest spot to grab one of those drinks?
That was definitely got to be the Burning Blade Tavern. As soon as you walk up, about every 15 minutes or so, the blades on the outside of the tavern kind of light up in fire, and it's just so cool walking up as that is happening. And then inside, they also have an actor kind of going around and telling you the story of Darkmoor, kind of immersing you in the story a little bit more. And the drinks are all so on theme, and they have some great food in there as well. And I love a bar with great food too. So definitely the Burning Blade Tavern. But like, there's so many. You really can't go wrong with any bar or lounge that you choose.
Well, especially the Burning Blade Tavern at night once things get dark.
Yes, that is that is awesome. Yeah, at night.
What about desserts? We would be remiss if we didn't at least touch on some of that. So what dessert items stand out to you?
Oh, there's so many. I think the one that comes to mind first is going to be a classic dessert when you're going to Epic Universe, the butterbeer crepe. It's not my personal favorite. I think it's a little bit too sweet for me, maybe. But I feel like if you're going to Epic Universe, it's a dessert that you certainly have to try. They also have a different crepe at Cafe L'Air de la Sirène. Sorry if I pronounced that incorrectly. But right where you get the butterbeer crepe, they also have a lemon citrus cream cheese crepe with some berries. I think that is absolutely delicious. Those are probably the top two desserts in my opinion.
Well, I'm no expert when it comes to French, so I'm not going to correct your pronunciation either way there. But the butterbeer crepe does get a lot of hype. It also is a little steep.
Yes, it's about $20. But like you said, it's another thing that you're kind of going to be able to share. It is a big portion, and since it is so sweet, I don't think you're going to be able to take more than a couple of bites. So it's good to share if you're sharing it within a couple people.
Okay,
It's expensive though.
That's good advice though. You know, when you think of it that way, well, if I'm not trying to eat the whole thing, we can split it, and so it goes a little further that way. So what is the main thing people should know, should plan for if they're heading to Epic Universe and are looking for some good bites, some good drink?
I really don't think you can go wrong with any of the restaurants in Epic Universe. I think wherever you choose to dine, you're going to enjoy your meal. There's so many good cuisines that you could try. There's a great barbecue restaurant in the Oak and Star Tavern. We've talked about Pizza Moon, the French Cafe, and Harry Potter. There's really food from like so many different types of cuisines that you're going to be able to try. I don't think you could go wrong with any of them. The quality of everything that I've tried is so good. We mentioned it as well, but definitely plan to eat a lot. You want to try as much as possible. So go with a group, split a bunch of things so you could try as much as possible.
I think that's the way to go. I absolutely think that's the way to go. Sample, just sample everything that you can.
For sure.
And what is your favorite Epic Universe restaurant? If you have been, we saw Robot Man in the YouTube chat saying the barbecue spot there is amazing, tastes great. That is the Oak and Star Tavern that Kristen was just telling us about. So if you have been, what's your favorite food item? Let us know in that YouTube chat. We appreciate you chiming in. Here is a live look from Sky Fox as you look over Epic Universe on this opening day. You see all those water features there in Celestial Park. Like they've talked about, really is just like a nice park area to kind of hang out, and really the hub that all those other worlds branch off of. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox Local and on YouTube, but we'll be right back after this with much more coverage on this epic opening day. Keep it right here. two of your interviews pulled. I'll let you toss to those if you'd like to. The one with Denise Spiegel and the one with Dr. Jessica from UCF.
Yeah, those.
Welcome back into our Fox 35 News Plus coverage of Epic Universe opening day. Live views from Sky Fox. You see the Kronos there opening up at the gates of Epic Universe, and as that opens up into Celestial Park, the hub for the other four worlds, Super Nintendo World, Isle of Berk, Dark Universe, and Harry Potter Ministry of Magic. A lot of excitement. You can see folks walking around there today. Crowds really are not that bad, especially for the opening day of a brand new theme park here in our area. I want to bring in Fox 35 News anchor Ryan Elijah, who joins us live now from outside Epic Universe. And Ryan, I know you've been out there all morning and have talked to a lot of folks about the impact of this park.
Yeah, we have, Garrett. It's interesting to see, from 5 o'clock this morning, driving through Epic, really at 4 a.m., when it was all quiet, seeing the sun come up. The highlight of the day was the 8 o'clock when they had the fireworks out there. And we did talk to a lot of different people, from the hotels to Visit Orlando to really the students at UCF's Rosen College of Hospitality. It impacts so many different people. There's no doubt about that.
And I know you had the chance to speak with Visit Orlando. Let's go there first and set this up for us. We want to play that interview for folks, but just kind of set it up what you were able to talk with them about the impact on tourism.
Absolutely. So Visit Orlando, if you're not familiar with them, there's Visit Florida. They do the statewide tourism. Visit Orlando does Orlando tourism, the biggest one in the country. They have a multi-million-dollar budget to market not just Universal, but all parks around the world. So when they knew this park was coming well over a year ago, they started planning with Universal how they would spend their money, targeting mainly domestic people in Florida, people that would drive here from different domestic part of the United States. So we're going to hear from Denise Spiegel. She is the Vice President of Communications about what this park means to Orlando and certainly to Visit Orlando. I should say congratulations. Let me ask, is there a sense of relief? This has been over a year for you promoting this park throughout the world. What is the feeling today?
It's just so exciting to see all of this come to fruition in such a special and epic way.
Yeah, this is going to drive. Let's talk about this whole lifting all boats. We've talked about that a lot, the tide lifting all boats. What do you think it does for overall Orlando tourism? Because I was just at your event where you had a record 75.3 million people.
That's absolutely right. This puts us on the global national news scale, right? Like people are paying attention to this moment in time, so that awareness for Orlando, it hooks people on coming here. But when you come here, you don't just go for a theme park. That's a great reason to come. You're staying in the hotels, you're shopping, you're going to restaurants, and then you're going to other attractions. And so there is that ripple effect through our entire destination where we benefit.
It's not for everyone. There's a $750 hotel, which is incredible, but not everybody can go there. But like Disney, Universal has different tiers. So what should people look for if you're looking for a package or a hotel deal?
Yeah, so there's 3 new Universal hotels. You have the Helios, which is the upscale one that's connected to the park. Amazing.
It's incredible.
And then there's 2 other more budget-friendly ones that are also, with very close distance to the park. And so there's packages for that, and then the other Universal properties too. But you can expand beyond the Universal properties, and there's some great deals. Like very close nearby, the Villatel has vacation homes, whether it's apartment or houses from 2 to 26 people. They have a 20% off rate going right now. There is a newly remodeled Ramada about a mile from Universal that has up to 50% off a 2-night stay. So there are packages and deals to be had.
When we look through summer, what do you guys expect for this summer? Obviously, this is not going to wear off for some time.
Yeah, we were seeing really good signs. This week is a big week for us. It's Memorial Day weekend, right? Yeah. So we were looking at booking pace had about 6%, and then we are seeing that throughout the summer being a little ahead of last year.
You guys have a huge budget, and you market all of our theme parks, all of our attractions. Do you kind of sit in your office and realize there's not been a U.S. theme park open in almost 25 years, and it's in our backyard?
Yeah, it's an absolutely really important moment in time to really tell the story of the entire destination of why people should come here. So we've been working to leverage that in many opportunities, and it's been very exciting.
And I'm sure this has been fun for you. We had the governor here last night. We had celebrities. We've had national news here, international news. What's that process been like this week?
Oh, it's been so excited. We have media from around the world that we talk to, and it's been an exciting week. Not just Epic Universe opening. We were named the #1 meetings destination in the country for the 10th time.
Congratulations.
We are a huge meetings destination. And also we have new flights. So a new direct service between Orlando and Paris on Air France. And so residents really benefit from these things. You know, other destinations of our size do not get the kind of international flights options that we have here. We have these theme parks. And so as a local residents, we're really, really lucky.
And you've heard that number thrown out, about $2 billion the first year. That goes to OIA, that goes to restaurants, hotels. It is a wide level that gets lifted up.
Absolutely. So when you think about it, sales tax, 50% of the sales tax collected is paid by visitors. And that's stuff that goes back into our economy and really like helps everyone here. These new attractions, new hotels, they pay property tax. That goes into infrastructure, police, safety, all of those things. And so we really benefit from the tourism industry here in Orlando.
Ryan, we were talking earlier with Morgan when she was outside at the gates to the parking lot and talked to someone who came from Philadelphia and then talked to someone who came literally all the way from Argentina to be here today. And I said, you know, sometimes I think we forget, because these parks are right in our backyard, the big draw internationally. But it is something that is going to bring people from all over and already has.
Yeah, that was one of my favorite things to see today. I was a little jealous, too, that people from Rhode Island were experiencing the park before I was, but you come to grips with that, and that's okay. But the fact that they were from all over the country, and some specifically coming for this day. They wanted to be here on opening day, and it's one thing I love at the theme parks. You can go to any of the major theme parks and find people from really outside even the U.S. with the international crowd, and it's one thing that people in Orlando love with the tourists that come from all over.
Yeah, it is really cool. We also know not just a big draw, it's a big industry, and that this is a hospitality industry that many folks go into right here, and there are some good programs to do that right here in Orlando as well.
Yeah, so UCF, I mean, there's one of the biggest, well, they are the biggest school in the country in terms of number of students. And when you're in Orlando, if you're going into hospitality, can you think of a city in this entire country, maybe even going to the world, where you'd be better off to train for it? UCF's got the Rosen College of Hospitality, which is literally, I look to my left, and that's where they're headquartered over there by Rosen Shingle Creek. And so students from UCF, they get to come here and they get to train on our theme park. So I know we're going to play part of that interview now, and I was blown away by when she talks about how many students are not only around the states, they've got all 50 states, but around the country and on different cruise lines also. So I want to start with what we were talking about before. Orlando has something here that no other city can offer with all these theme parks in their backyard. Tell me about your students, how they're spread out all across the world.
Thank you, Ryan. Yes, we're the #1 hospitality and tourism program in the world. Our students are working right here in our backyard at Epic Universe as part of the opening team at all the hotels. They're also working in 16 different countries, wow, all 50 states, and 7 cruise lines.
That is incredible. And you told me you have former students that are now working at the Helios Grand Hotel. That's got to be a sense of pride that just puts a smile on your face.
It is extremely a sense of pride. Our students are the future leaders of our great industry. They're providing opportunities for our guests that come here. Our 74 million travelers come here to Orlando, and our students get to greet them and create memorable experiences that they'll take for their lifetime.
Which is incredible. And if you're going in hospitality, how can you not come to UCF and the Rosen College of Hospitality? All different walks of life, I know. How diverse are the students when they come in, from wanting to operate a theme park to wanting to be on the entertainment side?
So our students are really very adaptable and flexible. Sometimes they come into the college and they don't really know what they want to do, and it's up to us to show them, look, there's so many opportunities. You can go into creative, you can go into operations, into guest services. There's just so many opportunities. And so a student might come here and say, I'd like to work in a theme park. And we say, guess what? The whole Epic Universe is ready for you.
And technology changes everything in our world, including this theme park behind us. How much do you guys have to change to adapt to a theme park like this that opens that's totally different than other parks?
So a fun fact is that our new generation has never been without technology. Us dinosaurs here, we're a bit having to get used to it. But our new generation, they've never lived without technology. So for them to embrace it is just like for us to drive a car or to go outside and garden. For them, they're used to it. So AI, technology, immersive experiences, using innovation, they're ready for it, and they're launching it out the door.
You've done this for a long time. When you look behind us, when you see this theme park opening, these grand hotels, what is it that brings a smile to your face?
So really, the opportunities for families to come here and create a lifetime, people don't remember what you see or what you hear, they remember how you feel. And so our students get to create experiences that the families will take home and remember for the rest of their lives. And that is what makes it awesome.
Which is amazing. Just to let everybody know, you work with all the theme parks, I assume, with hotel operators, a very broad spectrum here in Orlando.
Yes, I do, yeah. So our students are working with 850 different organizations. So they're working all across every facet of the hospitality industry. We're even into the medical industry, and so hospitals hire our students to do concierge service, work in food and beverage. They're working on every major hotel, every major theme park, restaurants, attractions, destination management organization, events, transportation, airlines, the list goes on and on and on.
And Ryan, where better for those students to be than right here?
Yeah. You know, Garrett, I think that was maybe one of my favorite interviews of the day, if not the favorite. Just when you think about jobs in Central Florida, about 35% of them have something to do with hospitality, and so many come through there. And to think about UCF, how big its reach is, and then you think specifically about the Rosen Hospitality College. It's incredible the opportunities they have, and hearing her talk about her students everywhere. And I asked her, I said, so do you get more excited about the hotel, the Grand Helios, or actually the theme park? And she said, the theme park.
Good stuff. Well, so Ryan, I know you've been out there. You've got a great view of the park in the background there. I know you've said you're not heading to the park yet. When are you hoping to go out there?
You've been there, right?
I have been. I went. I guess it was just last week.
You beat me to it.
I beat you to it.
So we are theme park enthusiasts. I have had it one time or another. I've had annual passes to all the parks, and we actually bought preview passes. So we were going to go 2 weeks ago because my boys are big theme park addicts too. But we got busy, and then with a couple of the rides down, we just decided, especially with Harry Potter, that we wanted to wait to make sure Harry Potter was up. And I think a lot of people made that choice. So we waited. So we'll go back September 1st. Right now, that's what they're telling all the people that bought those preview passes. You can come back September 1st. But I'm looking forward to going back. Whether I make it in the summer or not, I'm not sure. But I'm a little surprised I've not been there yet. But I've kind of lived it through David Martin and through people like you that have been there. It looks pretty amazing. And the one thing that blew me away, Garrett, we take that Skyfox shot, and there just aren't many people there. And I would say I'm surprised by that. But then you think, when have we ever seen a theme park open here? And it's been 25 years. The last one in the country was California, Hollywood, out there, Disney's California Studios. And that's been 24 years. So we've just not seen this. And I think Universal intentionally made sure that they didn't have too many people in the park today and even going forward.
Well, and that's something we talked about with Theren. We talked to him. He was walking through Donkey Kong Country, and he was saying there were more people. MVP. He is the MVP. But he was saying there were more people on some of those preview days that he came to than there are today on this opening day. And I think you're right. I think it likely an intentional decision to make sure everything goes smoothly. Everyone, the last thing you want is to have an opening day that is not a good experience for folks. And we do know it looks like currently you talked about Harry Potter and the battle at the Ministry. Let me pull up the map here because it is still showing delayed. It had a long wait earlier, but it had some issues during the previews, and like you mentioned, had been kind of closed for some of them. It's one that I didn't get to do as well when I was there. They had it shut down for a few days, trying to iron some things out, but still showing as delayed. But that is certainly a ride that we know there's a lot of anticipation over, and one of the ones that has a long wait when it is up and running.
Yeah, I would say without a doubt, Universal hit a home run with this park. But I think in a boardroom somewhere, you would have some executives are disappointed with the way that ride is functioning. The reality is rides go down all the time at all different theme parks. This one has had issue mainly with the virtual queue throughout a couple weeks. I'm on a lot of different blogs and Facebook pages, and you see some of those comments. And obviously everybody loves the park, but they'd love that to be open and to get that virtual queue going, and it will in time. I mean, Disney's had some of those rides as well that they've had to keep tinkering with things, because at the end of the day, until you roll it out and start practicing it on 17,000 people at a time, you just don't know. So I think that would be their one frustration from today, is that is delayed, but I wouldn't say they're surprised by it because they've been working through this over the past month.
Yeah, but it overall looks like going to be a good experience for a lot of those folks out there, and it certainly doesn't help when you're not shoulder to shoulder with everybody. So I think you made a good point with those views from Sky Fox.
Can you imagine the people watching Sky Fox thinking, I'm just going to jump in my car and go over there because it looks like it's not crowded? Of course, you can't. The tickets are sold out, but I'm sure they're tempted. I know I have been.
It is tempting.
0.3 of a mile away.
Yeah, as close as you are. No way. You might as maybe go over there and see if you can find your way in.
Maybe I'll just look through the fence. I'll just kind of look through the fence, put my eyes up there. Maybe somebody will invite me in.
That's right.
Yeah, I'll do that.
just do that and look friendly. There you go. Fox 35's Ryan Elijah. We appreciate you joining us live this morning here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Good to be with you, Garrett.
All right, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back after this.
You may have heard about the famous mac and cheese cones at Universal Epic Universe. If so, you need to go to Hooligan's Grog and Gruel, as well as the Spitfire Grill inside the How to Train Your Dragon Isle of Berk land. Now, there's multiple types of these mac and cheese cones, but they're big, they're seasoned, they're delicious, and they're easy to walk around with. If you want to feel like a Viking, but you also want to enjoy some mac and cheese, you can check those out inside of the How to Train Your Dragon Isle of Berk land. Trust me, they won't be hard to find. Just follow the crowds and look about everywhere you look. Someone will be holding one of these cones.
Yeah, those mac and cheese cones are excellent. My stomach is grumbling right now as I think about it, especially the one with the barbecue in it. It is great. So that is highly, highly recommended. Well, thanks for watching here on Fox 35 News Plus on this opening day of Epic Universe, an exciting day here in Central Florida. If you're watching us, drop us a comment in the chat. Tell us where you're watching from. Looks like someone is giving a shout out to their brother who helped create Epic Universe, Jeffrey Courtney. Part of the team that brought Epic Universe to life, and kudos to Jeffrey and that entire team at Universal, because it really is incredible from what we have seen so far. A lot of great new technology and really just a great experience there. And folks are finally getting to experience that today out at the theme park. And let's go ahead and check in on the wait times as well here. Let me pull up the map in the Universal app, and we will check these together. So we checked just a little bit ago. Harry Potter and the Battle at the Ministry still showing delayed right now. It is the only ride in the Wizarding World of Harry Potter Ministry of Magic. Let's check on Stardust Racers. It is showing a 15-minute wait at the moment. Let me see here if I've got this video that from Theren White that he sent us, because he walked right on to Stardust Racers just a little bit ago. Let me see, I've got that video for you right here. Walking through the queue, an empty queue at Stardust Racers, walked right on it just a little bit ago. And just to give you an idea of the lack of crowd there at Epic Universe here, we talked about the capacity still being capped today, and that gives you an example of that. But it's showing a 15-minute wait right now at Epic Universe for Stardust Racers, which is in Celestial Park, that hub area. Now, How to Train Your Dragon, Isle of Berk, quite a few different rides and attractions there. If you are wanting to ride Fire Drill, that is the water ride, it's showing a 5-minute wait right now, so not bad at all. A 5-minute wait for Hiccup's Wing Gliders still, and then just a 10-minute wait for Dragon Racers Rally, so not bad at all. No really serious waits at all on How to Train Your Dragon. Let's check in on Super Nintendo World. Yoshi's Adventure showing 5 minutes. Mario Kart Bowser's Challenge showing 15 minutes. And then if we go to Minecart Madness, that is showing just 10 minutes right now. In Dark Universe, Curse of the Werewolf showing a 15-minute wait. And Monsters Unchained, the Frankenstein Experiment, showing just a 10-minute wait. So really, I don't think we saw a wait longer than 20 minutes right now, with the exception of Harry Potter, which appears to be down at the moment. But all of those wait times staying relatively low on this opening day of Epic Universe. And if you are at Epic Universe, we hope you can send us your photos. Let me see if I can pull this one up. This is showing Charlene's photo again from Groveland, right outside Donkey Kong Country. Some people having fun. It is a great part of Super Nintendo World, is the Donkey Kong Country part of it. That's right outside the kind of other tunnel to get into Donkey Kong Country there. So the capacity, not too bad at all, and folks really making the most of that. We are getting closer to lunchtime here, where 12:30? Yeah, that's lunchtime. I'm hungry. I know we talked about some of the food items a little bit ago. If you missed our interview with Kristen Wright from Right Down Main Street, we'll have that up on fox35orlando.com shortly. You'll be able to watch that. She gave us some of those food and drink items that you may want to kind of plan your day around. So our question for you here today is, when do you like to eat lunch when you are spending a day at the theme parks? Do you bring your own food? Do you eat before noon? Do you eat later in the day? Do you wait until dinner? We've got a poll question up for you on fox35orlando.com. And let me see if I can kind of pull that up here, and we can kind of take a look as these, give you a QR code and see if we can take a look as those results come in. Just give me 1 second here. As I'm trying to pull that up. When do you eat lunch at a theme park? Your options are before noon, 1 to 3 p.m., waiting for dinner, or I bring my own snack. Got that for you here. And here's your QR code. You can do this. You can also submit your vote. Oh, that is the wrong one. Let me go to this one. Here we go. When do you eat lunch at a theme park? Now you can vote. fox35orlando.com/vote. Or if you're watching us on your TV, just scan that QR code. That'll take you to where you can vote. I'm going to vote right now because, and you're going to see what my answer is if I'm the first one. So we'll see who the first one to vote is. I'm definitely saying before noon. There's no way I can wait until afternoon to eat lunch. Especially right now as we're talking about all these great food items. We've heard so much about these the different food items that are available at the park, and there are so many good ones. It looks like somebody saying 1 to 3 p.m. So when you go to fox35orlando.com/vote or you scan that QR code, it's going to open up the daily poll page. All you have to do is click over to Fox 35 News Plus, which is the third tab, and then you can cast that vote. Here comes my vote in saying before noon. We hope you cast your vote as well. Let us know when you eat lunch at a theme park. We will leave this up here for a couple of minutes to give you a chance to scan that QR code and get those votes in. Again, if you are watching us on YouTube right now, drop us a line there and let us know where you're watching from. We hope a lot of you out there can continue to join us throughout the day here on Fox 35 News Plus, Fox Local, and on YouTube as well. We're going to be here till 5 o'clock. We have so much more to cover. In just a couple of minutes, we're going to be joined by Fox 35's Stephanie Buffamonte, who has been at the parks for the past few days, has gotten to experience so many cool things. She's going to talk with us about that and show us some things as well. So that's coming up in just a couple of minutes. We're also going to talk this afternoon with a couple of other content creators who have been active at Epic Universe. Gene Park is joining us at 2:15. He's a writer for the Washington Post. We'll check in again later with some of our other reporters and anchors as well. It looks like more votes are coming in. When do you eat lunch at a theme park? Right now, still saying 43% saying before noon, but a pretty even distribution there. I will say bringing your own snacks is certainly a good idea, at least to fill in some of those gaps in between your meals. So we are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we have much more to come on our Fox 35 News Plus coverage of Epic Opening Day, so keep it right here.
Inside of Super Nintendo World at Universal Epic Universe is Mario Kart Bowser's Challenge, one of the world's first augmented reality attractions of this scale. Now, if you're a Mario Kart fan and you like games where you get to kind of shoot at different targets, like the Mario games or any of those games inside of a theme park, this attraction is for you. This has one of, if not the most immersive lines, cues that you have ever seen for an attraction, as you are literally traveling through Bowser's Castle and see a ton of memorable moments from the iconic video games throughout the years. You're going to get onto the ride itself. It's going to hold 4 people, and you're going to have augmented reality glasses that sit in front of your eyes. While this ride is not virtual reality, you can still see without those glasses. The glasses themselves are going to allow you to shoot targets at different characters that are flying throughout the attraction. You're going to build up points throughout it and actually see who is the winner at the end of the ride. This attraction has a 40-inch height requirement, so not everyone can go on it, but it's not so high that kids cannot join. As this is a gamified attraction, there is a lot of re-rideability. You can go on again and again and again and keep trying to beat your group or your family to say that you are the best on Mario Kart Bowser's Challenge inside of Universal Epic Universe. Constellation Carousel in Celestial Park is a carousel like nothing you have ever seen. This is a gorgeous centerpiece for the park where you're going to get on a bunch of different animals that are all handcrafted. And unlike being held from the top, this carousel is going to rise from the bottom, twist and turn in different directions. There's a bunch of custom songs, and you can even see it transform at night.
Just one of the really cool things going on at Epic Universe. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us here on this Thursday morning live on Fox Local, fox35orlando.com, and also on YouTube. If you are watching on YouTube, say hey in the chat. Let us know where you're watching from. I see someone watching, Jay Monzo, watching from Charlotte, North Carolina. So we've got people watching from all over. We know people are coming from all over for Epic Universe. Morgan earlier talking to some folks pulling in from Philadelphia, Argentina even, so really bringing in folks from all over on this exciting grand opening of Epic Universe. I want to bring in Fox 35's Stephanie Buffamonte now, who has been at the parks all week, Stephanie, and gotten to see so many cool things. Don't even know where to begin, but let's talk about the Wizarding World of Harry Potter Ministry of Magic, because that seems to be one of those areas that folks, it seems, are kind of drawn to and really want to check out when they step foot into Epic Universe.
Of course. I mean, everyone loves the Harry Potter series, this one including Harry Potter and then also Fantastic Beasts. So this one was so good, and to experience it firsthand was amazing. I know everyone inside today is having fun. Okay, so I first want to show off the new wands that they made for Epic, but they work at all three parks. So this is the, if I can open it, second generation interactive wand. It's really cool, really pretty, and like I said, they work at all three, so it's really great. We were trying it out yesterday at Ministry of Magic, and it was really fun because not only can you cast spells, you can also interact with Fantastic Beasts. We did a cool spell with a Niffler, which was really neat. And this area is just so gorgeous. The buildings are so tall. It's almost unbelievable that you're inside a theme park because the architecture is just so incredible. It's like you're transported to the 1920s. The food was amazing too. I tried some of it. Take a listen. We're at the beautiful Cafe L'Air de la Serene. And oh my gosh, we already have a fan favorite. I've heard a lot about this. This is the butter beer crepe. It's supposed to be really good. It is shortbread cookie, Bavarian cream, and strawberries. Okay, let's give it a try. Oh, this looks good. That is delicious. Perfect crepe, and it tastes like butterbeer.
So how rich is it? I've got to know.
Oh, it was sweet. It was very sweet, but it was good. I liked it.
So I'm gonna confess something here. When I went to Epic last week during the previews, it was the first time I had ever had butterbeer. We ended up getting. I know. Had never had it before. So it was new for me. We ended up getting the frozen butterbeer, and it was so
Did you
good.
like it?
Yeah, loved it. It was so good. It was refreshing, and because we got the frozen butterbeer, we ended up not getting the crepe. So I kind of regret not getting the crepe too. But I'm just gonna have to go back and try that because it looks really good.
Yeah, I will say it was very sweet. So if you already had butterbeer, unless you're someone who has a huge sweet tooth, you may want to pick one or the other. But hey, if you like sweets, you can definitely do both. I do want to point out something though, Garrett, that's going on today in that land. We have seen a lot of low wait times for many of the rides inside Epic Universe, except Battle at the Ministry. That one started off the day at a 300-minute wait, and looking at the app right now, I'll refresh it too just to check. it's delayed, and it looks like it's been delayed for a little while. I was just speaking with some people who are inside the park, and they were saying that their game plan is to just ride every other ride for now, and if they can do Harry Potter, great. If not, they'll just have to come back, because that seems to be the only ride of the day that's having some big issues. But other than that, I mean, there's 4 other lands to explore.
Yeah, there's still a lot of other things to do, and we were just looking at the wait times as well for some of the other rides, and really nothing longer than 20 minutes, I think, at last check. So really not bad at all for those other ones. Now, were you able to ride Battle at the Ministry?
Yes, and I really love that ride. It was just so cool, and I know that sounds silly to say, but it really was. The amazing thing about Epic Universe is obviously it's all new. So it's cutting edge technology, it's new. The animatronics were amazing as you're going through, not to spoil anything, but you see Death Eaters, and I literally thought they were real people inside the ride. And then someone I was with was like, no, those weren't real. But that's how real it looks. And Umbridge looks really real as well, especially when she's in court as they are going to send her to Azkaban. So that one I really enjoyed a lot, and I think a lot of people will. And there's something super special about Harry Potter rides. I mean, if you go to Islands of Adventure on any given day, Hagrid's is going to be one of the longer waits. So I think there's just a huge interest in the Harry Potter rides.
Yeah, I think you're right. A lot of people. One of the things that is really cool, though, I think about that, the Ministry of Magic, the world they've created there, and we're showing some video of it, is just the size of the buildings. I mean, you walk through that portal, and it's just on all sides 1920s Paris, and these very authentic buildings in detail and in size.
If you've experienced any of the other Universal parks, you're going to walk into Ministry of Magic and just be wowed. The buildings are so tall that you just don't feel like you're in a theme park. You truly feel like you have been transported to another place and to the 1920s. And something else that was cool, as we were walking around, they had old-timey bands playing and coming up to people, so it really kind of got you in the mood of that 1920s, and it is just so beautiful. The architecture is amazing, and the attention to detail when you walk inside is truly unbelievable.
And then we're also showing video now of just that queue area inside the Battle at the Ministry ride. So it was down when I was there during the previews. Didn't get a chance to ride it, but we got to walk in and just kind of see that area where you wait in line, and just the detail there, walking through the Metro Flu system with the green lights and the fog. I mean, that is really a cool experience just in itself.
That was literally probably one of my favorite parts of the day, is taking the Metro Flu. Okay, as someone who's read the books, watched the movies, doing that, you just feel like you are a kid. You know, it's something that's just so fun, and you go through and you have the smoke come up. I will say there's a little trick that I learned, because the first time I walked through, it didn't come up. You kind of have to, and the person at Universal told me, walk with power. So a walk with a purpose is what she said. So as you're walking, you have to really like step, because when you step on that in the certain area, that's when it goes up. So walk with purpose, because you're taking the Metro Flu. Pretty cool.
That is pretty cool, and a good tip there. I did not know that. Maybe I just always walk. I'm a fast walker, so I definitely didn't have any problems getting that to go off. But it is really neat, just a cool experience, and a neat detail that I think just adds to that feeling like you are in that actual world.
Yeah, and then when you go through the Metro Flu, you end up in the atrium, and it is just absolutely gorgeous. The tiles, the design, you have to see it in person, because it is truly special. And especially if you are a Harry Potter fan, or not, but especially if you are a Harry Potter fan, you'll definitely appreciate it.
It's one of those places where I'm in there looking around, and I'm just like, I feel like I could just sit in here and look at this for hours. And you know what? There are some people who are standing in there looking at that for hours. I guess it makes sense when you're having 300-minute waits to have an area that is that beautiful and that kind of neat to be in for a long period of time.
Yeah. So when we went, we were there during the media preview, so we kind of just walked on, which we're very lucky for. But I can imagine if you're there and you've been at the park for a long time and you're hot, it's also a nice place to kind of just relax for a minute because it's super cold, the AC is blasting, and it's really pretty. There's something to look at. You love a line that has something going on so that you have something to preoccupy yourself as you're waiting for a while. The last one that I've seen that I really liked before Epic was Velocicoaster, so it's really cool to see how they have translated what they've done at previous Universal parks and made it a million times better, because this was absolutely incredible.
It makes it part of the experience. You know, at that point, you're not just standing and waiting in line. You are experiencing, you know, that world and being part of it, even before you ever step foot on the actual ride. So I think that's a neat kind of additional step there. Now, I would like for you to talk to us a little bit more about the wand and what you were able to do with it. I want to show some more of that video and talk us through some more of what you were. Yeah, how cool is that? So second generation.
It's really cool. So there are, if you've been to Universal before, Islands of Adventure or Universal Studios, you know how to cast spells. You walk up and you use your wand. What's cool about this one is interacting with the Fantastic Beasts. I mean, and all of these new areas where you can use the wand were really unique and had some surprises as well. And then I want to share, we found a hidden interactive wand experience. We're actually just walking through the park and we saw some girl doing Revelio with her wand. I won't do it because it's not there, obviously, but that's what she was doing. And I was like, wait, there isn't the thing right there. So if you want a hidden wand experience, it's right next to, I think it's called the Moonshine Bar, and the window next to it. So if you're looking at the bar, it's like the window that's right next to the bar. You say Revelio, and I won't spoil it, but there's something that comes out, and it's pretty cool.
Oh, okay. So you've uncovered some secrets from inside the Harry Potter Ministry of Magic world, and you are sharing those with us, and I appreciate it. And we know, I'm sure there are a lot of folks watching right now on Fox Local and YouTube who also appreciate that. So what is your favorite thing about that Harry Potter Ministry of Magic world inside Epic Universe?
Just really quick before I move on to that, if you really want to see where it is, it's on TikTok, on the Fox 35 TikTok. We posted the video of exactly where it is, and then it's on my Instagram page as well if you want to go look and see exactly where to go if you didn't get that explanation. But I will say, being in that world, obviously I loved how beautiful it was, but of course I loved the ride. That was my favorite part, Battle at the Ministry. So there's a reason why there was a 300-minute wait to start the day off there, because it just was so cool. And Garrett, you rode it yourself, so you know.
Well, I haven't gotten to ride it yet. I've just gotten to
You didn't ride it? Oh no, I'm sorry.
No. So it was down when I was there, but we got to go in and see the you know, kind of walk through that area. So haven't gotten a chance to ride it yet, but have heard that it is definitely worth riding. So hopefully that'll get back up and running, and folks will be able to do that today here on this opening day.
I hope so, because I really loved that one. It was a mix of 3D and motion moving left, right, front, back, and there are a lot of fun surprises throughout that ride, and everything just looks so realistic. It's amazing. I would definitely go on that one if you can. But like I said, there are plenty of people at the parks today that they're like, okay, everything else has a short wait, so to speak. Let's do everything else. If we can do it, we'll do it.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good strategy on a day like today. But like we were talking about, even if you can't get on that ride, just go into that world and walking around a lot of cool things to check out, and some interactive things as well. Now that we know all those secrets that you just shared with us.
Of course, yeah, definitely want to try that one. Ministry of Magic, I loved it.
Well, Fox 35 Stephanie Buffamonte, we appreciate you joining us. So we'll check in with you again this afternoon. Thanks for joining us this morning, or well, it is this afternoon here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Yeah, what time is it? Oh, yep, 12:47 afternoon.
just like a day at a theme park where you lose track of time. Don't always know whether it's what time it is. Well, Stephanie, we appreciate it.
All right, see you soon, Garrett.
All right. Yeah, you can tell how much fun she has had out of the theme parks this week. Definitely a good time, and has gotten to experience a lot and share some of those secrets with you. So when you show up at Epic Universe, helpful stuff there. We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back after this.
Monsters Unchained, the Frankenstein Experiment, is going to be one of the most immersive attractions you've ever been on. This ride is going to have a 48-inch height requirement, and it's going to be inside of the dark universe land of Universal Epic Universe. 4 people are going to be placed inside of a robotic arm that is going to be driven by Igor, one of the assistants of Victoria Frankenstein, the great-great-granddaughter of Victor Frankenstein. As you are heading into the Frankenstein Manor, you are going to go face-to-face with many of Universal's classic monsters. While this ride can be a bit spooky, I shouldn't say that it is a horrifying ride. It is instead more of a love letter to Universal monster fans. There's going to be a bit of a battle, there's going to be a bit of a gore, but it is a super thrilling attraction that will get you face to face with some of the quickest and most immersive animatronics ever built for a theme park. Inside of How to Train Your Dragon, Isle of Berk, is Dragon Racers Rally. This thrill attraction is going to take you up into the air as you spin and, if you want to, flip again and again and again. This ride has a 48-inch height requirement and will take you way up above the Isle of Berk land as you spin around this attraction. This is going to be a flat ride style, but it doesn't mean that you're going to stay on the ground. It is instead going to lift you and a bunch of flyers up and around the lands, and you're going to have these 2 wings that you can attach to. You can pull it right, pull it left, and if you do it enough, you will actually start to spin and flip as you go around this ride. It offers really good views, and if you don't want to go upside down, you certainly don't have to if you just want to instead look around the How to Train Your Dragon themed land.
Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus and our coverage, special coverage today of Epic Universe opening day. If you're watching us live on Fox Local, fox35orlando.com, or on YouTube, we appreciate you joining us. If you're watching us on YouTube, let us know where you're watching from. I see Steve watching from St. Helens, United Kingdom. Says he's excited to visit Epic in August for a 2-week holiday. Just got to get through a 10-hour flight for that first. He says it's worth it, though, and I certainly hope that is the case. I know you're looking forward to that. We look forward to welcoming you, Steve, here. I also see someone watching from Cleveland, Georgia. We also talked earlier, someone from Charlotte, North Carolina. So folks watching from all over, let us know where you're watching from here on our YouTube chat. You can also vote in our poll. When do you eat lunch at a theme park? That is our question for the hour. It looks like most people saying 1 to 3 p.m. So we are just about in that window. I voted before noon. I definitely can't wait till 1 o'clock to eat lunch. So before noon, 1 to 3 p.m., are you waiting for dinner? Do you bring your own snacks? What is your plan for food when you go to a theme park? You can scan that QR code and vote. You can also go to fox35orlando.com/vote and cast your vote that way. Either way, we would love for you to interact with us and let us know what your plan is when you're eating lunch at a theme park. And we'll change these questions throughout the afternoon. Have a new question for you coming up in a little bit. So we hope you keep it here on Fox Local and on YouTube. Well, all the excitement and festivities for this grand opening today started last night with the blue carpet event, where a number of celebrities were there and walked through. Fox 35's Manny Martinez was on the blue carpet for the event at Epic Universe and has the story.
We had a who's who of stars walk the blue carpet here at Epic Universe tonight. We had movie stars, we had comedians, football stars, a wrestler, as well as some big creators, all with one thing in common: excitement for Epic Universe. Walking into Celestial Park through the Chronos, does it at all match walking out, running out of the tunnel?
Yeah, I mean, maybe similar with the butterflies, but a little less pressure on my shoulders walking in here, but it's just so well done. You know, they hit it out of the park, pardon the pun, and just love seeing the creativity that people have to make things come to life where you think, I never would have thought of that.
I started doing this stuff when I was 10 years old, and I thought, maybe someday I can work in the movies, and it happened amazingly, and just to see the influence that my work has had and see somebody make something that looks like that, it's mind-blowing to me.
It's like finishing a movie and then walking into the movie and going hi to all the characters, which I feel are characters from my childhood. I know them so well. I mean, the walls of my room were covered with monsters. I was literally a monster kid. So to me, these characters are simply part of my DNA.
For me, this is such a huge deal. I grew up with family in Tampa, and this is Universal Ride the Movies era, and we'd come here and Confrontation and all this. Universal Studios was a huge part of our lives as kids, so to be part of a blue carpet ceremony on the day that this is opening up to the world is the cool things that you get to do.
At the Helios Grand Hotel, shining here at the center of Epic Universe in the nighttime. Here at the park today, Governor DeSantis was here. He didn't walk the blue carpet, but he got to take in the sights and the sounds. And Universal says that Epic Universe, with it, our universe will never be the same. And you got that sense from the stars here tonight. At Epic Universe, Manny Martinez, Fox 35 News.
Yeah, and some of those celebrities you saw there, Kirk Cousins, a NFL football player, Rick Baker, a 7-time Oscar-winning makeup artist. You saw Danny Elfman, a film composer and the composer for Epic Universe. Also, Cody Rhodes, WWE superstar as well. So a lot of celebrities out there for that. Well, if you have any questions as the day goes on, also put those in the chat here. Chase asking why the Harry Potter ride is broken on opening day. Let me show you here. It is still showing that it is down for the moment, showing delayed. It was up to a 300-minute wait when it began. Would you know there were some technical issues with it during the previews early on, and that it was actually closed down for several days to try to iron those out ahead of the grand opening. So having some more issues today, but like we've heard from some of our theme park experts, new technology, you really don't know how it's necessarily going to react until you start continuing to run it. So some more issues with that today. But again, the advice that we've heard from folks at the park, go check out the other rides, and then hopefully that will be back up later today. Well, I want to let you know our streaming coverage is going to continue here in just a couple of minutes with our Epic Universe 101 special hosted by David Martin and Theren White. And then we'll be back here at 2 o'clock with more live coverage on Fox 35 News Plus, more live interviews and guests. So we have so much more coverage over the next 4 hours here on Fox Local and on YouTube. We hope you keep it right.
Hi, everybody. It's time to take a deep look at Universal's Epic Universe for the next hour. My name is David Martin, and I cannot do this alone. That's why my friend Theren White is joining me in the studio today. Theren, how you doing, my friend?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm excited to be here.
Likewise. So, Theren, you run everything you need to know.info. It's a blog that does what specifically?
We cover travel, food, lifestyle, and after-hours content all over the place, but more specifically, a lot focused on Florida.
And theme parks specifically?
A lot of theme parks, yes.
We're talking about Universal's Epic Universe. I've been once for a solid day from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. I needed a lot more time to soak it all in. And you've been how many days?
I've been 2 separate times.
Wow, it is fantastic. In a sentence or two, how would you describe what Universal is trying to accomplish with Epic Universe?
This definitely feels like the next evolution of a park. This feels like something that they have been pushing towards, and finally they had the budget, the time, and the place to get it done.
This is their fourth gate, right? They have Universal Studios, Islands of Adventure, and Volcano Bay, all on the west side of I-4. This fourth gate is on the east side of I-4, and it's called Epic Universe, opens May 22nd, and the moment you walk in, you know you're up for something amazing.
Truly. You walk under the Kronos, you look out into Celestial Park, it's just, what a stunning, stunning view.
Well, let's let our audience decide if they agree with us. Take a look. When you enter Epic Universe, you're not just walking through a gate. You're stepping under something called the Chronos. VIP tour guide Alicia Linton explains what that is.
We're going through our first portal with a beautiful saying on the top of it, beyond this gate, find gardens green and epic worlds to fill your dreams.
After you snap your photo of the Chronos, it's off to the first world, Celestial Park, filled with lush gardens, sparkling waterways, and strolling paths. Celestial Park puts the park back in theme park. All around you is stunning architecture inspired by astronomical and mythological elements. Toward the back of this world is the new Helios Grand Hotel, a 500-room luxury resort which has its own dedicated entrance to Epic Universe. Now, Celestial Park is the main portal to the other 4 worlds that you'll explore at Epic. It's all about relaxation, eating, and shopping here. It's got the gorgeous Constellation Carousel with fantastical whirls through the Milky Way. But the marquee attraction here is something called Stardust Racers.
Way back in the day, Celestians would travel via comets and shooting stars. They would pull them out of the skies, use their power, and travel to different worlds. And it became a little dangerous because a lot of people would get stuck. So they're like, it's probably not a great idea to do that anymore for time travel. So he created a way for us to still ride the comets safely with 2 dueling coasters. We have Photon and Pulsar.
Here we go. It's your exclusive look at the platform of Stardust Racers. Stardust Racers is a dual-launch roller coaster that sends guests rocketing through the skies aboard comets in a race to see who's the fastest of them all. The tracks run parallel, intertwine, and crisscross multiple times for the entire race. Your coaster cars, either green or yellow, get so close to each other that you feel you can almost touch your competitors' hands. Stardust Racers reaches speeds up to 62 miles per hour and heights up to 133 feet.
Oh man, I want to ride it over and over and over again. Wouldn't you agree?
Did we just do that?
We did. We did it twice in a row. Kind of back seat, front seat.
I think I'm too dizzy to do 3.
Yeah, we need some lunch. We need lunch. Oh my God, though. Fantastic ride. Stardust Racers. 11 out of 10.
And here's an Easter egg. Look at the back of the coaster cars. A flux capacitor. The technology for time travel in Back to the Future. Doc Brown would be very proud of that moment. Okay, so you and I both agree, Stardust Racers, unreal. It's potentially the best.
It is one of the greatest roller coasters I've ever been on. And I thought it was going to be amazing, but actually having ridden on both sides now, what an amazing addition to the Universal portfolio.
Absolutely, and the ride goes on and on. There's not a point where you're like, okay, we're getting close to the end of this coaster. It's action-packed from the minute you get in to the minute you get off.
Yes, I felt like you launch and then you launch again, and you just feel like I've never felt like there was a slow moment. You are barreling through that coaster the entire time.
And I hope people go on it who are coaster buffs, keep your eyes open the entire time. There are multiple moments when you look like you're gonna come into a collision with your competing coaster. If you keep your hands up like we all do, it's almost like you're going to go fingertip to fingertip with your competitors.
And I think that's probably my favorite part of the coaster is I've been on a couple other dueling coasters around the United States, and that's what's so much fun about them. We've got the music and we've got the thrill and we've got the launches, but being that close to another group of people, you become friends with strangers mid-ride. Like you go down there and you're like, I'll see you in a second, and then you flip over them, and that's what made the coaster so cool to me.
You do, and you're smiling and laughing at each other as you're flipping over each other. It's such a great addition to Central Florida. There's not a coaster like it in the state.
Correct.
Anywhere close. All right, so let's slow down the thrills a bit. There was a carousel I had mentioned in that piece, and I didn't get a chance to go on it or even see it up close, but you've been on it.
Yes.
It is called what?
The Celestial Carousel.
Okay, very good. But it does something unique, doesn't it?
Yeah, so where a normal carousel is going to be connected at the top and it kind of picks you up and you go in a normal circle, this one's going to be a little different. So instead you're actually going to have a turntable in the middle with little mini turntables around. So some people go right, some people are going left, your vehicles go up and down. And you'd be surprised. I feel like a normal carousel goes up a couple of feet, goes back and down, but you are way up, 6 feet up in the air. You are looking out over everyone. There's stained glass on the ceiling. It is just, it's a work of art for a carousel. And I feel like a lot of the original theme parks were based around the carousel, based around family fun. And so because of that, it's so great that they cemented their park. The center of this park is a carousel, just like the originals from years ago.
And it's surrounded by a ton of water.
Ton of water.
right?
Yeah, it's almost like the amount of water they have in Celestial Park, I would almost consider excessive. The amount of money that they're spending on those fountains and to keep the water in there, it's excessive in a great way. But it's just, it is a park. I mean, Celestial Park cements itself as a park.
Well, they said in the press release, they want to put the word park back in theme park, and they have succeeded because there's lush landscaping.
Absolutely.
Those trees are baby trees. In about 10 years, it's going to be really stunning. And you can tell walking around in the daytime, there are light installations everywhere, which means at night, Celestial Park is going to be a showstopper.
I totally agree. I haven't not been able to see it at night, but some of the pictures of like fans who've been in helicopters who've taken pictures of it, you can see what they're getting ready for. And it just, I think it's going to be stunning. Like you said, too, the trees just got added in, so give them a couple years, let them kind of grow their roots, and it's going to be gorgeous.
Okay, so those are the two rides in Celestial Park. You've got Stardust Racers and you have the Carousel. Am I missing any?
No, those
right?
are the two main attractions.
There's a gorgeous restaurant there called Atlantis, right?
Yes.
And
The
you've been in
Atlantic,
the Atlantic.
Yes.
Okay, and you've been inside it.
Yes. This is not only one of the prettiest restaurants I've seen in a theme park, this is one of the prettiest restaurants I have ever seen in my life. Multiple story panes of glass. We have got a track on the ceiling where they have old Victorian styled fish, look like they're swimming above you. So gigantic robotic fish. We've got bronze hand crafted sculptures. I haven't been able to eat there yet. I just got to look at it, but wow, what a restaurant.
Do we know what kind of menu is going to be offered there?
Mostly seafood based.
Oh, it
so
makes
it's a
sense.
higher end restaurant. It's going to have a lot of seafood based in there. We don't know the exact all the menu items, but just from the stuff we've seen so far, it should be a really high end place.
So I presume that's going to be a make your reservations ahead of time kind of restaurant?
Yeah, definitely a recommendation to get those reservations ahead of time. And you can do it in the park as well. In Celestial Park, they have 4 different like guest relations centers, and you can go to them and ask them about the park, add your credit card if you're going to do that for maybe a band or something like that, or add it to your room key. Any kind of questions you can do there, but if you can get advanced reservations, do that.
And Celestial Park is also where the bulk of the shopping is, right? So all your merchant, I mean, every world has its own individual shopping,
Correct.
but this one has the big stores.
Yes, it's got some of the big shops. It's also got a Christmas themed shop, which I really love.
Oh, really?
So you can go in there. They've got a candy store, and there's this bear. His name is Cacao, Captain Cacao, and people have flipped out over this character. He's a little plushy bear, sells chocolate. I think we'll probably learn more about him as the park gets ready to open and all that, but he's in love already.
You got to wonder if the Universal executives know what's going to work in advance. And if people are already going nuts over it, they can capitalize on that, expand that character, right? Again, this is Celestial Park. It is the first park you walk into, and from there you can go to the other 4 worlds. There's Super Nintendo, there's Harry Potter, there's Isle of Berk from How to Train Your Dragon, and of course there's the Dark Universe with the classic monsters. So as somebody walking in for the first time, would you suggest they go in a particular order, or does it not matter?
When Universal does their early park admission, so if you're staying at their hotels, you get early park admission, and that's going to include Super Nintendo World as well as Stardust Racers. If you're one of those people, run straight to Super Nintendo World, get that done. It's going to be very, very popular. If you're someone that doesn't have that, avoid Super Nintendo World because the hotel crowds are going to be there. Really, it's going to kind of go down to what is your main goal. There's so much to do in this park. I think it's difficult to do it in one day. Borderline impossible. Go to what you want.
1000% agree. Is there a paper map for this or no?
That I'm aware of right now, no, but you can go on the Universal Parks app right now and see everything, including all the shops, the dining, all of it.
Study the map ahead of time. And we'll talk a bit more later about what you need to watch before you go into these worlds. All right, when we come back, and we have a lot more ahead, he just mentioned it, Super Nintendo World. We are going to get our game on inside that world. We'll be right back here. back to our very in-depth look at Universal's epic universe. In the past 10 minutes, we had discussed in-depth Celestial Park. It's the first world that you'll enter when you go through the gate and walk under the Kronos. And with me is my friend Toad, Theren the Toad, Theren the Toad White. Let's do it, my friend. You are the owner of Everything You Need to Know.info.
Correct.
Remind us again what that is.
Everything You Need to Know covers travel, food, lifestyle, and after-hours content. A lot for theme parks, a lot for travel, a lot for everything.
Yeah, you're good. This guy knows everything about theme parks. You worked in theme parks for years too.
I did, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so before we go on to our next world, I want to go back to Celestial Park because in the break you had mentioned there's a restaurant that no one has seen yet in Celestial Park called
the Blue Dragon.
And what's that?
So the Blue Dragon is going to be near the Helios Grand, the main hotel that's connected to the park. It's an Asian and Japanese inspired restaurant. We're expected to get sushi and a bunch of stuff like that. But even from the media days, from the coverage, no one has appeared to have gone in there. You can see on the outside it actually has a gigantic sculpted blue dragon for you to walk under. But we're still interested to hear more about that because it's another fine dining place inside the park.
So fine dining does matter because us locals will tend to go there.
Absolutely.
Right? All right, it is time now to move into our first world that is one of 4 of them off of Celestial Park. And this one is called Super Nintendo World. And based on what Theren is wearing on his head, you can dress up for the part too. Take a look.
One of the most remarkable aspects of Universal Epic Universe is how the theme park transports you from world to world. In this case, going from the centerpiece of the property, Celestial Park, to Super Nintendo World is unlike anything I've ever seen. The anticipation builds as you enter the iconic green pipe. And when you pop out,
you literally step into a video game.
utter joy and sheer delight. The vibrant scenery from the Super Mario video game franchise is dazzling beyond comprehension. Stimulation to the max, a true vibe of we are kids of all ages. The colorful landscapes of the Mushroom Kingdom come to life with multiple experiences. For example, in Mario Kart Bowser's Challenge, you'll pop on the hat and steer your Mario Kart through a variety of immersive courses to collect coins and toss shells, competing with your friends, of course, for points. Slow it down a bit on Yoshi's Adventure, a family-friendly ride with breathtaking views of Super Mario Land as you search for glowing eggs.
Diddy Kong.
Make sure to buy a wearable power-up band. This wrist accessory will enhance your play throughout the world and help you collect important coins and keys to unlock hidden surprises. And then you'll find out what's up by going down to Donkey Kong Country. Get lost in the lush tropical landscape of tall trees, waterfalls, and landmarks like the Golden Temple from the classic arcade game. The marquee attraction here? Minecart Madness. You'll hop into a minecart and careen through the jungle to help Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong protect the coveted golden banana on this first-of-its-kind family coaster. The innovative technology has your cart blasting out of a barrel and jumping over huge gaps as you speed along a rickety track. This ride is absolutely hilarious.
Okay, we laughed our tails off on that one. Well, we'll get to that in a moment here. Let's go back to the moment when you walk or take an escalator up in. This is the only portal, by the way, with an escalator.
Correct, yep.
And you saw the green tube, the iconic green tube. To me, this is the world that left me the most speechless when you pop out of that portal and walk into Super Nintendo World.
Yeah, that grand reveal with the music just blasting as you walk in, you are teleported into the video game 100%.
We should mention that you can't see what these worlds look like from Celestial Park. They've designed these parks and these entryways, these portals so well that you can't even hear them and you certainly can't see them until you cross through the portal. And this one, they've turned up the volume of the noise and the music, so you do feel like you're in an arcade game.
Absolutely. One thing I loved about going into this land is, obviously, this is ridiculous, right? Most of the people in there understand it's ridiculous, and the team members also act ridiculous. So because of that, I feel like so many people, I was watching like the grumpy dad who, was just going to the park because he paid for it, whatever. If they were doing that, they like dropped their guard. I was watching people just walk into the park and doing like the iconic Nintendo dance as they were going in. Yeah. And people were just being silly. And that is so great about this land is I feel like you can drop your guard and just be nuts because the whole land is nuts.
All right, let's talk about some of the marquee attractions there, particularly in the Super Mario or the Mario. There's like a land in there actually.
Yeah, they're kind of split up. It's one of the only two that's kind of split into two. You've got like the Super Mario Brothers area, and then you've got Donkey Kong Country.
Right. Okay. So in the Super Mario Brothers, you've got the ride, the Mario Kart ride.
Yes.
Where you have to wear your Mario hat, and then you sit in your car, you put on these unique glasses or goggles or something, and then you have a steering wheel. I found this ride to be the most complex for me to understand because I didn't know what I was supposed to do on it exactly.
Yeah, so Mario Kart Bowser's Challenge is half ride, half video game. Those goggles that you're wearing, those are augmented reality lenses.
Okay.
So they have the physical sets inside of the land, but then they also have the stuff that you can see with your eyes. It's a lot going on. It's a lot like if you're playing a video game. There's a lot of things you can do. There's a lot of places you can look at. So it's a lot to catch up with. You're going to be shooting at those targets. You're going to be trying to get points and ultimately beat Bowser as your team. It's definitely a game I think that has a lot of rewritability because it is arcade style.
Okay, right, and I'm not sure that I'm the demographic that would understand it out of the gate. This is probably somebody you mentioned play video games, but our youth will love this.
Yes.
Right?
Absolutely. I think this is definitely a land that leads itself. I mean, Nintendo has multiple generations of fans, so if you've been a video game fan for a long time, specifically kids that love video games, I mean, they're going to walk into this land and lose their mind.
Right, and they'll know how to use all those buttons immediately.
Immediately, yeah.
The other beautiful ride that everyone keeps taking pictures of is Yoshi's Adventure?
Yoshi's Adventure, yep.
It's the slow-moving one. It kind of reminds me of almost like a people mover kind of ride.
Yeah.
And it's slow in a good way.
Yeah, I think it's fantastic for views. It's fantastic for younger kids as well. It's got a little bit of the gamification, like where you have to find the eggs and you press the button and find them. Pretty easy game, but it's still something to interact and look around at. I think the colors, though, and the views, it might be the best view in the entire land.
Yeah, my biggest chief complaint about that ride is it's too short.
Yeah, I would like it to be a little longer. I think it could go around the land a little bit more, but it's very close to, if not the exact same ride path as they had in Japan. So we kind of got that pulled directly over for Universal Studios Japan, and maybe that's the reason why.
Okay, that makes sense. We would be remiss if we didn't mention what goes on your wrist here. We each got one here. So you've got two of them.
Yes, we've got Yoshi here and Toad.
And mine is Diddy Dong. Or Diddy Dong?
Diddy Kong?
Diddy Kong. Yeah. Not Diddy Dong. No. This is the nephew of Donkey Kong. But it says DD on it. You can't read it from there. But anyways, it was appropriate for my name, I thought. And you wear it. It's easy to snap on, right? To go on your wrist. And how many different styles of wristband do they have, the pop-ups?
So we've got Mario, Luigi, Princess Peach, we've got Toad, Yoshi, Donkey Kong, and Diddy Kong.
Okay, gosh.
I believe that's all the options, but who knows, they might add a bunch more in the future.
And you wear this, and you saw in the video, you hit the boxes and the question marks, and what do you do with these exactly?
So this is going to hook up to the Universal Orlando app. It's actually going to track where you were going. It tracks when you're on the rides. It tracks if you hit some of those question mark blocks, and a bunch more inside the land, including you doing mini games. You can see it on your phone, as well as it's going to be on screens inside of the land itself. And so you can actually be the best video game player in Super Nintendo World for the entire day out of everyone in the park. You'll know on your app, and then it actually helps you unlock a fourth attraction as well.
Oh, wow. That's kind of a hidden one.
Yes.
So a little Easter egg, if you will.
Yes.
We got to get downstairs to the Donkey Kong Country because I thought the ride there was spectacular. It's called Minecart Madness.
That is correct.
And this is the one that everyone's, where you jump the track. Everyone talks about how does it do it exactly? It's technology. It's very new technology. You're riding in your cart multiple times. You're like, where is this going to go? And you magically jump gaps.
That is correct.
You've been on it?
I have.
Oh, I loved it. Did you?
It was the one that I really, when they announced it, the idea of it is wild. The idea of trying to jump off a track, obviously you're connected to another track, but they hide it in a certain way.
They do.
The way that they did it, it's so wild, and I think it really aligns itself to video games because, I mean, you take drastic hard turns. It's not the smoothest coaster in the world. You do get shaken around a little bit, but I feel like that's what fits the minecart aspect. You've got Donkey Kong in there, you're jumping around, you're splashing through water, and then being even off the ride, just seeing it jump around the land, it's cool.
It is, and you mentioned rickety. It's not not that rickety, but it makes you laugh.
It does.
Because it jerks you around in a funny way. Everyone in my cart was howling.
Yes, yes. It is a wild ride is maybe the best way to say it.
Yeah, that is, again, the Donkey Kong portion, which, by the way, you have to, is there an escalator to get down, or is it just
You walk straight
staircase?
through. So once you go into Super Nintendo World, you're actually going to be up on the second floor.
Right.
You'll end up taking elevators or stairs to go down to this main floor, and then that's where Donkey Kong Country is. It has its own kind of a mini portal into its area.
Yeah, I thought you could spend hours in Super Nintendo World and not see everything. Any food or restaurants we need to be aware of in that world?
They have a main restaurant there. It's Toad's Cafe, so you can go inside and see with screens. It looks like Toad himself is cooking up all of your food. You can look out, and sometimes Bowser even attacks outside the virtual windows, and so the clouds get dark and weather gets affected. I haven't been able to try any of that food yet, but people said it's really, really well themed and it's fun. So there's a ton of food options.
My guess it's going to be geared toward kids.
Yes, yeah.
Comfort food for the kids, right?
Yeah. There's in all 5 of the portal worlds of side of Universal Epic Universe, there's something for kids, there's something for adults, but this definitely has very colorful cakes, cupcakes, stuff like that, where kids are going to they're going to lose their mind.
And I got to tell you, the merchandising in this world,
as you can see, yes.
Yeah, there's shirts and hats and trophies and headbands. There is something for everybody. Everywhere you look, you could spend some money easily at the swag shops there in Super Nintendo World. All right, when we come back, we're going to go into another world. We have How to Train Your Dragon, Isle of Berk on tap. You don't want to miss that. And we'll be right back. This in-depth look at Universal's Epic Universe opening May 22nd. I'm David Martin with my co-host today, Theren White from everythingyouneedtoknow.info. All right, Theren, so far we've talked about Celestial Park, which is the entrance world, if you will, at the new theme park here from Universal. And then we went into Super Nintendo World last break. Now we're gonna do something all about dragons. This is called How to Train Your Dragon, Isle of Berk. And if you've not seen the 3 How to Train Your Dragon movies, I'll totally recommend you rent them or buy them before you come out here. Agreed?
I completely agree. Those 3 movies are really going to kind of set you up for this land. You can enjoy it as is, but seeing that the emotional impact you're going to have of going through that portal and seeing Isle of Berk done into a massive scale, it's going to be worth your time to see the movies.
Let's show the audience.
From Celestial Park, you'll step through a giant portal into something called Isle of Berk, based on the Academy Award-nominated film trilogy, How to Train Your Dragon. This world at Epic Universe is an authentic recreation of the rugged, rocky land where raucous Vikings and rambunctious dragons live together in hilarious harmony. Guests will discover 4 attractions, 1 live theater show, 3 eateries, and dragons everywhere. Do yourself a favor, though, and make sure to watch How to Train Your Dragon Parts 1 through 3 to get a full understanding of what you're witnessing here, because it is breathtaking. We got the chance to try a family thrill ride named after the film's main character called Hiccup's Wing Gliders. It's a roller coaster where Hiccup invites brave new Vikings to hop aboard his latest glider contraption. You'll soar into the sky, reaching speeds up to 45 miles per hour. And this one's a blast. Next to it is Dragon Racers Rally.
We're gonna flip it, baby. We're going for the flip.
The Isle of Berk's new Viking racers are in complete control of their trainers and can practice aerobatic maneuvers and barrel rolls up to 67 feet in the air. Over on the water, there's a wet and wild boat battle called Fire Drill, where you practice putting out fires using water cannons. It's a crucial skill to master when living with dragons. And speaking of dragons, they come to life on stage in a heartwarming story called The Untrainable Dragon. No videos or photos allowed of that show, but I can tell you it was incredible.
Hands down, one of the absolute best theme park shows I've ever seen. The production value is top-notch. The storyline's incredible. Standing ovation. People were cheering. My recommendation, watch the first 3 How to Train Your Dragon movies, though, before you watch it. You will love it. 10 out of 10. Amazing.
And perhaps the marquee attraction inside How to Train Your Dragon, Isle of Berk, is the meet and greet with the humble Hiccup and his adorable trained Night Fury dragon, Toothless.
As long as mutual respect, most dragons will, let you know.
Beautiful. Pleasure meeting you, Toothless. Okay, not gonna lie, that was amazing. And there were folks who were tearing up there and touching Toothless.
From the videos I've seen of Toothless and seeing him from afar, that might be one of the best character meet and greets on the planet. It looks so real.
And it's not just Toothless, it's because Hiccup, he's just with his crooked smile and his mannerisms and how his cadence and how he speaks. If there was a live action movie, and I understand there's one coming out this summer, he should have been the star because he nailed his part there. Hiccup and Toothless. The meet and greet that you do not want to miss inside the Isle of Berk. Another thing you don't want to miss, and I mentioned it in that piece, the theater show. Incredible. It was so heartwarming. There were people in there literally like, oh, I didn't know we were going to cry at a theater show at a theme park. Yet there wasn't a dry eye in that theater.
That originally started over at Universal Studios Beijing, and it got insane ratings. People were blown away with that ride, and so I'm so glad it's here, because majority of us are not going to have the opportunity to go over and see that. Right. So now that it's here in Orlando, we can go and enjoy it. I've not yet seen it, but I've watched the video of it in Beijing, and from what I've seen, I was like, I'm going to be very impressed when I do get to see it with my eyes.
Oh, no, it's great. They nailed the storyline, and the rigging in there is over the top. So even if you don't ride any rides, those 2 attractions right there are worth the price of admission. But the rides are wonderful. That wing glider ride, the official name escapes me.
Hiccup's Wing Gliders.
Okay, Hiccup's Wing Gliders. It's a launch coaster.
It's a family-friendly style launch coaster, and what I think is so great about that attraction is, for what it is, I think it was perfect. It's just enough thrill, but it's not something where you're flipping upside down multiple times. It goes through the land. It adds kinetic energy to the land, even if you're not on the attraction. It's got a storyline. It's got audio. The first time I rode that ride, I got off, and I literally just started clapping as I was coming back in, because like, you guys nailed it. You nailed it.
Absolutely, hands down agree. And it also goes over the water multiple times.
Yes.
In fact, speaking of water, there's a great water ride there. It's called Fire Drill. Fire Drill.
Yes.
F-Y-R-E, fire, right?
Yeah.
And it's one of those rides where if you need to cool down,
you could definitely cool down on that one. You might get soaked, to be honest. I didn't go on that one solely because I was like, I have limited time and I don't want to walk around completely soaked. One day, though, that's going to be a great opportunity for that, and you can look at it anywhere from inside the land.
Correct. I agree with you. I didn't want to get wet on our preview day Saturday either. So, but if you've been to other parks in the world, you know how those work. You have a cannon of water and you shoot at things. And then that thing in the sky, they call that...
That one is the Dragon Train. I'm not remembering that one exactly. It's a Dragon Training one, but I'm losing its name right now.
But it's
Dragon Racers Rally.
That's exactly right.
There we go.
And it's got like 12 of you on one spinning mechanism there.
Correct. And you go really high up.
You do go high up, and you're supposed to be able to flip your car into 360 motion there. And all of us tried, we could not.
Okay.
And not sure if they're going to loosen it up a little bit so you can, or if they were intentionally trying to keep us from flipping.
Around.
But I can see where you'd want to flip.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's just kind of a very easy going ride. It looks more intense than it really is, to be honest with you. I liked it. Now let's talk about food in that world. Is there any restaurant?
So there's kind of people have kind of called it the Chipotle of Universal. You can get these big bowls, you can get steak or chicken, and then they even have a mac and cheese in a cone. So I have not been able to try that. That is the first thing I want to run towards next time I can go, is you get this big wraparound, like a pretzel cone, filled with mac and cheese up to the top. They've got goldfish and stuff. I've been told that one's amazing, but I've not yet tried it.
Oh, that'll be a big seller. I didn't get to try any of the food yet, so that's why I'm asking you about the food. We had no time. We had one catered meal when I was there, and it was just to get us in and out.
Yeah,
so keep moving in different worlds. There's also one more character meet and greet I want to mention, Astrid.
Yes.
She looks exactly like the Astrid from the films.
They really, when it came to the entertainment in that land, I feel like they nailed it. Because it's not just that. Did you see one of the baby walk-around dragons? Did you see Dart?
No, I did not see Dart.
So you can meet Toothless's babies inside of the land, and they walk around just by themselves. They're about this tall, and they walk around inside the land, and they're amazing to see. I haven't seen anyone touch them, so they might need a little bit more room because they are small. They're babies, but they can do tricks. They have their own little mini show, and people freak out over them.
Wow, I can't wait. And I'm going to quote you here because you have the notes here. You say, this is potentially the best family-focused land that Universal has ever built. Very balanced.
Correct. That is the thing that I think is the most important for this land. It felt when I walked out, I was like, man, this could almost be its own miniature regional theme park all on itself. It had the food, it had the entertainment, it had the kids area, it's got a place to go for the park, plenty of seating inside the shade. Of the 5 lands inside of Universal Epic Universe, I think this one is the most balanced of just having everything for everyone.
High-octane thrills, too, with that glider ride.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah. It definitely has the thrill aspect for that coaster.
Well, they nailed it, and they've nailed all of them. But that one, I agree with you. All-encompassing, no question about it. All right, so we're just getting started here. Can't believe it. It takes multiple days to get through, which is why we're going to show you more worlds when we come back. When we do come back, we're going to hit something called the Dark Universe for you classic movie monster fans. Universal, as we know, is the pioneer of horror film, and they've absolutely nailed this one as well. We'll be right back to show you. Welcome back to the very in-depth look at Universal's Epic Universe opening May 22nd. I'm David Martin, and my co-host for this program is Theren White, who owns everythingyouneedtoknow.info, and he does have a wealth of knowledge about theme parks, which is why he's here. You've been to Epic twice so far. You have another scheduled date later this month. I'm hoping to get back in between now and the opening date, but if not, I'll be there for a week on opening week.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
I'm jealous.
a big media event. But we've learned a lot so far on the tour that I've taken. I had a VIP tour, which was great. I assume VIP tours will be offered to the crowd?
They will, yes. Every single day you can do VIP tours, either private for just your family. They're pricey, but you can do that. Or you can do private tours where you're kind of in groups. So it's just 10 people, 15 people. You're all going to be put together. You still get to get onto the rides really fast, but you might be with strangers.
And that's what we had on Saturday. So I wanted to show the audience now a look at our 4th world. It is called Dark Universe. Take a look.
The journey to Dark Universe begins the moment you step through the electrifying portal, which harnesses the dark energy of Darkmoor. Universal was the pioneer of the horror movie genre, so it makes sense that they completely nailed to perfection the Dark Universe world, opening to the public on May 22nd at Universal's Epic Universe. The street sphere in Darkmoor is filled with creepy delights and unsettling characters who have the native knack to do this. What? The marquee attraction here is the extraordinary Monsters Unchained, the Frankenstein experiment. It's a stunningly terrifying, state-of-the-art dark ride that takes you deep into the catacombs of Frankenstein's manor, where Dr. Victoria Frankenstein demonstrates her twisted lab trials. But all hell breaks loose and you wind up getting thrusted into an intense ride where you have to evade the grasps of the Wolfman, the Mummy, the creature from the Black Lagoon, and the Brides of Dracula. My seat partner on this ride screamed in genuine fright multiple times. It's a scary good time. On the outside of the manor, deep in the woods, you'll come across the Curse of the Werewolf, a spinning family coaster inspired by the Wolfman. You, in your wagon, simply have to avoid getting attacked by werewolves. Easier said than done.
A lot with the word curse in it. I listened a lot. It's funny. It's a funny ride. All right, that was great. Loved it.
There's a monstrous makeup experience in Dark Universe, an ominous steakhouse to feast at, and a head-turning tavern called the Burning Blade. Darkmoor's monsters have transformed this old fiery mill into their favorite hangout with comfort food and specialty beverages.
All right, now I never got a chance to eat again at the park that day, but you ate something at that Burning Blade.
That is correct. So the Burning Blade Tavern is so cool. It's back from the original Frankenstein movie. When the Burning Blade burned down, obviously this one's not going to collapse, but you do get to see it ignite multiple times per hour. And you go inside, they've got specialty cocktails. And then the two things, I got to try like a jalapeno popper that looks like it's cold. It's black. It gets all over your hands, but it was delicious. And then they have a pretzel, a garlic pretzel steak. So it looks like a steak you'd stab into a vampire. And it's covered in garlic. It's a little pretzel. It's a good little snack to walk around with.
I kind of feel like they took a bit of their knowledge from Halloween Horror Nights and put it into the theme park, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
No brainer.
Not just from the food, but to the characters, and hopefully when we get to see it at night, some of the atmosphere for that as well.
Yeah, and you mentioned that Burning Blade. At day, it's beautiful, and at night, I bet it's just frightening.
You could see it way better during the daytime than I expected. For flames, I was
absolutely
like,
great.
It was easily visible.
Yeah. Looks like something's on fire if you don't know what it is.
Yes.
It's very authentic. Now, that Monsters Unchained ride, the dark ride inside Frankenstein's manor, I loved it. And you have an interesting line, if I may read it, because I like your critiques. It's not as scary as you initially thought it was going to be. You call it more of a monster fan love letter.
Correct. When they initially announced it, and because of Halloween Horror Nights, I was almost a little nervous that families just would be horrified to go on this attraction. Now, of course, there is some blood, there's some gore. It's not like it's for every kid. But I felt that it was, like I said, a love letter to monsters. It is just monster after monster, a fight to the death, beautiful set pieces, animatronics, the music, the cue, all of it is really, really set up for that. And that's where I kind of felt like I wouldn't tell someone to avoid it if you think you're going to be horrified. I do not put it to the level of Halloween Horror Nights scary.
Agreed. Horrified, it's not. But there are a few jump scares.
There are jump scares, yeah.
Because your vehicle thrusts forward into pitch blackness, and all of a sudden, poof, up comes a monster. That was amazing.
Oh, yes. But their use of screens and animatronics and the effects that they did are fantastic. I just don't want someone to be so scared they don't try out this attraction.
1,000% agree. And your car itself, like a lot of times you're on your back moving, you know, parallel with the ceiling of the building.
Yeah, if you've been on the Harry Potter Forbidden Journey attraction over at Universal's Islands of Adventure, same style ride vehicles. You're going to sit with four. You're kind of on a robotic arm that's moving around like this, and it can move you forward, backward, left, wherever it wants to go.
Agreed.
You're going to be moved.
Okay, Curse of the Werewolf, the spinning coaster. You've not been on it?
I have not.
I've been on it, loved it. My chief complaint is it was too short.
Okay.
But it was a small footprint, so I wasn't expecting something super long. But I loved it. My point is I wanted more. So the re-rideability factor on that is insane because you never know which way your cars are going to spin because it's based on the weight of the people inside your particular car.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people say that you almost are trying to group up with people. If you're a party of two, find another party of two that's not the same size as you so you can spin a lot. Or if you don't like that, try to find people who look just like you.
That's interesting, yeah. Find somebody double your weight if you want to spin. That's funny. It's a great ride. And And those are the two main attractions in there. There's also a makeup experience there.
Yes, that can start all the way at its lowest is $45 up to $169 for adults. The basic version is you're going to get makeup done on your face. The maximum version is you can have prosthetics, makeup, a full outfit that's with you. But it's important to note because it's for kids and adults. Adults cannot buy alcohol after you get that done. You've had so much done to your face, you actually have to sign something and saying, hey, I can't buy alcohol because I look nothing like my ID after this.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, I was wondering where that was going. Okay, that's fascinating. And if you're going to do it, I guess get it done at the beginning of the day so you can enjoy your makeup all day long.
Yeah, absolutely. They have reservations for it as well, so you can get that reserved to make sure before you visit that you know, like, I have a 10 a.m. time.
But imagine getting dressed up with all those prosthetics and going over to Super Mario Land looking like a monster.
That's true. I mean, I did see people that were wearing the Toad hat and other stuff from other lands inside of Dark Universe. Maybe you can, you know, there's 5 different portal worlds that you can visit. Represent your world. That you say, I am a monster fan, but I'm excited to visit the other places.
Very good. And the food we talked about, there's something called Das Steakhouse?
Yes. So it's based off vampires. You know, they've got the stake through them, and that's the end of the vampire. Very well themed on the inside.
Yes.
And they've got, like any of the Universal parks, they've got some of the Coca-Cola freestyle machines, so you can get multiple refills. They actually have an exclusive flavor just for that area. So if you do get a drink from there, you can actually get a specific drink made for the Dark Universe area.
Oh, neat, okay. And the Street Sphere characters are fabulous.
They're so much fun.
And they scare people.
Yeah.
And you're afraid that they might tone it down?
Yeah, so I love the characters so much. I feel like they're so accurate. They completely nailed it. And that's what scares me sometimes. Is sometimes when you have entertainment, specifically that's like they're scary and they'll get up in your face and they're not afraid to not necessarily be mean, but they'll be honest with you if you say something. So sometimes entertainment like that gets toned down. It's the same reason like if you go to an authentic restaurant in the park, sometimes they pull back the authenticity or they pull back the spice because your average guest might not like that. I love it. I love the characters. I'm all for it. That's just my only nervousness is maybe 2 years from now we might not have those same characters or maybe they're toned down a little bit. Because I mean, you know, you've got the Invisible Man. He has no problem getting in your face.
No, he was right. He was inches away from people and then coming around the corner of their face and they were screaming.
Yeah.
In broad daylight.
And there's a lot of characters in there too.
Yeah, there are. It's excellent. So again, that is called Dark Universe. It's one of the 5 worlds at Epic Universe. When we come back, we'll take you to the 5th and final world. We're going to 1920s Paris with the Wizarding World of Harry Potter, Ministry of Magic. We'll be right back. Welcome back to this very in-depth look at Universal's Epic Universe, opening May 22nd. I'm David Martin. With me for this entire hour has been Theren White, owner of everythingyouneedtoknow.info. And again, that is a blog that features what exactly?
We do travel, food, lifestyle, and after hours. We have social media, we have the website, newsletter, all kinds of stuff, including we've got a really big fan group specifically for Epic Universe on Facebook.
Yeah, you are a theme park expert, no question about it. You've been twice at the park so far. I've been once, and we've seen plenty. We have a lot more to uncover. But in the meantime, let's get to our 5th world now. This is called the Wizarding World of Harry Potter, Ministry of Magic.
No one has captured the essence of the Harry Potter universe better than Universal Orlando, and now the resort is debuting its third installment of the wizard-themed lands with the Wizarding World of Harry Potter Ministry of Magic at the brand new Universal Epic Universe opening May 22nd. When you pass through the portal from Celestial Park, you might gasp, because you're transported to 1920s Paris, and you really have to pinch yourself to make sure you're not dreaming. The attention to detail in this cityscape has set a new and very high bar for theme park theming. Word on the street here, guests could stay all day just exploring this world. There's so much atmosphere to soak in. Live music, super unique shopping, wand magic, an actual artisan wand shop, restaurants, bistros, a moonshine bar. It goes on and on. There's even Le Cirque Arcanus, a full theater show with live aerialists, puppetry, and brilliant special effects. But the marquee attraction inside the Ministry of Magic world is called Harry Potter and the Battle at the Ministry.
The details in the channel by themselves worth the price of admission. It's so immersive.
The adventure begins when guests travel by Metro Flu, a unique mode of wizarding transit inspired by the iconic Flu network seen in the films, to journey from Wizarding Paris to the British Ministry of Magic for the long-awaited trial of the infamous Dolores Umbridge.
Wow. Oh my goodness.
Upon arrival, you'll enter the Ministry's jaw-dropping grand atrium and venture through other departments before boarding magical omnidirectional elevators to watch the trial take place. Until Umbridge attempts to escape, you, Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, and House Elf Higgledy go on a thrilling chase to find her.
Well, I can tell you, Theren, we were one of the first people to be on that ride. On that day we were there, and they had just flipped the switch on it. So the executives got on it, of course, and then some members of the media. It was an honor to be one of the first riders of that. It was sensational.
It sounds incredible.
Yeah, and I would recommend everybody, though, if you're going to go to this world, you need to have watched the movies or read the books, and also watch the two Fantastic Beasts movies. Okay, there's so many characters throughout the entire world that if you don't understand the language and the storylines, you might be a little lost. It doesn't take away the fact, though, that the ride technology was sensational. I don't know how to describe it. People, is it a roller coaster? Is it an indoor ride? It's just a lap belt. I don't know, maybe a lap belt. And then it goes up and down, forward, back. It bumps you around a little bit. Because you've not been on it.
I have not been on it yet. No, it's like the exclusive ride inside that park. It's very, very hard for any of the early admission or anything like that for someone to have done it.
Maybe it's a combination of some of that Spider-Man technology meets the Forbidden Journey, I guess, a little bit of that. But it's not on a claw, so that would be the best way to describe it. It's pretty mild. It's not too intense.
Would you call it technologically magical?
I just might.
Yeah. Okay.
Very good. And when you walk into Britain, when you get transported from Paris to Britain through the Flu, that reveal of the atrium, I heard people gasping. It was tall, monumental. It was incredibly satisfying to walk through that and see what they've done. You just feel like you're in a whole different universe. And so I can't recommend. I feel like that line's going to constantly be moving because it's A, long.
Yeah.
And B, that might help keep the ride line going as well. It might be a people eater as a result of that, I'm hoping.
Yeah, I hope so, because Harry Potter is such a big fan base. And there's so many people that go to Universal that are specifically Harry Potter fans. Yeah. I would hope and assume that this ride has a massive capacity specifically for that.
I think it does. I got the impression that it does. Outside of that particular ride, of course, is 1920s France, Paris, France. Theren, when you walked past the portal, I mean, what'd you think?
So it's funny, I think that portal has both the weirdest entry and then one of the best entries. Because when you first come out, you're just kind of staring around a couple of benches, like you go through that little section, and then you turn around that one wall, and then you go, oh my gosh, here's the land. So you have like a little half reveal moment. But once you go under the archway,
correct,
into Paris, I mean, they rebuilt Paris. I have been to Paris around some of the streets that they based this on. I mean, they built Paris.
They did, and you mentioned something here. I like your notes. The smallest building in the Ministry of Magic world is taller than the tallest building in Diagon Alley, back in the other park.
Yeah, so Diagon Alley at Universal Studios Florida already feels immersive. It feels massive. And then, if you've been there, you can take the scale and the thought of that and realize that the biggest thing they have there is smaller than the smallest building they have in this new land. And you sense that the second you walk in, you're like, it's ludicrous.
Yeah, it's one of those worlds you can spend all day in and not see everything because the details are there. Plenty of food to eat, plenty of drinks to have.
Yep.
There's butter, beer, and you got to get yourself a wand because...
Yeah, I have not seen this yet. This is a fancy looking wand box.
It's triangular. Most wand boxes, just pull the tab out. That's your first time opening one?
It is. This is fancy.
It out. This is one they gave me on Saturday. So what do I do with this exactly?
So there's a lot of different wand areas, interactive areas that you can use when you're inside the land, much like the other two that we have, Hogsmeade and Diagon Alley. But of course, they're going to be amplified for this new one. So we have ones that there's a character, it's called, I believe, a Beetlejuice, and it vanishes. It can disappear and go invisible, and so you can go and use your wand and use Revelio and bring it back. It kind of just literally appears in front of your eyes.
Wow.
When you have the wands, and even some of the older wands, if you don't have maybe the newest version, they also work inside of this land.
Good to know.
So you get to go in here. I see it looks like we have a map and everything, so you can go in and learn more about the land. And well, yeah, there we go. There's the Ministry of Magic world.
See, now you have to get your own wand.
I will. Well, my sister comes down. She's the biggest Harry Potter fan in the world, and I cannot wait to take her there.
Oh, that's great.
She's going to flip.
We should mention the theater show. I did not see it. We were supposed to. We had technical rehearsal problems, so they couldn't get us there, but you've seen it. You love it.
Yes, the Le Cirque Arcanu is one of those shows that I think you have to go in with no spoilers. Avoid it the best that you can. It is a magical experience. I know that feels kind of cliche, but it really is magical. The pre-show alone had people gasping. And so then when you get into the actual theater, the best way I feel like to describe it is a Broadway-style show. It's not very long. It's about 20 minutes. But during those 20 minutes, the special effects, the puppeteering, the performers that they have inside of it, I mean, 10 out of 10. They really nailed magic in front of your eyes.
Well, it is magical. The whole Epic universe is. And if you want to get there early and get an easy walk into the park, you got to stay at the Helios Grand Hotel, which has its own private entrance to Epic Universe through Celestial Park. And we got a tour of that last week. Let's take a look at that new hotel.
In Greek mythology, Helios is the god of the sun, and on this gorgeous evening in Orlando, Florida, he was in perfect form, shining on the new Helios Grand Hotel at Universal Epic, a 500-room property that lets you wake up, roll out of bed, and walk to the theme park in just a few mere steps. The lobby is breathtaking, sky-themed artwork everywhere. To your right, the quick-service Aurora Market. To your left, a restaurant called Flora Tavern. But in the center, that view of the fantastical world is the showstopper, Universal Epic, 5 years in the making. Now the Helios is luxury level, but they want you to be comfortable here, so casual is okay, especially at the pool. Welcome to Lotus Lagoon. 400 lounge chairs, 18 cabanas, 3 of which are waterfront with butlers. The enormous pool is heated, and they've got fire pits and hot tubs. Now let's go back inside. Here's what a standard room looks like. 2 queen beds, and a rollout could sleep 5 in here. Of course, they have bigger rooms and a presidential suite if you need that. And the curtains are controlled by iPad, by the way. And phases of the moon make up the artwork. But the jaw dropper is up on the 10th floor, and that is Bar Helios, where the starry sky is the limit here. 17 signature cocktails and Mediterranean tapas will fill the menu eventually, and it's open late nights. And the Greek words above you, well, those are the names of important people who worked on the hotel's development. Oh, and the views from all of the indoor and outdoor seating remind you why the theme park is called Epic. By the way, you can make reservations to dine and drink here without being an overnight guest. And speaking of the guests, they'll start arriving when Helios opens, and that is May 22nd. At Universal Epic, David Martin, Fox 35 News.
Yeah, we can. We have an update on that opening date. No longer May 22nd. It is
April 16th.
April 16th. Why'd they move it up, you think?
I think maybe they were just ready to go. Maybe this was the plan all along, is to have the people who want to get the grand opening. Honestly, unless Universal tells us, I'm not really sure. It could have just been that they had a timeline and they said, look, we're ready. This park is ready.
Yeah, and they now aren't they selling tickets, pre-opening day tickets?
If you're staying at any of the Universal hotels, you can get early admission tickets. If you're a Universal Pass holder, you can get early admission tickets. If you have the military pass, and if you're a Universal Visa card member. So all of those, that's a lot of options if you're one of those. So if you're not an annual pass holder, but you're a Florida resident, you want to get in there before it opens, stay a night at one of the hotels and get inside.
Yeah, and Terra Luna is open, right?
Yes, Stella Nova and Terra Luna are both open as well.
So it makes sense that Helios is open. Now let's talk about that Helios bar under the dome, because that to me is the marquee attraction at the hotel, particularly at night. I've seen some pictures and video getting leaked from inside there at night. Wow, we is all I can say. They got 17 signature cocktails. They got Mediterranean tapas. That is a place you can go without even entering the park and enjoy being around that world.
I think that's something that locals are going to end up really loving.
Correct.
Obviously, it'll be used a lot for people staying at the hotel, but maybe you don't have an annual pass, you don't have a ticket, but the idea of being able to go there and get a cocktail and a nice meal and look out over this gorgeous park, especially once they start doing more nighttime stuff and you can enjoy that, I mean, I'll go just for that.
Yeah, the rooms themselves look pretty standard. I mean, for a luxury hotel, I was expecting a little more plush. But overall, though, I think you're paying for that view.
Yeah, I mean, the view and
the dedicated entrance.
Yes,
no question about it. All right, so I got a few seconds left. If you had to say what your one favorite world is so far, and that could change.
Oh, that's difficult. I think I actually want to say Celestial Park. It's got Stardust Racers, which is my favorite ride so far in the park. I just love that they dedicated so much to the idea of park. I think 5-10 years from now, when all of those trees have fully grown in, it's going to be one of the most gorgeous places to visit.
It is, and for locals, that's where you go to enjoy just being away from your hustle and bustle.
Yeah.
Because that's where the water shows are. That's where the nighttime light spectaculars will be. And I assume down the road there'll be some kind of nighttime fireworks show there.
It's in the concept art. They were called testing at one time. They haven't officially said, but we're assuming.
We're assuming. So again, a lot of locals might just hang out in that opening Celestial Park, and then maybe today we'll go to Super Nintendo, and then next month we'll head over to Harry Potter or whatever. You know, the point is you can enjoy those throughout the many years to come here. Again, this is Universal's Epic Universe. I said this on the air the other morning. There are theme parks, and then there's Epic. I just feel the bar has been raised so high. Would you agree?
It's definitely a next generation theme park. I feel like we've had a land open here and a land open there for theme parks around the United States and the world that want to be immersive. This is a 2025 park with 2025 tech, 2025 thinking, and incredibly immersive lands. And I think that's where it benefits, is they started from the ground up, and it doesn't appear they really cut their budget much. I'm sure something happened here or there, but from what we see, they spent a lot of money.
Yeah, and by the way, just announced this week a new park in Great Britain.
Yeah, they're still going, and they're building a park in Texas right now, a kids theme park, and they've got something coming to Vegas. Wow. Universal is on a roll.
What's your website?
EYNTK.info. That stands for everything you need to know.
Theren, thanks for all your expertise.
Absolutely, I'm always happy to join.
You can catch this show, all of our stories, and everything Epic Universe right on the Fox Local app 24/7. It's a wonderful new app. We're very proud of it, both for your smartphone and your smart TV. It's been an honor and a pleasure to have the very smart Theren White join us here for this in-depth look at Universal's Epic Universe, and we'll catch you at the park. Bye now.
Well, good afternoon to you and welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon live on Fox Local, Fox13News.com, Fox35Orlando.com, and also on YouTube. We are celebrating the opening of Epic Universe, Universal's new theme park in Orlando. It's an exciting day. We have been streaming for several hours now, in addition to our newscasts this morning, as we talk about the impact of this new theme park on our area, as we look at wait times and live looks inside the parks, taking a look at all that this new theme park has to offer. We appreciate you joining us here as our coverage continues. And we want to hear from you as well. So if you are watching us on YouTube, say hello in the chat. I see Hallie watching from Michigan. We appreciate you joining us, Hallie. If you're watching with us on YouTube, say hey in the chat. Let us know where you're watching from. And you can also vote in our poll. We've had a new question every hour, and our question this hour is, do you wear a poncho on water rides? Do you come prepared? Do you want to stay dry? Or do you risk it and not wear a poncho? I will say I do not wear a poncho on water rides. Maybe you don't like water rides at all for that very reason. You don't want to get wet. Well, you can scan this QR code that you see on your screen, or if you are watching on your phone right now, you can go to fox35orlando.com/vote. Click on the third tab. It's the one that says Fox 35 News Plus. That's where our question is right here. Do you wear a poncho on water rides? We would love to hear from you and what your strategy is when it comes to those. Going to bring in Fox 35's Stephanie Buffamonte, who joins us live now. And Stephanie, we'll talk Super Nintendo World in a minute. First, I know the other day did ride the water ride at Isle of Berk, and I saw you wearing a poncho. So
I knew you were gonna say that. Okay, so here's the situation. To answer this poll correctly, if I was not at the park to be covering it and be on camera, I would not have worn the poncho. But I will say I wanted to wear the poncho because I didn't want to walk around and get footage in other places with my pants wet and my hair wet. But I will say I love going on a water ride when it's hot and then you get wet, and when it's hot like this, super sunny, you dry off pretty quick.
Right.
The only thing I don't like is, for example, when I think of like Popeyes at Islands of Adventure, where you get drenched and then you have wet socks. That's the only thing that I don't like, but either way, a poncho wouldn't help your feet. So that's my answer to that question.
Okay, a lot of nuance to that. I can appreciate that. I normally risk it and just say, cross my fingers.
Put a much longer answer than you wanted.
We have plenty of time here on Fox 35 News Plus. I normally cross my fingers, hope I'm not going to get too wet, like kind of try to scope the person who is in the seat that I'm sitting in before me and see how wet they may be.
Yes, to see if it's wet, yes.
Yeah, but I rode Fire Drill when I was there last week. It was getting ready to rain outside anyway, so it was like, what the heck, I'm going to get wet either way. So
why not? Yeah.
Right. Well, let's talk Super Nintendo World because I know this is one of those worlds of these four that are new at Epic Universe that folks can enter into. This was one of the ones that seems that the folks may be most excited about from what we've heard, that people really flock to from the time the gates open at the theme park, and it really is cool and has a lot to offer.
Yeah, it's one of the 5 immersive lands at Epic Universe, and I will say it's they're all impressive, but this one was very impressive to me. The second you go through, let me put this down for a second. The second you go through the green tube, which if you've played any Nintendo games, and you would know exactly what that is, but when you go through the green tube through the portal, and then you walk out, and you see Super Nintendo World, it's like you are transported into that world and into a video game. So it's really cool. And one experience that you may want to try out, they have these power-up bands. So Princess Peach. And so you'll put on the band. You do have to buy this, so I will add that. But you put on the band, and lots of excited people. Then you just kind of, I think we have some video of it, but you kind of move your hand underneath, like, for example, the question box and other things that they have throughout the park. And as you do that and tap it with the band, you collect coins and you can get prizes. So it's kind of a fun way, I think, especially for younger kids to get into the park. And this is something that's special about Epic Universe. In all of the lands, there are things that you can interact with and have an experience other than just a ride. So they did a really great job with that. And then of course the rides are very good as well. Garrett, my favorite so far well, I don't know, it's hard to choose, but I really did like the Mario Kart Bowser's Challenge. As someone I'm 32 years old, so I grew up 90s kid playing my N64 and playing Mario Kart. So to completely live that as an adult, it just makes you feel like a kid.
Tell us a little bit more about that one, because I didn't get the chance to ride that one, but that's kind of like you're thrown right into the middle of the Mario Kart game, no?
Yes, so you walk through, and I would say the line queue is also really cool. It's Mario Kart Bowser's Challenge, so you're on Team Mario, and you're trying to defeat Bowser Jr. So anyway, you go through the line queue and it's really cool, it's really pretty. They have Bowser, they have picture of Princess Peach. It's really cool. And then you get inside and they give you this like little Mario hat. And you put on the hat, and then they give you goggles. And then when you step in the ride, you get goggles. And those goggles it's what allows it to be 3D. And as you're going through the game, you have like these little buttons. So if you've ever played Mario Kart, you know that you can throw the turtles and knock people off course. So at one point you're on Rainbow Road and you're hitting turtles. And what's cool about this one is as you move your head, you're moving where you're going. So that's the point of the goggles. Very interactive, very cool, nothing I've experienced before. I will say the first time I did it, I don't know that I totally nailed it. I think that that's the kind of ride that you might have to do a couple of times to get good at, but it was really fun.
I've heard cool things about that. I know my wife, who sometimes gets a little bit of motion sickness. She was a little concerned about that one. Does that one kind of mess with you a little bit if you have worries about that?
I don't think so. I really only got motion sickness at one of the rides at Dark Universe, but not at Super Nintendo World. Okay. I wouldn't really worry too much about that one. I guess if I had to compare it, and it's not the same ride, but just the idea of it, it's kind of like Men in Black, so to speak, that you're going around and shooting. So if you don't get sick on that one, you probably wouldn't get sick on Mario Kart.
Okay, now I loved in Mario, in the Super Nintendo World, the minecart madness. I thought that was so cool. I loved just the way you don't know what's happening next, because it looks like the track is coming to an end, and the next thing you know, you're going a different direction.
So that one is in Donkey Kong Country, and like you said, it's so cool. The first time riding it, it is like something, I feel like you can't redo that moment. So you're going, and it, like you said, it looks like the tracks are stopped, and you have this moment of like, oh my gosh, what is gonna happen? And then you keep going, of course, but it's really cool, and it kind of keeps you on your toes, and it was really fun. It's fun for an adult, and it's also really fun for kids. It's not super scary, and you have a nice little view of the park as well as you're going through. I really like that one. And also in Donkey Kong Country, we tried some really good food. One of my favorites, I'm gonna show you right now, take a look. We are here at the Bubbly Barrel. This is the DK Crush Float. It is banana pineapple soft serve with pineapple soda, a waffle bowl, sprinkles, toffee pieces, and caramel popcorn. Whew. This is a sugar explosion, and it sounds really good. Let's try it. You've got the crunchy, the sweetness. That is good. That is really good. You have to like banana because it is very banana-y, but I will say, perfect, refreshing on a day like today when it is super, super hot, and you get to take this home. And you actually get to keep the cup. So if you buy it, you get to keep the cup, and it's a little keepsake or when you're home and you're want something cool. Another thing that we tried, we went to Yoshi Snack Island. They had a apple melon smoothie and a mango smoothie. I would say the apple melon was very appley and it was good, but you definitely have to like apples and super sweetness. The mango was my favorite. I love that one. I would totally get that one again. And one of my favorite foods in Epic was over there too. It was the red shell calzone. It was probably about this big, so it was a little nice treat. If you're walking around, you just need something in your stomach, some kind of food. That's also really delicious. It was really good.
We're showing that right now, that calzone. What is that? What's that on top there?
I don't remember exactly the exact thing, but if I could remember, it was just like this little dough ball, and inside was some kind of maybe pepperoni and a marinara sauce, and then the top is not hard, but it was like this harder shell to kind of look like a turtle shell, aka Super Nintendo World, and I think it was made out of sauce. I don't know exactly how they made that one, but it was really tasty.
It looks really good. Super Nintendo World, we're showing some of the video too. It's just, I think the power band is cool because it kind of adds that additional level of interactivity in a world that it feels like you're walking around in a video game anyway, and then you kind of get your own little, side quest of trying to score those points.
And I think Super Nintendo World is very special. You have adults who grew up playing those games, and then you have younger kids who have this Nintendo Switch who also love those games. So parents coming with kids, I think everyone can enjoy a Super Nintendo World, and they honestly just did it so well. It's a really beautiful land, and as you're going through, you talked about those interactive experiences, but you also get to see the characters too. When we were there, we saw Mario, we saw Luigi, we saw Toad, which is really cool. And here's a little Easter egg for you. If you know Nintendo World, there are also the Pikmin that are around. They're small, so you're gonna have to keep a lookout for them, but I would like to see you guys try that.
Ah, okay. You've got all the good little advice for us and the tips and tricks, Stephanie. That's I guess the benefit to spending the last couple of days out at the park. So we will talk more about the character meet and greets later with another one of our guests. So stay tuned for that. And
sounds good.
Yeah, Stephanie, we appreciate you joining us. We'll check back in with you in about an hour. So we appreciate you joining us this afternoon, and we'll talk soon.
See you then.
Really cool stuff there from Super Nintendo World. And let me show you this too here. The waits are not that bad right now either. Now, to be fair, we have not seen long wait times at just about any ride all day. Pulling this up right now in the Universal app. If you look at Minecart Madness, it's showing a 10-minute wait. Mario Kart Bowser's Challenge that Stephanie was talking about, a 25-minute wait, and then Yoshi's Adventure showing a 5-minute wait. And before we go to break here, I want to check in on the Battle at the Ministry, the Harry Potter ride, still showing delayed. It appears to still be down and has been for much of the day on this opening day, but it appears that Universal has kind of capped capacity again, and really no long wait times at any ride throughout the day here. We are going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we have much more to come right after this.
Inside of How to Train Your Dragon, Isle of Berk, is Dragon Racers Rally. This thrill attraction is going to take you up into the air as you spin and, if you want to, flip again and again and again. This ride has a 48-inch height requirement and will take you way up above the Isle of Berk land as you spin around this attraction. This is going to be a flat ride style, but it doesn't mean that you're going to stay on the ground. It is instead going to lift you and a bunch of flyers up and around the lands, and you're going to have these two wings that you can attach to. You can pull it right, pull it left, and if you do it enough, you will actually start to spin and flip as you go around this ride. It offers really good views, and if you don't want to go upside down, you certainly don't have to if you just want to instead look around the How to Train Your Dragon themed land.
Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon live on Fox Local, fox13news.com, fox35orlando.com, and also on YouTube. We are continuing our special coverage today of the grand opening of Epic Universe, a brand new theme park right here in Central Florida, and we appreciate you watching wherever you are watching from. We know a number of you watching from outside of the state, even outside the country. Let us know if you're watching on YouTube. Drop in the chat, say hello. Let us know where you are watching from, and we'll check in on that in just a little bit. We've just been talking about Super Nintendo World and all of that. And joining us live now to talk a little bit more about this from a bit of a different angle as well is Gene Park, who is a reporter at the Washington Post. And Gene, we appreciate you joining us this afternoon here on Florida Live.
I appreciate you guys for giving me your platform. Hello, Orlando, and everyone.
So, Gene, I know you were just here for the media days at Epic Universe, and first of all, just want to get your kind of initial thoughts to what you saw.
Yeah, it was an incredible experience. It's actually my second time visiting Universal Orlando. The last time I visited was way back in 2013. So it was really great to be back and just see and remind myself just how much of like a city state that whole place is. We're being shuttled back and forth into the different parks, not very walkable. It was incredibly hot, as everyone in Orlando knows. But it was a wonderful experience, and it was definitely my first experience in a Super Nintendo world. And this is the third park for Nintendo in the world. The first one, of course, being Japan, and the second one being Hollywood.
What did you make of Super Nintendo World at Epic Universe?
Me as a 43-year-old man who grew up on Nintendo, it really felt overwhelming to step out of that little warp pipe portal with the escalators, and then you just see the overwhelming magnitude of the design, the industrial design that you have. As you can see on the screen right there, you're walking through Princess Peach's castle, and then you're just kind of like surrounded by all of these the Mario world, and that was the intent that Mario creator Shigeru Miyamoto wanted to create. He really wanted to make you feel like that you're entering like a video game, and that's why there's so many different little nooks and crannies and secrets that you can find, just like you would in an original Mario game. And just here, like there's Jurassic Park in Universal, right? And you walk around and you hear John Williams' iconic score for Jurassic Park. And really brings you back to that movie experience. And then in Mario World, you hear the iconic score by Koji Kondo, the very ragtime jazz beat of the original Mario theme. And you just hear it everywhere. Even in the bathrooms, you hear the underwater level songs in there. So they really think of different ways to really immerse yourselves in the experience.
They really kind of nailed the feel of what it would feel like, I think, to literally walk right into that world, and I think it's something to see. But you hit on something that I would like to, and that's kind of the bridging the different generations when it comes to these characters that have been around, that you played, that I played, that kids today are still playing and now getting to experience in a whole different way. How important is something like this to kind of keeping that world and all of those characters alive?
That's such a great question. Nintendo's one of Nintendo's core principles from the very start is that they want to be a multi-generational entertainment company, right? That was the whole point of the Wii way back in 2006, when they kind of eschewed the standard video game controller to become more of a remote, because they really wanted video games to be accessible to everybody, whether it's elderly people or children. So you really see visibly that the success of that formula when you walk into Super Nintendo World, and you even go into the stores. I was really taken aback by seeing parents who are my age, of course, right? They're elder millennials, Gen X, even younger millennials, in their late 20s, early 30s, 40s, and they're telling their kids, "Hey, check out Peach, check out Princess Daisy, check out Toad." They are as deeply familiar with the IP as any video gamer are, because we all grew up with it, and then the children knew all too. They were like, "Oh, there's Peach. Peach is my favorite." I was really astounded by, you can really see the success of their intent really in motion, especially in a place like the park, where it's meant to be family friendly and everywhere. And even when the Mario movie came out, last year, or I forget exactly what year it was, but when the Mario movie came out, there were reports of parents crying in their seats. And that's because the parents are my age, we all grew up with Mario, and now we got kids, and now we're passing on that love for Mario and Nintendo games onto the children, and the park is a huge part of that plan as well.
And Gene, I just now noticed your Donkey Kong Country shirt that you have on.
Yep.
Did you
Yep,
get that at the park?
I got it at the new Donkey Kong Country park, and Orlando is lucky to be the second park to have Donkey Kong in there. The first one being in Japan as well.
Yeah, I thought the Donkey Kong Country was aspect of the Super Nintendo world was really neat. Did you see Donkey Kong out there wandering around? I know he has made some appearances out there at the park.
I did. The costume is really incredible. He looks very fuzzy and huggable. And the character for Donkey Kong is so important to Nintendo. It's not Mario creator Shigeru Miyamoto's first game, but it is the first game that really made an impact for the company. And it was also the first game to introduce the character of Mario back when he was known as merely as Jumpman. So it really is the character is just so core to Nintendo's founding and where they are today. So it really feels like it was something special for them to establish a Donkey Kong Country theme park, and just push the character forward. But yeah, he shows up on stage on like this little banana stage, and it's like all on a schedule too. Like I was walking around like wondering when Toad is gonna come out, and I really wanted to see Donkey Kong before I left too. Really incredible. And like they redesigned Donkey Kong for the new game coming out for the Switch 2, coming out next month, Donkey Kong Bonanza. But this shirt in Donkey Kong Country is from the late 90s design, when they collaborated with British studio Rare Designs.
You've talked about Shigeru Miyamoto, and we know. I want to pull up this tweet here if I can. This from Universal Orlando Resort on Twitter, and even he was at the Epic Universe this week.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, it's been said. He has said that he has helped with the design of the park. The Universal really asked him for a lot of input on how to design the park. What are some of the core principles? Especially, it's why so much of the park is very interactive. That's why you have to have these power-up bands. I don't have mine right now, but you have these little power-up bands where you can collect coins, and it kind of records your experience throughout. So you're kind of like racking up scores basically as you're going through the experience. And it was really important for him that the park maintains that level of interactivity and engagement in every step of the way. Something that is that makes the Super Nintendo portion of the park something really special, I think.
It's like you're in a video game in itself when you have the power-up band. I'm curious, which power-up band did you end up getting?
I initially got Toad, who I love. He is my favorite, one of my favorite characters. But I really wanted Luigi, and I had a photographer out with me at the park too, and we're planning to publish our own story at the Washington Post as well. He took some beautiful photos, but he got the Luigi band, so we traded. So I walked around with the Luigi band myself.
All right,
Luigi is my favorite character. I always like him as the other brother type character, and I love green too. It's my favorite color.
Well, and Luigi and Mario and Toad, you can also meet all of them in that Super Nintendo world and have some really cool kind of interactions as well. The Toad, kind of character is really cool there. I'm just curious what you thought of the rides. Got to get your take on that before I let you go.
Yeah. They're very immersive. The Donkey Kong Country ride itself, the minecart ride, it really kind of tries to replicate, and it's probably the most thrilling of the three rides. It's probably the most that tries to replicate the experience of being in a video game. There's a portion where the tracks just stop, and it makes it look like that you're jumping across the tracks, just like you do in the original 1990s video game as well. And yeah, they really try to immerse you into that. I actually saw your Fox 35 team interview the chef in the Toadstool Cafe, And the reporter, she was trying to get him to talk about who does the recipes, and the chefs really have to stay in character, and they say, oh well, Chef Toad did this and Chef Toad does that. And I tried to even do my own interview, and they gave me the same spiel too. So they're really trying to like sell this image that Chef Toad is in the back of the kitchen, just cooking up the food. And you see the little video screens in the cafe where you see all the little Toad workers doing that. And then sometimes Bowser would invade the cafe, and the lights would dim. And I like to think that maybe they would do that when it gets really jammed up and the food is busy, and it's like, look, like the kitchen is really busy right now. We're being attacked. So just be patient. But I don't think that's really the case. It's just a fun little immersive experience. But again, you see those little details everywhere in the park, even including the dine-in experience as well.
All right, really good stuff. Well, Gene Park covers video games and video game culture for the Washington Post. We really appreciate you joining us this afternoon here on Florida Live.
I appreciate you having me, Garrett. Thanks a lot.
And we're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer. We are covering Epic Universe this afternoon, but want to let you know we are monitoring the situation in Washington, D.C., where 2 Israeli embassy staffers were killed outside an event. There's supposed to be a news conference this afternoon. It was scheduled for a date or a place and a time. They have moved that, so it's still up in the air right now. But Live Now will have coverage of that later today when that does begin. So we are going to continue with our coverage of Epic Universe. And we do appreciate you joining us. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us here on Fox35Orlando.com, Fox13News.com, the Fox local app on your TV and on your phone, and also on YouTube. If you're watching us on YouTube, say hey in the chat for us. I see Raimundo watching us from Dallas, Douglas from Sarasota, someone from Habibi from the Netherlands watching us, and Jason from New Jersey as well. So we appreciate all of you watching us. If you have any questions that you'd like answered about Epic Universe as well, you can drop those in the chat. And we have a question for you that we would like you to answer. This is our question of the hour. We've been changing these every hour. You can vote right now on Fox35Orlando.com/vote. You can also scan the QR code that you see right now on your screen. Do you wear a poncho on water rides? Yes, no, or I don't ride water rides. Those are your options. Let us know. I don't wear a poncho, but I also don't particularly like getting real wet on those rides either. So It's a roll of the dice. You never know, but that's part of the fun. I want to go ahead and bring in Fox 35 news anchor John Brown, who joins us live. And John, before we get into it, I got to know: are you a water ride person, and do you wear a poncho when you do it?
No, there'll be no poncho on something like that. I mean, you go big or go home, right? You can't be
That's
walking
kind of how
around
I
with a
feel.
poncho. So anyway, I'm all in on it. So.
So, John, you're joining us live now from outside Epic Universe. Got a great view of the Helios behind you there, and I know you've been talking to some folks as well about the impact that this park is bringing to our area.
Yeah, it is pretty interesting here because I know a lot of times we think about the economic impact of a park like this, and you focus on how much money a park brings in, how many people fly to town, how many hotel nights they get. But in talking to people in this area and business leaders from all around the area here, you realize how much bigger this is. I mean, if you think about the worldwide impact here, our coverage this morning on Fox 35, when our reporters were talking to people, you find out very few seem to be from Central Florida. They were from other states, but then also a lot of other countries. So when talking to some branding experts and marketing people, they said, you know, one thing we often forget about is you see the ads here locally, then you see the ads around the country. But this thing's being marketed all over the world, not only on traditional outlets, media outlets, but also on social media. So this helps broaden Orlando's impact all around the world. Yes, we're already the top tourist destination in the world, but when you realize now that people in Brazil, people in London, people in the Middle East, people, I mean, you just name it, the number of people who are going to be coming here now dramatically increases just to see this park. Now, part of it is the fact that the names inside the park, like Super Nintendo World, Harry Potter, yeah, I mean, we've known about them for years, but you have fans now who have grown up with these brands around the world who now will come to want to see this. So, Garrett, I think sometimes we have a pretty myopic view of the importance of theme parks, but to realize that kids or young adults, older adults all around the world are familiar with these brands. They play these video games. They're fans of the Dark Universe. It's going to bring in even more people like that. So yeah, it's big from a tourism standpoint, but from a branding standpoint for Orlando itself, it's so much bigger. And that's something even I think I lose because of course we live here, right? It's right behind us, right in our backyard. But now you're seeing people all over the world paying even more attention than they already did. So it's going to help us in that way as well.
Yeah, and I know when we spoke with Morgan Parrish, who was right outside the gates earlier today greeting cars as they went through, she talked to someone on our show just a couple of hours ago who came here from Argentina to be here for specifically for Epic Universe opening day. And so, you know, it's not just to your point about the worldwide branding. You know, people know this is a place that they can come. I mean, Orlando has that reputation, and it's a reputation that is continuing to grow.
It has everything. I mean, you think about the view behind me right now. We see this stuff all the time. You know, we just drive around town. You pass world-class golf courses, world-class attractions, and you know, people though in other parts of the country and other parts of the world see this and they're like, "Oh my gosh, that's amazing." And we got to go check it out. So I don't underestimate the value of the weather. A day like today, the blue skies, the palm trees, everything else that goes along with it. It really does have a big impact. And you know, another thing, I want to get back to this one too, because this is something that I find interesting, is there's so much technology inside the park right now. I'm going to take you back in time very quickly. About 15 years ago, I was at the opening of an event in Lake Nona, and they projected this LED projection. I mean, it's all over the side of this building. It was the most amazing thing you've ever seen. It was synced to music, and it just it blew your mind away. Well, it was a local company that did that. And now you go past up where Mango's is on that building as you're going towards Disney, and you see that LED screen wrapped around that's crystal clear, right? That's produced by a company here. The reason I point that out is the technology like that, like the thing at Lake Nona, and then all the stuff inside here is all done here locally. So in places around the world that pay attention to technology and cutting edge breakthroughs, all of a sudden Orlando is being vaulted onto this next level. You already have EA Sports here, you have Full Sail University, which does this kind of stuff, you have UCF and their technology, and it really does make you realize what we have here is more than just kind of cool things that we see everywhere. This is the stuff that's being used around the world. That brings even more attention onto us on a high-tech stage. So you think about the technology boom that happened in California. One of the guys I was talking with today said that's what we're going to experience here, because technology people like to be around other technology people. Yeah, we all know that you can connect anywhere, but you have to be in these environments where you can use synergy and think on next level. So all of that's happening in downtown Orlando, in these tech sectors, on the backside of UCF, where you have the self-driving technology, you have aerospace, you have all this other stuff. I mean, even right behind me, Lockheed Martin right here. You have all of this working together. It keeps bringing more and more people in. It brings more and more attention to the area. So from another standpoint, yeah, the tech is cool here, but there's a story behind the story. All of a sudden around the world, they're like, however they develop that, we have to bring those people here or learn from them. And so it's another sector that's kind of a hidden sector that is really being put on showcase around the world today, Garrett.
Yeah, you've got the Silicon Valley in California. Maybe we'll have the Silicon Swamp here in Florida.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's funny because it's been 3-4 years ago now. Sorry, there's a lot of bugs all of a sudden popped up here. I'm actually, we're swatting them away right now out here. So, the youngest self-made billionaire in the world end up moving here from California. There's tax benefits, but now there's also brain benefits. You have all these people who can do this kind of stuff. I mean, he came up with the self-driving technology when he was something ridiculous, like 17. Now, when I interviewed him, he was 23, worth about $4 billion. That's just another one. He moved here because of this. How many other companies do we not know about yet that are doing business here that have this kind of technology? They're hiring people right out of college. Those are $150,000 to $250,000 jobs. So you see how it just builds on itself, and that's why, from a tourism standpoint, yeah, this is really cool behind us. It's world class. But so many other levels that this is helping and exposing the world of what we do here, that's next level stuff, I think.
Now, you also had the chance to talk to the regional VP of Hilton. Set this up for us. I'm going to play that interview, but just set this up for us before we listen.
Okay, so it's kind of funny here, Gary, because it's being in the right place at the right time, right? So this hotel has been here a long time. We're at this Hilton hotel that is a nice hotel, but like we said, in Orlando, this place is really, really nice. But there's so many really, really nice places, you may not even know this exists. I mean, we're walking through the lobby, like, well, this is amazing. And so, yeah, we've got this view. Well, this place has been here for a long time. And lo and behold, Universal buys the land behind them and puts in Epic Universe. And I mean, I want to say, yeah, they got lucky in some standpoints. But yeah, boy, right place at right time. And I'll tell you why they're also very fortunate coming up after we play this interview, so we can hear how they're viewing this. Well, this development's been going on for almost a decade. Now, who knows how long they've actually been looking at this property for development. When we first started looking at this property, there was really nothing here. It's just a bunch of empty land. And now when you drive around, you see new roads, you see new hotels, and of course, Epic Universe right in the middle of it all. And also right in the middle of it all is this wonderful hotel. It's a Hilton hotel. I'm here with Leslie Pachola. She is with the Hilton Grand Vacation. It's good to see you. Thanks for joining us here today.
Thank you.
And thanks for hosting us here today. So this property, I mean, it couldn't have been any better. You guys were here before that, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So what does this mean for you guys having that right behind you there?
It's wonderful. It just adds to all the excitement that we already have here. So when we came here in 2016, there was a rumor about a park coming, and now it's here. So it's super, super exciting. But way back then, this was always a great location, and it just keeps getting better and better. So we have Andretti indoor karting right next door. We have Top Golf. We have SeaWorld just minutes away. And all the theme parks are right near here. So this just brings us even closer.
It's funny because that road that they built back there, a lot of people don't realize what was back there. Of course, you have the aerospace industries over there, but you also have the convention center. When it took me around with the map this time, it shows that you guys really are in the middle of everything, and it puts into perspective that this is kind of the new hot area of Orlando, I think. Is that what you're seeing?
It is. It is. There's so much to do. You can get to everywhere you need to get to, and then you come back to this oasis. So Las Palmeras, the Hilton Vacation Club, is just a amazing location to be at.
So for the first almost a decade, you guys had the property that wasn't there. Other things were. What have you seen now that, I guess in the month leading up to this, what are you starting to see now that the word's getting out that that thing's open?
There's a lot of buzz.
Yeah,
our weekends are already, for next 4 or 5 weeks, are 90s, mid-90s, upper 90s. So we are filling up fast and truly enjoying it. It's a great location for our owners, members, and guests all staying here.
So as this area continues to develop, what do you guys do from a entertainment standpoint? Because there's so much competition in this area too, millions of people coming. How do you raise the bar to the next level, more than what you guys already have, because it's already beautiful here?
Yeah, every year we try to elevate. Knowing that this wonderful park is an addition to us, we really have revamped our food and beverage at the property. And so you're out all day, you come back, you're exhausted, you know, you want to go to the pool. We've got a phenomenal pool bar with great food. We've got an indoor lobby bar. We've got a full-service restaurant. So you're well taken care of. You come back here, and you don't need to go anywhere else. So we've really looked at how can people be most comfortable when they come back to their home away from home.
And you know, one thing that I've seen, because I do a lot of these stories, the business stories, and maybe it's too far in the weeds for a lot of people, but it's what families are doing, because where we're at right now is a 2-bedroom. Families want space. The old hotel rooms, yeah, people do it, but this is kind of the trend, right? What other trends are you seeing in hotels as we move forward?
Well, we're seeing people travel for both business and leisure on the same trip.
Right.
So you're coming to a convention, you're extending, and you're going to the park. So we're seeing a lot of that where it's the work-play thing. And so we've altered ourselves just to make sure that we're taking care of that. If you need a computer monitor brought up to your room, we're going to bring that up to you. You're going to be able to cast your favorite shows right on the TV here. So you're going to feel like you're at home.
And sometimes you just need some separation from the kids or the rest of the family, right?
That's true.
2 bedrooms really work in this case.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
So sum it up for us. I mean, this is such an exciting time for you guys. Just sum up this moment in time for your property here and really moving forward in Orlando.
We're really excited about our team and how our team can take care of our guests. And coming here, you want a full experience, right? You want the experience at the park. You want to come back to Las Palmeras and have a really terrific time. And so we want to make sure those experiences are there. And so our team is really focused on making sure it's an interaction, it's not a transaction. So we really, really take that to heart and look to do inspired hospitality. And these times are precious, right? Our vacations are very precious. Right. We don't get enough of them. So we want to make sure that everyone's very well taken care of while they're here with us.
And quite frankly,
any of our properties.
You don't have to go anywhere. I see the pool. I see
yes.
soccer fields, I see slides, I see pool tables, I see, you got it all here right here too. So this is really fantastic.
It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, so thanks for having us here. We do appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Best of luck as this thing continues to develop. So once again, right in the middle of it all, if you want more information about that, you can get it on our website, fox35orlando.com. Okay, so so Garrett, it's funny because they bought this property, that particular group. They're one of the I guess franchisees of Hilton, so they bought this one that gets developed. I said, where are the properties around? And she said, yeah, kind of over there by SeaWorld. I'm like, oh, you mean right next to where they're going to build a baseball stadium?
Hey, there you go.
So hey, you know what? It's good to be lucky because they're sitting on 2 properties that could be massive very, very soon.
All right, good stuff there. Fox 35 news anchor John Brown, we appreciate you joining us. We'll check back in with you, I think, at 4 o'clock, so we appreciate you joining us.
Yep. We got a lot to get to. We're going to tell you more about this area behind me here. Garrett, I got the history of everything behind us and how this developed, so we have some good stories about this development behind us over the past 30 years.
Yeah, really interesting stuff. Can't wait to talk about that. John, we appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
And right now we are going to take a quick break, but we will be right back after this.
Inside of How to Train Your Dragon, Isle of Berk is the Untrainable Dragon. This is going to be about a 20-minute long show that is very family friendly. You're going to see Hiccup as well as Toothless, and they're going to be on the stage in front of you as well as flying above you. This is going to be a musical as well as a kids-friendly show where you're going to see about 20 minutes of live singing, live dancing, as well as some instrument usage. There's a lot of puppets. There's a lot of characters. This is basically a cartoonized show taken down to 20 minutes that has a really fun storyline, and it's great for all ages. You're going to see some of these dragons. Again, they fly directly above you. There's a really big wow moment, and that does happen a couple of times. This is good for anyone. It is not scary. It's definitely kid-friendly and a great way to enjoy some of the air conditioning inside of How to Train Your Dragon, Isle of Berk.
Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon live on Fox Local, fox13news.com, fox35orlando.com, and also on YouTube. We are continuing our special coverage of the opening of Epic Universe. Let me give you a live look. You can see the Stardust Racers inside Celestial Park. You can see them running it. That's a fun one, pretty intense one as well, but a good look at Celestial Park and the coaster running on this opening day of Epic Universe. Let's go ahead and take another look at that poll question. Looks like it's still showing 50-50 on whether you wear a poncho on water rides. And when I say 50-50, I don't mean 50-50 yes or no. It's either no poncho or don't even get on the ride. So cast your vote on fox35orlando.com/vote. If you're watching on your smart TV on the Fox Local app, you can scan that QR code with your phone as well and vote that way. So do you wear a poncho on water rides? That is our question of the hour. And we want to know what you do. And so I'm going to bring in now Dustin Sparagi, the theme park shark, who is joining us live now inside our Fox Local studios here at Fox 35 Orlando. Dustin, nice to meet you. Good to have you here.
Hey, it's very good to meet you too. Happy to do this. Happy to talk about Epic. What an exciting day this is. This is unbelievable that it's here. It's here.
It is. You know, and it's something that has been anticipated and talked about for years. I mean, almost a decade that it has been, in the works. Yeah. And so for it to be here, you really can't kind of underscore how big of a deal this really is for our area.
I mean, it's massive. It's the first time we've even seen something like this, of course, with a dry park. If we look outside of Volcano Bay for about 26 some odd years now since Islands of Adventure. So to have this moment, I mean, it's a big deal. It's been a long time. It's here. We've been hearing about Epic Universe since about 2019 now, and it's here.
And before we get too far into it, I want to get your take on our question of the day here.
Yeah.
Do you wear a poncho on water rides? Where does the theme park shark stand on water rides?
Yeah, I ride water rides, but I don't tend to use the poncho. I just fully embrace it, right?
Yeah.
I'm on a water ride, it's a water ride.
Right.
Embrace it.
Sharks have gills.
That's true.
So, the theme park
very
shark.
Very good at swimming. We got to be ready for that kind of stuff. Not afraid of water.
Okay, good. Well, that's the theme park shark's take. Make sure you vote for our question of the hour. So for all the anticipation, we know the tickets for today have been sold out.
Yeah.
But it also seems that capacity was capped
fairly
low, because we've been taking a look, and I'm going to pull up the wait times here and kind of scroll through them in the Universal app on my phone, and they have not been bad at all all day. Monsters Unchained right now saying 20 minutes. Curse of the Werewolf, 25. We go to Super Nintendo World, it looks like 10 minutes for Mine Kart, 25 minutes for Mario Kart. Let's check out Stardust Racers, 15 minutes. We had video earlier, someone walking straight on.
Yeah.
I mean, the only one that's been causing some trouble today is Harry Potter and the Battle at the Ministry, which we have seen kind of throughout the build-up and the lead-up to today.
Unbelievable, these wait times, aren't they? For the opening day of such an anticipated park, for anybody that said, hey, I'm going to avoid opening day, it's going to be too crazy, it's madness. How ironic that so many things are basically a walk-on today. So yeah, I mean, what a day for the people who are there. I'm sure most of them are having a pretty fantastic day. Hopefully Universal gets Ministry running soon and everyone's going to get that as their final ride of the day. But it seems like for the most part, people are going to breeze through the park today and hopefully be able to end at Ministry there, hopefully in the last few hours, hopefully.
What do you make of that, having such a lowered capacity on a day like today, where I think I probably would have expected to kind of be shoulder to shoulder for much of that.
Of course. I think there's so many different ways that you could try to consider why that's happening or why Universal might have made that decision. Obviously, we don't know for sure. But if I had to guess, I mean, you want them to have the most optimal experience, right? It's the opening day, the guests who are there. And maybe Universal took the approach that, hey, we just want everyone to have a great experience. We want to have a smooth opening day, and this is what we'll do. And then going forward, we'll increase, and let us learn from what's happening, and we'll go from there.
So you've been to Epic Universe quite a few times.
Yeah, I've lost count. I think 11 or 12 now. So yeah.
And what are your main kind of takeaways, having been there so many times, getting to see all of these details and all of these different kind of aspects that the park has to offer?
It's the first of its kind. I've never really seen anything like Epic Universe. I mean, I've been to parks not just here in the States, but all over the world, and I've never really seen what's going on at Epic. It truly feels like the future of theme parks. It feels like it was made today or even in the future. It doesn't feel dated by any means yet, which of course it shouldn't since it's brand new, but it just feels like the next evolution. It feels like the next step. It feels like exactly what Universal, it's what you would expect of Universal for a brand new theme park. It feels like it could have been made 3 or 4 years from now even. There's a lot of rides that you go on and you're like, wow, this is where technology is going. This is where Universal rides are going. And it's really exciting to think about what not only Epic Universe can be, but what the future of Universal parks are going to be going in the future.
The technology, I mean, some of it really does just kind of blow you away.
Yeah.
Let's talk about, we haven't spent a whole lot of time yet talking about Dark Universe and Monsters Unchained, because you go on that ride and just I mean, I don't even know how to put it into words because it was so much more than I expected, and so interactive and so just you're thrown right into this. And like I said, I don't even know how to describe it because it is intense, but fun, but like cutting edge.
Yes. It captures a little bit of everything, I would say. And I think it also solves a lot of problems for anyone that's like, hey, I've been on a ride like this. I sometimes get motion sick. I don't really think this ride is giving that to people. But outside of that, this ride is incredible. And it seems very intentional in the fact that Universal wanted it to be practical. They wanted physical effects. They wanted physical things in there. So without giving away too much of the storyline or what people can expect actually inside or who they're going to see or what that's going to be, just expect actual physical props, physical things. Like, you're not going to be looking at too many screens, right? Or too many things that are actually made from like digital media. You're going to go in there, it's going to feel fully built out, fully fleshed. And I think everybody's going to be really amazed at the animatronics that are in there and just everything that this ride brings. Feels cutting edge, it feels new, and it feels like a great step forward for Universal.
And those animatronics, you know, there are a couple screens, but I feel like that even just heightens when you do have the interactions with the animatronics on that ride to where it at a couple times literally can take your breath away.
Absolutely. I mean, they do a really good job of making sure that the screens are kind of just being the additional element, the additional layer to what's happening with the animatronics themselves. So anything that maybe they couldn't necessarily accomplish, whether it's like an environment aspect or something maybe like really quick, like a really quick action sequence that needed to happen, they might go to like a digital scene there. But for the most part, the animatronics are breathtaking. They're big. They're huge.
They are,
They're like so big. And yeah, I mean, it's hard to not ride that ride and just get off giddy and so excited and so happy. And even for me, I'm not someone that normally does horror. I'm not a Horror Nights guy. I don't do horror. And I'll be honest, I was a little afraid the first time I went in there. Closed my eyes a little bit the first time, but I ended up going through a few more times, kept my eyes open. I love it. It's great.
Yeah, and the size, just some of the features, the fire.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a lot going on, and it is just really cool. I think just creating this new experience.
I agree.
And just so much coming at you in so many different ways.
Yeah.
It's just neat. Okay, so we just have a few more seconds here, but just what is your message to folks who may be watching this and are curious about Epic Universe?
They're going to have a lot of fun. They need to start maybe planning already, do their research, figure out what rides are there, maybe create their big 3, their big 4 that they know they want to hit. It seems to be the big 3 for most people. It's usually the Ministry, it's usually Monsters Unchained, it's usually Stardust Racers. That's usually the big 3, but I think they'll be surprised if they go into Berk. There's some good stuff in Berk, from the characters to the ride to the food, so you don't want to miss How to Train Your Dragon Isle of Berk. That's one of my biggest pieces of advice. Do not sleep on the Isle of Berk.
That's great advice. There's a lot to do there, and also good to keep in mind because when you talk about those big 3, because we know those wait times are not always going to stay as low as they are right now. We're going to wrap up our coverage here on Florida Live, but we'll keep going with more Fox 35 News Plus after this. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I am Garrett Weimer, and thanks for watching our continuing coverage today of the grand opening of Epic Universe. A lot of fun so far today. We've got much more to come. We appreciate you joining us this afternoon here on Fox Local and on YouTube. Looks like Mike is watching from Detroit, Clive watching from England, Jason from New Jersey, and we've got someone else watching from Puerto Rico. So we appreciate you joining us. If you're watching us on YouTube, say hello in the chat. Let us know where you are watching from. We are going to go ahead and check back in now with Fox 35's Stephanie Buffamonte, who has been spending the past couple of days at the parks and joins us live now outside Epic Universe. And Stephanie, I can tell you're having a blast with all this.
We are having so much fun. The last 2 days were absolutely incredible. Just absolutely amazing. I wanted to show you this. My photojournalist just gave this to us, to me to show. This is one of the keepsakes I got from Isle of Berk. You can see Toothless right here, and I will say I used this for the last 2 days, and it kept my water really cold. And when it's hot outside and you're at a theme park, this is definitely necessary.
Yeah, you gotta have something like that.
I loved Isle of Berk, and I think you just had someone on who said don't skip and don't sleep on Isle of Berk, and it's because it's so pretty. It is just such a beautiful land. You walk in there, you see the Vikings, you see the dragons, and they're just literally everywhere.
And there's a lot to do in Isle of Berk too, I feel like.
There really is. So there's several rides. They have Fire Drill, which is a water ride. Really like that one. That was the one that we were talking about earlier. If you've been on watching for a little while, that I wore the poncho because I didn't want to get wet. But so Fire Drill is really cool. You are shooting at targets, and if you hit the right targets, you will get wet. It's super fun, great to do in a hot day, and it's definitely family friendly. Kids will love that one. Then there's Dragon Racers Rally. That is the one that you literally feel like you're flying like a dragon. The feedback on this one has been, it's really fun. I went on it, but if you do want to flip, you can make yourself flip by moving. It's really hard though. You've got to use your body weight. So the trick that I learned from someone at Universal, they were saying that if you move your arms kind of opposite ways and go and just push and push and push and try to go in the opposite direction of the way that you're moving, it's a lot easier to navigate. I tried it and I actually did it. So
you flipped?
You know how
you were able to do the barrel roll?
But it takes some practice. Maybe ride that one a couple of times.
Steph, you were able to do the barrel roll?
Not total roll, but I went pretty far.
I'm
so
impressed.
I was proud of myself for that one.
Okay, I'm impressed. I tried the entire time.
My favorite was Dragon Racers Rally. I love that one. So the first day that I went, we had so much going on, I missed it. So I was like, oh no. I went last night with David Martin, and we went front row first. We got off and we're like, we've got to do that again. So then we went a second time back row. He loved the back row. The pluses for that one were that you can kind of hear what's going on more. So at times you'll hear Hiccup talking and things like that. But front row was my favorite. I just love when you're on a ride and you don't see anyone in front of you. It just feels like you're on that ride by yourself experiencing it. Love that one because while it was fast and fun, it wasn't too scary, so I really liked and enjoyed that one.
Yeah, that one being Hiccup wing gliders, and I think that one, I've told people I think that one's really underrated because I hadn't heard much about it before I went and rode that one and really enjoyed it. It really is a lot of fun.
Yeah, and thank you for correcting me. That is what I meant, and I love that one a lot. It's really, really fun. I will also add that there are a lot of experiences as well. As you're walking around, you can see Hiccup, and you can also meet Toothless. I got to meet him. Let's take a look.
Stephanie, what you want to do, put out your hands like so. He will sniff you. You can approach slowly. There you go. Oh! I'm so proud of you, Stephanie.
So you can see it's just such a fun experience, and when you feel him, he feels like a dragon, and it's just so awesome. And it was really cool to meet Toothless. You can talk to him, so to speak, but you could definitely have a conversation with Hiccup. So lots and lots of fun.
Okay, so you said it feels like an actual dragon. Have you felt an actual dragon to know what that feels like, that it's authentic?
No, but if you had to compare it, I would say it feels like a reptile, which is what I would think a dragon would feel like. And for all the kids out there, this will, you know, make you meet a dragon for the first time.
There you go. And it's really cool, like the pretty advanced animatronic there to be able to interact with it in that way. It's not just a photo op. I mean, you really are kind of getting that interaction with Toothless.
You are, and you can see in that video as you're speaking with him, so to speak, he's reacting. So it is really cool. And also on the ride, Hiccup's wing gliders that we were just talking about was my favorite one. You see him on that ride too, and he's moving and making sounds. So it is really, really awesome. Just the way that technology is these days, and all that they can do, and that's really showcased at Epic Universe. Another thing I wanted to mention was the food. The food at Isle of Berk was really good. There was definitely a focus on Vikings and meat. They do have some vegan and vegetarian options as well, but a lot of the meals are true Viking meals, and they're really cool. We did try some sweet treats at How to Treat Your Dragon. I like that, but my favorite food was this one.
We are at Hooligans Grog and Gruel. This is one of 3 eateries here at Isle of Berk. Oh my gosh, take a look at this. This is the PB&J. I've been hearing a lot about this. It's creamy mac and cheese with pulled pork and peanut bacon jam. Let's try it. This is also massive. That is good.
Yeah, that one was really tasty. I enjoyed that one, and I really wanted to try that one because I've heard a lot about it, and it definitely lived up to the hype.
Did you try any of the other, because I know there's 3 varieties of the mac and cheese cones. There's that one that has the barbecue on it, and then there's just a regular kind of creamy mac and cheese one, and then one with hot chicken on it as well.
I did not try the one with the hot chicken, but I will say that mac and cheese is really good. I was just speaking with our photojournalist who was with me, and we tried it together, and he said one of his favorite things was the mac and cheese. So it was really, really good. And I love the sweet treats that I mentioned as well. Really delicious, and when you looked at them, they were just very visually appealing. They had ones that looked like the dragons and like Toothless, so it was really, really cute.
Stephanie, I'm impressed that you were able on the Dragons Racers Rally to get yourself flipped over. I tried the entire time to do that and couldn't figure it out. I was starting to get it, I think, by the end of the ride, but just couldn't quite get there. But you gave us some good tips, I think, maybe for next time.
If I hadn't asked that question right before we went on, I don't think I would have been able to either. And like I said, it takes a lot of body strength, but it is super fun when you are able to do it.
The Isle of Berk, you know, it's just really well done, I think, too, especially for folks who have seen the movies and are kind of familiar with the source material. I mean, it's just a really cool area, even just to kind of walk around and take in.
Yeah, so I've seen all 3 movies. I really enjoy the movies. I think they're fantastic and they tell a beautiful story. And when you walk into that land, into the Isle of Berk, you see that in front of you. You see this beautiful story that's told through the characters that are walking around, through the architecture and everything that they built. It's just absolutely gorgeous. And whether you've seen the movies or not, I honestly think you'll really enjoy Isle of Berk just because it's so pretty. The rides are really great. It was definitely one of my favorite lands.
And that's saying something, because we know there's just so many cool things at Epic Universe for it to offer.
Many cool things. Yes.
But I've heard a lot of people say that Isle of Berk really is kind of the show stealer.
It definitely is. And one thing I will say I didn't get to do was the show, which I'll have to go back and do. But I have heard that it will bring you to tears, even adults to tears, that it was just so beautifully done, and Toothless is huge. So definitely have to go back for that.
All right. Well, Fox 35's Stephanie Buffamonte, we appreciate you joining us this afternoon and talking us through all that Epic Universe has to offer. I think this is our last time checking in with you today, so we really appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun.
Thank you, Garrett. It's been great.
All right, and let's go ahead and take a quick look before we go to break at the wait times. Specifically, we'll start in Isle of Berk. Looks like a 5-minute wait right now for Fire Drill. That's the water ride we were talking about. Hiccup's Wing Gliders, just 5 minutes. That's the roller coaster there. That is really a lot of fun. Dragon Racers Rally, 20-minute wait if you want to try to do a barrel roll. Now, I will note that just in the last few minutes, because the last time I had checked, it was still showing delayed. Looks like in the Wizarding World of Harry Potter, Ministry of Magic, Harry Potter and the Battle at the Ministry now seems to be back up and running, showing a 180-minute wait right now. That's 3 hours. But it does appear that Harry Potter and the Battle at the Ministry is back up. It's been closed for several hours. It was open this morning, about a 300-minute wait, but now appears to be back up and showing about a 180-minute wait. We are getting ready to take another break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
Inside of Celestial Park at Universal Epic Universe is the Atlantic. This is a Victorian-styled seafood restaurant, and it's the most fine dining inside of the park. Now, don't worry, you can still show up in your tropical shirt and your sandals. They're not going to kick you out. It's not that level of fine dining. But if you're looking for really, really good seafood inside of a theme park, which is not said too often, you can find that inside the Atlantic, where they're going to have signature cocktails and views all throughout Celestial Park. Gigantic 3-story panes of glass will be going right up to the water inside of Celestial Park for daytime or nighttime views, especially when you see some of those fountains. What a meal. Above you, they're going to have different types of fish that are built and manufactured to look like pieces of artwork, and they're actually swimming above you on a track. You've basically been placed inside of an oversized aquarium. It's so cool. Harry Potter and the Battle at the Ministry is going to be a ride inside of the Harry Potter Ministry of Magic land, and it has a 40-inch height requirement. This is one of the largest attractions ever built on the face of the earth. It is going to be an incredibly immersive attraction that is going to take you with Ron, Hermione, and Harry Potter as you're going against Delore Umbridge and Death Eaters inside of the Ministry of Magic for a trial. This ride is going to use massive screen effects, animatronics, and a vehicle that can move up, down, left, and right. While you don't go upside down and it's not super aggressive movements, it is definitely an attraction that is considered very, very immersive and does have some sudden and quick movements.
Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus and our special coverage on this Thursday of the opening of Epic Universe. We've been with you since 11 o'clock, and we'll be with you until 5 o'clock when Fox 35 News at 5 begins. So we appreciate you joining us here on Fox Local and on YouTube. And if you are watching us on YouTube, we appreciate it. Drop us a line, say hello, let us know where you are watching from. And we'll have a new poll question for you coming up in just a few minutes, where we can get you to weigh in on some things here as we celebrate this fun day, an exciting day together. We have talked about so many different fun aspects of this park, and one of the really cool things is the character meet and greets. There are a number of them in the different worlds that you can go into at Epic Universe, and some of them use some pretty new and fascinating technology as well. We talked about Toothless with Stephanie Buffamonte just a few minutes ago. I had the chance to speak yesterday with Victoria Wade. You may know her on Instagram under the handle He Calls Me Pineapple Princess. We talked about the can't miss character meet and greets at Epic Universe. Check it out.
Oh, me personally, I had to see The Bride and Frankenstein's Monster. They meet in Darkmoor, which is Dark Universe. Seems like they have set times in their meet and greet spot, but I didn't see them in the app. I'm not sure if that's going to change, but that was a must do. That was a really fun interaction that they brought over from Universal Studios Hollywood. Another one I would say was Princess Peach. She also has set meet and greet times that were posted in the app. And hers is fascinating because she kind of has a articulated head similar to Mickey Mouse when they used to do that at Walt Disney World. So I found that one really fun too. One more I would say obviously is Toothless for How to Train Your Dragon. That was a really fascinating meet and greet. You get to pet him, you get to talk to Hiccup or Astrid or another dragon trainer, and they talk about Toothless, training the dragons, all types of things. And that was just something unique that I've never done before. So I think those are my top three.
Let's talk a little bit more about Toothless, because I know that one's gotten a lot of attention. First of all, the technology seems pretty incredible for the way it's able to interact with you.
Yes, it was so fascinating seeing that in person. Like the way it moves, it's so fluid. And we were also told not to touch him in certain spots, like under the chin or like behind the ear. So you can't pet him like a dog necessarily, but you can pet him right in the center, I guess, where our nose would be. And the way he just interacts with you is like with certain answers, with certain questions that you do. Like, for example, I said, "Have you been a good boy?" And he kind of just like gave like a happy growl. So it was really cute. It was kind of like talking to my dog, honestly.
Have you seen anything like that before?
No, I've never seen anything like that before. I've only seen clips of Toothless, so this was my first time meeting him in person, and even then, I was still like, just so wowed by it. There was a little boy behind me, and I kind of like watched his interaction with him, and you could just tell it was just the best part of his day. It was just so incredible. Like you're meeting a dragon, so I know if it was that great for me, I know for little children who love How to Train Your Dragon, that's probably gonna like be the most memorable part of their trip for Universal.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because so many, we know how popular those movies are, and so anyone who has gotten to see that now can literally just interact with it. It's not just a photo op, you to actually be able to interact and kind of have that moment with it is pretty cool.
Oh, I agree. And I do know there's other like baby dragons that you can interact with. I didn't see those during my visit, but I know they are around. So if you don't see Toothless, there are other baby dragons that you can interact with too.
Now, Super Nintendo World, you talked about a Princess Peach. We also have seen Toad around, Mario and Luigi. Toad, I know Toad is a pretty popular one to meet.
Oh yes, I we happened across Toad actually. I didn't see him on the app, but we were on our way to a ride and we saw him, and he is a delight. Like he's so just like upbeat and cheerful. We did a little dance together. He's just amazing. I loved kind of meeting him more than Princess Peach in a way, but I would definitely make time to meet him. We missed Mario and Luigi by like 5 minutes, unfortunately, but they looked pretty fun too.
So Toad is another one that you can kind of interact with in some pretty cool ways, as you were just talking about. Tell us more about that.
So with Toad, he doesn't talk like Peach, but he'll give you like like he'll interact with you in the way that you would with another character like Pluto, for example. But he's very upbeat, he's very fun, he'll do dances with you. He gets all the Mario references, obviously. Like I mentioned the Peaches song from the Super Mario Brothers movie, and we kind of just started doing a little dance. So that was really fun. I think big kids and people of all ages will really enjoy the meet and greets around Super Nintendo World as a whole, honestly, especially if you're a video gamer. But they're such global icons that I feel like anyone would recognize them and want to meet them.
Well, in Super Nintendo World specifically, seeing those characters kind of out and about in that world is just really cool because of how immersive it is anyway, where it feels like you are just dropped right in the middle of a video game, and so it just fits seeing them.
Yes, it just works so well. Like I never really questioned anything about the immersion because it makes sense for them to be there. And the way their meet and greet areas are set up, it's just kind of like, oh yeah, that makes sense for you to be there. Like if you go to Donkey Kong Country, Donkey Kong is there. He wasn't there the day I went just because the ride was closed. But like, yeah, Donkey Kong's in Donkey Kong Country. You know, Toad is next to Yoshi's Adventure. Mario and Luigi are right there. Princess Peach is like right at the entrance in her little gazebo. Like it just fits so well thematically. So I didn't question it at all.
What do you think these character meet and greets add to the overall experience at Epic Universe?
I really feel like it elevates the immersion of the environments. Like, yeah, we're walking into like, Dark Universe where the Universal monsters are, but you're also able to meet the Universal monsters who have been icons of I really am here. Same for Super Nintendo World. Like, and you can see visually that you're in the video games. You can see, that you're in the video games and that you can see Mario. And it takes you back to your childhood, like it just really makes you feel like, wow, this is it like, here, and extra for your experience to make you feel like, this was worth coming from, like New York to do, because you're meeting your favorite characters that you grew up playing these video games with or watching in the movies. Especially Toothless. I feel like anyone who's a How to Train Your Dragon fan, I feel like the Toothless meet and greet and the Untrainable Dragon show alone would be worth it for them.
Well, and like we were talking about too, some of the technology they've used to really just kind of level up that experience even further when you with the immersion and just the fun of being able to interact with them in these new ways. It really is just new and fresh and something that you haven't been able to really do in a lot of ways before.
Absolutely agree, especially with like Toothless. I know it's new technology, and I love that they looked into new technology to give new experiences and meet and greets. Like you can do a meet and greet, but then it's just like, how do you elevate it to make it memorable or make it seem more realistic? And I loved how they did that, quite honestly. And it's one of my personal favorite things to do when I go to a theme park is to meet the characters, because it's just fun to
Well, you definitely feel like you are in their world at Epic Universe. We've talked so much about how immersive it is. So before I let you go, I've got to get your your take of just a couple of your other favorite things. What's your favorite ride? Your favorite thing that sticks out to you at Epic?
Well, I can easily say that Monsters Unchained is probably the best ride there. I cannot lie. I'm already like I know I have bias because I love Universal Monsters, but out of all the rides that I did that day, which was most of them, minus like Curse of the Werewolf and Minecart Madness, that is the most thematically and technologically beautifully done attraction that I've done at Epic. So that I would say that's a must do for everyone.
Well, and just to further the conversation about the technology, I mean, that is something where you see, I mean, absolutely incredible. When you're just thrown into that world of the monsters, it is something to check out, that's for sure.
Absolutely, I agree.
Hey everybody, I'm Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard with the rest of your evening for opening day of Epic Universe. This has been such an exciting day, and if you're planning on heading to the park a little bit later on, here is your forecast for that. We may be keeping an eye on a few very scattered showers moving over Epic Universe as we head through the latter half of the day. So just make sure you do have that rain jacket handy, or make sure you are getting inside to get out of the rain. But honestly, it has been so hot today. That little shower may feel beautiful out there because not only is it hot, it is humid out there today. And again, if you are planning on heading into Epic Universe this weekend as well, it is also going to be hot and humid. Just like today, we are expecting a couple of storms to pop up through the afternoon, but those should be moving in and out very quickly. Really just a couple of scattered showers possible through the middle of the day between 3 and 5 p.m., but those storms should be very quick and shouldn't impact your day of fun whatsoever. Be safe and making sure you're drinking plenty of water in the parks because it is sure going to be hot and humid for opening weekend of Epic Universe.
Inside of Super Nintendo World at Universal Epic Universe is Yoshi's Adventure. This is going to be a very family-friendly attraction, a nice slow-moving ride where you're going to get a wonderful view of the Mushroom Kingdom. This ride does have a 34-inch height requirement, and as you and the kids are going throughout this attraction, you're going to see different eggs. Inside of your ride vehicle, there is going to be spots for you to say and mark those different eggs, and if you get all of them, you're going to win the attraction. But don't worry, even if you don't play along, you still get to see the whole thing. This is going to offer wonderful views of Super Nintendo World on this very slow-moving ride where you just kind of get to feel like you're inside of Mario's world. It's got fun music, it's got a little bit of animatronics, you can look around, you really feel immersed, and there is no thrill in this attraction. If you're someone that doesn't like high-speed rides, this may be the perfect opportunity for you to just go and kind of enjoy the ambiance of Super Nintendo World at Universal Epic Universe.
Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus and our continuing special coverage of this opening day of Epic Universe, the new theme park from Universal Orlando. We are looking at all the different aspects of it, the economic impact, so much to talk about. We've been streaming with you here since 11 o'clock. We do have a new question for you, a new question this hour, and so we want to get to your input on that. Let me pull that up. How long would you wait in line for a theme park ride? Let's hear what you have to say. You can go to fox35orlando.com/vote. You can also scan the QR code you see on your screen right now. Would you wait less than 30 minutes, up to an hour, 1 to 2 hours, or more than 3 hours? How long are you willing to wait for a theme park ride? And I will tell you what, if you're out at Epic Universe today, good news is for most of those rides, you are not having to wait that long. The wait times have been low for much of the day. The one exception is the Harry Potter Battle at the Ministry. It's showing 180 minutes right now. It was up to 300 minutes this morning and then went down for a while. The ride went down for a while and it was just showing delayed. It is now saying 180 minutes now that it is back up and running. So about 3 hours for that one. Would you wait 3 hours for it? We've heard good things about it. I have not ridden that one, but it sounds like a good ride and a lot of fun. So how long are you willing to wait? Let me pull the screen back up here so that you can scan that QR code if you're watching on TV, or if you're watching on your phone, just go to fox35orlando.com/vote. Gonna go ahead and bring in Fox 35's Manny Martinez, who is joining us live now at the intersection of Universal Boulevard and Kirkman Road. And Manny, good afternoon to you. We appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Good afternoon, Garrett. What a day. I think my answer would be 2 hours maximum. I might make an exception for Battle of Ministry.
Yeah, you know what? I'm kind of the same way. Any longer than that, I'm like, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's worth it, but the wait times for Battle at the Ministry when it reopened during the previews a couple days ago, and even this morning, it was showing 300 minutes. I mean, that's 5 hours. Would you wait 5 hours for it?
If I was here on opening day, short answer is yes. If I was here on another day, probably not. And that's because a lot of the other rides here that I've been hearing are just as good, if not better, and you can get probably more times on those. The wait times here, probably roughly around a half hour, so you could ride those rides several times
right.
over and have just as good a day, Garrett.
Ride all those rides, try every food place that's in there, and still have time to spare. I think that's a good point. So Manny, we know you were out last night and got some really cool experiences there as they kind of rolled out the blue carpet. Had a lot of celebrities there, had the fireworks show. I mean, just talk to us about everything that kind of led up to this opening day today.
Well, it was a really neat experience for us. We were part of a select group that got to stand along the blue carpet that Universal rolled out, and we were told that it was blue because it fit the color palette of the park. And so I was told that as you walk in through Celestial Park, it's blue and purple hues that you'll see that get lighter and lighter, that get to yellow and gold by the time you get to the Helios Grand Hotel. So that's the reason why the carpet was blue, and it also fit a little better with the Universal colors and not red. But then we had the celebrities roll through, a lot of the movie stars and the comedians, the actors that we've associated with Universal and their franchises here for a long time. And for about an hour or so, they were answering our questions, talking about just the excitement of being here on the night before Epic opens to everyone and what they were most excited for. And some of them even had a part in building what is here at the park today. We got the chance to speak with composer Danny Elfman, who photographer Evan is a big fan of because he also did the music for The Nightmare Before Christmas. And we got the chance to speak with him about putting together the music for Dark Universe. So when you walk in and you hear that music playing, that's Danny Elfman's work. Here's part of our interview. How different is the mindset for when it comes to composing for a theme park versus a film?
Well, I mean, it's not extremely different because essentially in a film you're writing for characters and you're writing for a storyline, and here it's exactly the same thing, except at the end of it, rather than seeing all the work up there on the screen, I get to walk into it. It's like finishing a movie and then walking into the movie and going hi to all the characters, which I feel are characters from my childhood. I know them so well. I mean, the walls of my room were covered with monsters. I was literally a monster kid. And so to me, these characters are simply part of my DNA.
What is a monster kid? What is a monster kid like growing up as a monster kid?
A monster kid is, I guess, you know, in the same way that my son grew up obsessed with anime and, you know, the things he loved. I was monster movies. And that's all I cared about. The next new monster movie and the next issue of Famous Monsters of Filmland magazine, which the covers were mostly Frankenstein, Dracula, the Wolfman, the Creature of the Black Lagoon, my heroes.
My favorite, the Creature of the Black Lagoon. I saw that one on Spanguli. I was probably like 8 or 9, and that one scared me as a kid.
Yeah.
Just the feeling that people will get from walking into. You mentioned how immersive it is, and your music. What do you want them to feel when they listen to it?
Just connected. I want them to feel connected to these characters, connected to these iconic creatures, to feel that they're welcome them. That's what I hope.
Manny, I thought it was really cool.
Elfman, definitely. Oh, sorry, Garrett, go ahead.
No, I just thought it was really cool to hear him talk about how it wasn't. I thought that was a great question that you asked about how it's different than composing for a film. And he said, you know, really in a lot of ways it's the same, but then you get to walk through your movie. I thought that was just a really cool kind of a way of looking at it.
It wasn't. When you really do think about it, it makes total sense when he talks about you are composing for these characters. Not something that I had thought about. I would have figured that maybe, you know, with all the movies that he's done, maybe this is a new challenge. Maybe this was something different for him. But he said more or less it's part of the same. And the immersion factor is something that we heard of not just from Danny Elfman, from other celebrities there as well, and some of the Universal executives. That's something that they've really worked on for the entire park, is making it feel like you are in each of those 5 worlds. That is something that the president of the creative team talked about that was an area of focus for them, and Super Nintendo World is one of those worlds that sticks out. And she spoke with us yesterday about that, and then right after her we got the chance to speak with Kirk Cousins, who is an NFL quarterback, plays for the Atlanta Falcons, backup now, started for the Minnesota Vikings. He tore up the NFC North, and he now lives in Orlando in the offseason. So we got the chance to take his children to Epic Universe, and he said that they loved it. So he went yesterday twice, once in the early part of the day with the children. He says by the time they were done, the children, they were all exhausted. So then when he came back, that was the chance for he and his wife to do what they wanted to do and have some fun. Here's some of that interview. Kirk,
All right, hey,
nice to meet you. How are you?
Good to see you.
The excitement of walking into Celestial Park through the Kronos, does it all match walking out, running out of the tunnel?
Yeah, I mean, maybe similar with the butterflies, but a little less pressure on my shoulders walking in here. But it's just so well done. You know, they hit it out of the park, pardon the pun. And just love seeing the creativity that people have to make things come to life where you think, I never would have thought of that, and it's so well done.
What is it that you're a fan of most?
Yeah, as a family, the Cousins family, we love How to Train Your Dragon. Our boys love all the movies, the music, the acting. So to have a little universe here that they can go to that's fully immersive, and they met Toothless and put their hand on his nose and ride the ride, see the shows, eat the food. It's just so fun to have that.
You said, overheard, spent all day today?
Yes.
Kids, are they tired? Are they?
Yeah, they're wiped out. They're wiped out. But we live here in Orlando in the off season, so you know, we've hit a lot of theme parks over the years, and they know the drill. You know, we try to maximize, get everything done, and then we go home and we sleep. But they had a great day today.
So when you come back tonight, is when you get to
Yeah,
do what
exactly.
you want.
Yeah, my wife said that. She said, I can't wait to enjoy the park, just us. So we'll ride the rides, hit the highlights, but there's a lot to see in a short amount of time because the park was so well done.
You just never know who you're going to run into at the theme parks, Manny.
No, you don't. Gerard Butler was there last night. He is a voice actor in those How to Train Your Dragon movies. He walked on the other side of the red carpet. He didn't take our questions. He walked right into the park to have his good time. We also saw a couple of SNL stars, Bowen Yang, one of them, WWE wrestler Cody Rhodes, some other people in the Oscar-winning makeup artist, Rick Baker, we saw. So definitely just a mix of people with stakes here at Epic Universe as well as in other Universal properties, Garrett. So it was a really good time. And then to cap it all off, the celebratory moment with the fireworks show, the drones, and it was also a water show, quite frankly, in front of the Grand Hotel was spectacular. It was amazing. It was some of the sharpest 5 minutes of a pyrotechnics show I think I've ever seen. Not to mention the speakers in the park are second to none from what I heard. They were blasting that music last night when the fireworks were going off and the theme from How to Train Your Dragon was playing with it. I mean, I'm sorry, but I have to admit I got chills, Garrett. And then I was talking with my photographer, and then we also had our representative from Universal afterwards, and we were all talking afterwards, like, why is it that we felt these chills almost being brought to tears over a fireworks show? And I am right now thinking about it, but it was just that good, and to be a part of that here last night, it really did feel special.
An emotional moment, and really just a kind of a once in a generation type of thing. I mean, we don't get these opportunities often, so it really is a special moment in a lot of ways.
It was, and it certainly felt that way last night, and I hope that it certainly felt that way for the people here that made it inside today to have fun, to be here for the grand opening. What a day it has been. Such a long journey to get to this point, that to be here, you know what, we actually got a beautiful day when it comes to going to a theme park. I've always said that the best days to go to a theme park are the days with cloud cover, and right now we have it. Thankfully though, right now no rain, so it's hot, but the sun's not blaring.
All right. Well, Fox 35's Manny Martinez, we appreciate you joining us, sharing some of those interviews with us. We'll check back in with you in about an hour, so we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Yeah, see you, Garrett. See you in an hour.
All right, we are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
Les Cirque Arcanu is going to be a family-friendly show that is inside of the Harry Potter Ministry of Magic lands. This show is going to last about 20 minutes and does have a pre-show. A majority of the queue is going to be indoors inside the air conditioning as you step into a creepy old circus where you're going to go and learn about some of the animals that were stolen from Newt Scamander from the Fantastic Beasts films. This show will use strobing, smoke effects, fog effects, and a lot will be happening. From the magic effects to the large animatronic puppetry, this show is a big, large-scale attraction that I highly recommend going and visiting, especially if you're a Harry Potter fan. Inside the How to Train Your Dragon Isle of Berk land is Fire Drill, and you will get wet on this ride. While this ride doesn't have a height requirement, you cannot take on kids that are handheld. The kids must be able to be on their own for this attraction, and if they're under 48 inches, they must have a supervising guardian or adult. Now, this ride is going to go throughout the land, and you're going to have guns, water guns that are shooting at targets. When you hit some of these targets, you'll see pieces move, or maybe you'll see an effect happen. And if you hit some of the targets, you're going to get water shot on you or nearby guests. This will be a great attraction if it's really, really hot outside, or you're just okay with getting wet throughout your day, because you should be expected to be very, very wet after this ride. It's a fun, family-friendly attraction, and what's great is if someone in the party doesn't want to go on this ride, it has great viewpoints all throughout the land. You can even eat food at one of the nearby restaurants and look down into the ride track. So you don't have to ride if you still want to enjoy the attraction, but if you want to go on a fun water ride, Fire Drill inside of the How to Train Your Dragon Isle of Berk land is for you.
Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. We appreciate you joining us for our special coverage today of the grand opening of Epic Universe live on Fox Local and on YouTube. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us this afternoon. Let's go ahead and check in quickly on our question of the hour. We've been doing one of these every hour. How long would you wait in line for a theme park ride? Less than 30 minutes, up to an hour, 1 to 2 hours, or 3+. Looks like that sweet spot is 1 to 2 hours. If you want to cast your vote, go to fox35orlando.com/vote. You can also scan that QR code that you see on your screen right now. Well, we have talked about many of those ride wait times are nowhere near 3 hours today, just the one ride, that the Harry Potter battle at the Ministry. But we have a special treat now joining us live via Zoom because we have the first official guest at Epic Universe to cross those turnstiles, who is joining us live now. Let me introduce you to Nikki Zamorano, the first official guest at Epic Universe. She's at Haunt Girl Nikki on X. And Nikki, we appreciate you joining us this afternoon here on Fox 35 News Plus. When it looks like, I think she may have just frozen right as we were getting ready to go to her. We will work on trying to fix that here in just a second. In fact, I think she is back in the waiting room right now. So let me check in here and get her pinned, and then we will be right back in business. Just give me 2 seconds here. I need to remove this pin, and we will be ready to go. Nikki, are you there?
Hi. I am. Sorry about that. It exited
That's
me out
okay.
for some reason there.
I gave you this big build up, this big introduction as the first official guest of Epic Universe, and then we went to you and you were frozen, but here you are in real life. Okay. Nikki at Haunt Girl Nikki on X. We appreciate you joining us. Okay, so tell us the story. You're first of all, how early did you get there today?
Whew. Okay, so I was up at 2:30 this morning to get ready. I was at the parking to get into the parking. We were in line by 5:30, around 5:15, 5:30. We were in line by about 5:45. At that point, we were standing in the queue to enter the actual park. And then these two individuals were walking around. They started pulling people from the line, and I was like, I don't know what exactly is going on there, but I kind of feel like I want to be a part of that. And they asked me, they go, would you like to be a part of an opening moment? And me being a huge Universal fan, huge theme park fan, I said, absolutely. I don't care what it is. I would love to be a part of it. It wasn't until they pulled me through security, passing the whole crowd of people trying to come in, that they told me, you have been chosen to be the first official guest of Universal's Epic Universe. At that point, everything starts shaking, you know? It's kind of like a dream come true moment. But I was the first to scan my ticket in. I had a whole moment of me walking through the Chronos, which is the official entrance of Epic Universe. Cameras on me, you know, the whole thing happening. All the guests were counting down to me coming through the park as the first official guest. It was a whole moment, and it was honestly a dream come true.
Yeah, how cool is that? We've got the picture that you put on X showing I'm celebrating with your pin, first official guest, Epic Universal Orlando Resort. What was going through your mind?
Honestly, a million things. I want to say that I was able to like capture every moment in my mind, but I was honestly tunnel vision and freaking out. I feel like I was not expecting at 3 a.m. in the morning while I'm getting ready to be the first official guest to Epic Universe. So it was a very surreal moment. In my mind, I'm just like, oh my goodness, get your phone out, try to capture as much as you can. Because I knew in my mind mentally I was not gonna I was gonna black out essentially. But I tried to get as many videos as I could. My hands were shaking, everything was shaking. They escorted me to the front of the park. The crowd is still behind the gates, and they start counting down 10, 9, 8. And the person that was with me, one of the team members, they told me, okay, just walk through the chronos. There's going to be cameras on you. There's going to be all the things on you. And I just walk through the chronos. I smile. I'm like, this is not the time to cry. Cry later, you know? So I go through the chronos and I'm just smiling. I'm beaming. I'm very excited for Universal to finally post those footage and photos. I was told a release form will be sent to me at some point. They took my number down. It hasn't been posted just yet, but I'm very excited to see what that looks like because I know in my head I'm like, oh my god, this can't be real. This can't be real.
Why do you think they picked you?
So if you couldn't tell, I like being very extra, especially when it comes to theme park. I dressed very much celestial theme, which Epic Universe, the center portion of the park is celestial park theme, so celestial being. I try to inspire my look after Luna, the goddess of the moon, which is the first celestial being you see statue-wise when you come into the park. And I feel like I was definitely chosen based on my looks because they had me walk through the chronos as the first official guest, where they had the other people that were pulled along with me. They were, I think, escorted to their portals that they were dressed as. So I had like wizards with me in their robes. They were escorted to the Wizarding World of Harry Potter, Paris. I had some monsters with me. They were escorted over to Darkmoor's portal. And I had some Mario characters, Super Nintendo characters that were escorted over to Super Nintendo World. So I would like to think it was based on my looks, especially since I was up so early working on it. I think it's a hard work, well done. But I think it was based on the looks, yeah.
Yeah, so a lot of work and a lot of planning went into this. Had you been, talk to me about that, and then have you also, is this your first time to the park, or had you been during the previews?
So I have actually been doing previews as a pass holder. I've been a total of 3 times. Each time I've done a look probably as insane as this after Darkmoor, which is my favorite area, the Dark Universe. But I figured for Epic's opening day, I need to be encompassing the whole park, which the whole park is basically like, you know, we're in this crazy universe of all these things happening. So I was like, celestial being was the way to go, which I think it paid off.
You clearly made the right decision. Now let's talk a little bit about the park. If I'm not mistaken, you are in Dark Universe right now?
I am right in front of the portal. I try to find a little quiet area to speak with you guys, but I'm really adjacent to the Dark Universe portal.
Yeah, we hear some of that Danny Elfman music playing in the background right now.
Amazing.
Yeah, so tell me, you said Dark Universe is your favorite world there. What is your favorite ride at Epic?
So Monsters Unchained, I think, is a masterpiece on its own. It is my absolute favorite ride. I am a big Universal Classic Monsters girly, so I love the fact that as a fan and as a fanatic of the monsters, I finally have a place to go and see them. And when I say that every monster is represented in this ride, every monster is represented in this ride, and it makes me happy seeing monsters that don't usually get the spotlight represented in this light within this ride. So I think Monsters Unchained is definitely for me at least, the best ride in this park.
And so your third time there, you are now the first official guest. This is just the beginning of many years to enjoy at this new park. But I would imagine that this specifically is a day that you're not going to forget.
Absolutely. When I say I was not expecting it, but it's also a dream come true, it is. It's everything I could have asked for without knowing that's what I needed, if that makes sense.
That's really cool. And so you said you've worn kind of multiple different outfits every time that you have been. Do you have more in the works for your next time coming back to Epic Universe?
Yes, I will be back tomorrow, and then throughout this weekend as well. I find joy in dressing up for the theme parks. It may not be the most comfortable. I try to make it the most comfortable, but I find the part of the fun of coming to theme parks, especially the new one, which is Epic Universe, is planning these outfits out and making these looks based on characters and attractions and all that fun stuff. I find joy in that. Which obviously paid off today. But it's part of the fun, especially the anticipation. Just waiting for this theme park to be built. I think in my head, I created about 10 outfits that I would want to try in this park. It's just part of the fun for me and how I make the time go by between visits.
Nikki Zamorano at Haunt Girl Nikki. We appreciate you joining us this afternoon here on Fox 35 News Plus, and congratulations on being the first official guest at Epic Universe.
Thank you so much. It was an absolute pleasure.
We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
Toadstool Cafe inside of Super Nintendo World is one of the largest areas to eat inside of Universal Epic Universe. No reservations required. This area, you can do mobile ordering and have the food brought to you. This is very colorful. It's themed, and if you played the Nintendo games, it's like stepping directly into one of those video games. This family-friendly location offers food that is very colorful and very different, but definitely fits inside of the more picky eaters area. There's going to be virtual digital windows that look into Toadstool Kitchen, as well as looking out into the land where sometimes Bowser could be attacking. It's very fun. There's plenty of seating. It's air conditioned. And again, there's a lot of options, not just for family, but for kids, and they're very well themed. Some of the kids' options actually make me a little jealous. I might have to order them on future visits just because I love the idea of them. Very fun, very cute, no reservations needed. That is Toadstool Cafe inside of Super Nintendo World at Epic Universe. Inside of Super Nintendo World is Bowser Jr. Shadow Showdown. This is a hidden fourth attraction that Universal hasn't really talked about, but you can only access it if you get a Nintendo Power-Up Band. These bands are going to track you inside of the land as you're getting coins, punching blocks, and playing mini games that are called key challenges. Once you've completed at least 3 of these key challenges, you can go inside of the Bowser Jr. Shadow Showdown. Now, this usually has a very short, if not any wait, which is great for you. You can get inside, enjoy the air conditioning, and fight Bowser Jr. Not everyone in your family has to have one of these power-up bands, but you should have at least a few if you're going to have a large group. This will allow you guys to get together, go inside of this experience, and there's a huge IMAX-sized screen in front of you where you're going to go and fight Bowser Jr. himself. You'll actually jump up and down, swing your arms, throw fireballs, and you'll watch your shadow on this screen along with a bunch of other people that are also experiencing the attraction as you're fighting all of these different characters. At the end, hopefully you win, and hopefully you get the most points, but it's an awesome gamification attraction that a lot of people don't really know about.
A live look at the Stardust Racers. You can see those coaster cars heading down and up the track. That is a lot of fun. That is a good one to ride, and the wait has not been bad at all for that or for many of the rides at Epic Universe. Today, we'll check in on those wait times in just a little bit. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us this afternoon here on Fox Local and on YouTube as we continue our special streaming coverage of opening day of Epic Universe. And joining us live now from outside Epic Universe is Fox 35 news anchor John Brown. And John, good to see you again.
Yeah, good to see you. You know, it's funny. We at this hotel where we're at right here, the Hilton, you see Epic Universe back behind us. And, you know, it just feels like a theme park here. Even though we're a little ways from the theme park, this place has this nice, you know, the pool below us and all sorts of things. So it's a cool environment looking over at the park and then hearing all the kids playing here. So the ambience is actually very, very cool. So that's what you're hearing, Garrett. If you happen to hear a bunch of kids screaming and all that, that's what that is. So pretty, you know what? Orlando's just the best place to vacation, right? Yeah. Like we said earlier, this hotel, people probably have seen it right across from the convention center, but it's just one of those hotels. Any other city, this is the top hotel in town, but here there's just so many. It's just one of many options. It's really awesome.
Yeah, so much to offer here in so many different ways. Let's talk a little bit about the history of where you are right now and that land where now we are looking at Epic Universe.
Yeah, so this land has been, it's been in the news for a long time. You can kind of see, so all this area here, if that makes sense, all of that, because I know a lot of people are thinking, now wait a second, Epic Universe, what was on that land? Because if you got up on the Orlando Eye or whatever they call it now, the wheel, there at Icon Park, and you looked over, there was all this vacant land about 15 years ago. Well, that land had to sit empty because it was a test site for the aerospace companies in this area, Lockheed Martin, which is also right behind us. And so the land was contaminated. And so trying to sell this property was a challenge, because when we did the opening of Icon Park with the folks from Merlin Entertainment who owned it back then, we went up on the wheel with the president of Merlin Entertainment. He looked over this area and said, whoever buys that has a gold mine, because there was nothing over there. And now it seems like you're in the middle of everything. And so here's the view of the land right here, and you can see that's what it used to look like. There was nothing here. So they did all the testing on this land, so it was contaminated. Whoever bought it, whatever they're going to do here, had to go through a big cleanup. So this property sold a number of times in the early 2000s. It was owned by Lockheed, then it went to Universal, and then it went to when Universal sold, it went to another company, and then it ended up back with Universal. And they finally announced that they were going to build a theme park back in 2019. So getting to where we are today from what you're seeing right there was an epic challenge, because not only do you have to make sure the land is right for a theme park, but they had to redo everything. And all that clear cut or that ground you see right there, that's probably the ground. I don't know when this video was taken, but that's the kind of ground that had to be rechurned and make sure that it was clean. I know I'd covered a few Superfund sites up in other states back in the past, and it's a challenge to get the soil ready, because anytime you're going to put, we don't get the actual numbers, but like 25, 30,000 people a day into an area like this, they have to make sure that land is very, very clean. And that's all that happened here. And then finally they announced it, 2019, broke ground, it's supposed to be up in 2023. Oh, COVID hits, pushes everything back. And so here we are today with the opening day of Epic Universe. So it took a long time to get here, a lot of court cases, a lot of remediation, but if there's enough money and enough will behind it, you can get it done like they just did.
Yeah, not an easy process too. You talked about all that work that had to be done on that land. I mean, this is a sizable plot of land. This is a large area that we're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, hundreds and hundreds of acres for the entire area there. And what we're seeing here is just a small portion, kind of like the Disney situation.
Yeah.
You know, and it's always hard to find numbers here, but you know, they may have developed a fourth to a third of the land just with this park. So there's a lot more room. And different people have speculated about what's going to happen. Could there be another theme park over there? Could there be City Walk 2.0? So they could do that here. But, you know, it's funny, Garrett, one of the other things we've been discussing over the past few weeks, actually probably years now with this, is what does Disney do to, to stay in the game? Not saying they're out of the game, right? But how do they raise the bar? They still have tens of thousands of acres they can develop. So I would not be surprised if, in the next month, 2 months maybe, that they make an announcement that they're working on something. Now, there have been no leaks. There's no, I don't know anything anybody else. There's nothing out there. But I would just assume, because we saw this back in 1990 when Universal Studios opened, that Disney said, oh, there's room for all of us. So next thing you know, Disney's building all these new resorts, new infrastructure. Everything else went up and up and up. And that's what I think is going to happen here. This just raises the bar and increases the game so that everybody else, if they want to keep playing, you got to raise it too. Does SeaWorld get into it? Does you just go around and look at all the places that could improve and upgrade, and that's what Epic Universe may do. May push everybody to do a little bit better.
Yeah, that was something that I talked with Orange County Mayor Jerry Demings about, and how the area and how big of an impact that has, how much we win when that happens, not just as residents, but also as if you like going to the parks, you can't go wrong when they're competing with each other like that.
And you know what? If you're a history buff like I am, I have really enjoyed looking into the history of this land, looking back into our archives, the stories we did back in 1990 with our sister station. So I think we should play one of those right now if you have one up, Garrett, because I think people are going to love looking back at the perception of what we thought might happen to Orlando. So when we play, we'll talk about it afterwards, because I was fascinated by all these stories. So let's play one, and then we'll discuss it after you got it.
My colleagues and I faced the challenge of taking a one-dimensional motion picture image and transforming it into a three-dimensional experience that would permit our guests to literally ride the movies.
Creative consultant Steven Spielberg says Universal has achieved that goal with the theme park. But this is more than a park. It's a working studio that motion picture industry leader Jack Valenti says means more than 3,500 new jobs.
What I think Universal Studios is confirming is the new truth in this land. Florida is the new Hollywood.
With the beaches, Kennedy Space Center, and all the other attractions here, will Florida tourism be able to support the $600 million theme park? After all, Boardwalk and Baseball locked its turnstiles just months ago.
I definitely believe there's room for another major player in the marketplace. I think that people select a destination for a vacation based on the multitude of recreational opportunities.
I hope they attract millions of new tourists to Central Florida, because every one of them is going to visit the 3 Disney theme parks. So that'll be fantastic.
John, I laugh to hear one. I'm sure it's the same line that everyone is thinking of in that story.
All right. Yeah, can we sustain? I mean, there's so many things. We could do 3 hours of talk after that one story right there. First of all, Steven Spielberg looked like a kid back then.
Yeah.
That was 1990. It's not that long ago, and he looks so young. But, okay, let's start with that. One, I wish we could have continued being Hollywood East. They built these studios thinking we're going to produce more movies here. Now, whether it was a distance back then to separate it from Hollywood, whether it was tax credits, I wish we could get back to that. Maybe we will when tax credits come back. But then the debate about can we support another theme park in Central Florida is just so absurd now. Because I was going to look back at the numbers, and I briefly looked at them. I think at that point we were it's like 15 to 20 million visitors a year, and now we're at 60, 65. I mean, so it's not even. Not only did we sustain it, I mean, we blew it up here in Central Florida. And so now you got that, And Garrett, here's another thing. Right where we are here, seriously, like right in the middle of it all here on the northern iDrive area here, because right behind us is Epic Universe. As I said yesterday, Universal Studios is 2 miles that way, and Icon Park is right over there. Topgolf right next to me, Andretti Racing is right there. Shingle Creek is right there. More Universal hotels over there. Convention Center would be right in front of me, in front of this hotel. Yeah, and so, you know, you think what was here when they opened that park in 1990, this was all probably vacant land, other than, I'm guessing, Lockheed Martin was sitting right there. So yeah, so everybody's debating, oh, can we support this and move on? I don't think there's any question. We've seen no indication that these high prices are going to stop people from coming here. We have room. There's still hotel rooms. So, yeah, could Disney build another one, support it? Yes. Could SeaWorld add another one? Yes. You know, it's just, I think we can keep on going here, and that's not even counting people who go to the beaches.
Yeah, you know, I think it's a field of dreams thing. If you build it, people are going to come to it. If you do it right, then people are going to show up to it from, as we've seen all around the world.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. Florida's golden, right? And that's what Walt Disney knew back in the 1960s when he was looking here. You know, another quick history lesson here. He had the Disneyland park in California, hated the idea that he was hemmed in and couldn't expand anymore. So he starts looking at these other different places, Niagara Falls, St. Louis, you name it. And he finally settles on Orlando in 1963. And when he starts buying up all the land, and we find out it's Walt Disney doing this, people said, that'll never work. It's just a swamp. There's only a few roads going down there. You know, they're starting to build some of these major roads, but there's nothing nearby. The beach isn't close. And Walt Disney proved that if you have a good idea and in a good location, people are going to come. I mean, the same things we're talking about today is what Walt Disney, that was what they were talking about in the mid to late 1960s when Disney decided to build that park. Can Florida sustain it? I mean, think about it. Magic Kingdom is the smallest park in the area. And we built everything off of that. Just literally the smallest park of all of them around here. Magic Kingdom is the smallest. That's what it started with. And here we keep on going, and we've shown no signs of slowing down.
All right, interesting stuff to talk about and think about. Fox 35 News anchor John Brown, we appreciate you joining us this afternoon here on Fox 35 News Plus.
All right, sounds good. Talk to you later, Garrett.
All right, we're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
Located inside of Universal Epic Universe at Celestial Park is Pizza Moon. This is a Jules Verne-inspired pizzeria where you'll be able to go and grab a beer, a pizza, a cocktail, some other sides, and desserts. It's great if you want to get an elevated pizza experience. This is not your standard theme park pizza. In fact, there is a purple ube pizza that you can get that has special toppings and wonderful cheeses. You can kind of go in and get exactly what you want, from a more simple pizza to maybe something a little bit more exotic and something to try out inside of the park. There is plenty of indoor seating where you can be closer to some of the moving set pieces that are inspired by older Italian designs and architecture, or you can have a view looking out into Celestial Park, including some limited outdoor seating. If you want a pizza, if you want some grab-and-go options, this is going to be Pizza Moon inside of Celestial Park at Universal Epic Universe. How to Train Your Dragon Isle of Berk has an incredible roller coaster called Hiccup's Wing Gliders. This attraction is a family-friendly roller coaster that has a 40-inch height requirement. This ride is going to go up, down, left, and right all throughout the entire land, along with the storyline, and it has some really, really awesome animatronics. While I don't want to spoil the ride for you, I will say that if you are a fan of the How to Train Your Dragon movie's music, you're really going to like this ride. This ride has 2 separate launches, and again, it does go through in and out the lands. There's a point where you go through mist, but you shouldn't be expected to really get wet. If you are a big How to Train Your Dragon fan and you want to see Hiccup and Toothless together inside of a ride, this is the attraction for you.
That is a really fun one. I always say I think that one is maybe one of the more underrated rides at Epic Universe. It is definitely a lot of fun. Well, I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us this afternoon here on Fox 35 News Plus as we continue our special coverage of this opening day of Epic Universe. And I'm going to bring in Matthew Miller from Orlando Informer. And Matthew, we appreciate you joining us this afternoon here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Hey, I'm so happy to be here. It's great to hear from you again.
Yeah, so we got to talk with you earlier when you were with David, and now checking in with you several hours later. The park's been open for, let me do some quick, really bad math, 7 hours or so?
That's right. With a lot of fans being there 10 or 11 hours, showing up several hours beforehand, but I'm mighty thankful to get to book in the session today.
Yeah, well, we appreciate you joining us here. Always good talking with you. So the first thing I want to talk about, and I want to pull up, we've been checking these throughout the day, the wait times for many of these rides. And here, just to zoom out and kind of show you all of these worlds. This is in the Universal Orlando app. And let's check in on some of these wait times. Starting in Celestial Park with Stardust Racers, it's showing a 15-minute wait right now. If we go to... Yeah, I mean, and we saw some videos earlier, people walking straight on Stardust Racers with no wait, and many of these rides today were less than half an hour, I would say, Matthew.
Yes, honestly, throughout the day, you would be hard pressed to find multiple attractions that were 30 minutes or longer. I mean, in the Isle of Berk, we never really saw an attraction get longer than 10 minutes. Maybe it's 15 at the moment. You would see maybe Mario, Donkey Kong, Monsters get up, to that 25, 35-minute range. But I got to tell you, it does not feel like an opening day when it comes to wait times. They have been so nice today.
And that I think surprised some folks a little. At least it surprised myself, expecting some, shoulder to shoulder crowds, long wait times. Did you expect the capacity to be this low on opening day?
It is pretty shocking to go through the park and it to be as wide open as it is. Now, to be honest, there were some shoulder-to-shoulder moments. I mean, guests were trying to get in line, as early as 5, 6 a.m. this morning when they first started opening the parking garage. So early on, there was a lot of shoulder-to-shoulder to get into the park. But once you're in the park, it really feels like they're able to handle the capacity that they've set themselves up for today.
Now, here's some of that video from folks before the sun came up, waiting for those gates to get into to the parking lot. A big crowd there, so we know that the excitement was there. We know that the demand was there. We also, just to come back to the wait times, we know that Harry Potter Battle at the Ministry was about 300 minutes earlier today before it kind of seemed to go down for a little bit and was listed as delayed. It's now showing 240 minutes, but that is not uncommon in what we've seen since it began that standby line as opposed to the virtual queue.
That's correct. If you were going to grade an opening day for Universal, A++. But if you were going to say it was perfect, the one thing keeping it away from perfection would be the Battle of Ministry. Now, compared to what we saw when we were going through rehearsals and the early openings to prepare for a grand opening, they've been working out kinks. It's getting better. But today, unfortunately, has been a pretty rough day for that attraction. Went down earlier in the day. It's been down for several hours, but really glad to see that it's came back up this afternoon.
Yeah, and we know that's the reason for many of those weeks of what they call technical rehearsals to try to iron out some of those things. But I would imagine there's and we talked about this a little bit earlier. There's really probably just no replacement for actual crowds coming through and trying to run this ride time after time to figure some of these things out.
That's true. I mean, you talk about how technologically advanced these attractions are. Shoot, how advanced the whole park is. You know, I was talking to one of the there's a technology executive there named Raphael Cernini. He is incredible. I mean, when you talk about technology leadership at a theme park, he's the man. His team is incredible. And, you know, from a guest experience standpoint, what they've been able to do, when you talk about like point of sale, website, apps, that sort of thing, even to what the attractions are doing across the board, this is another leap for what Universal is able to do for a theme park. So there's always going to be bugs. If it's guest experience, if it's attractions, whatever the case is. And Universal did a really good job of setting themselves up and saying, hey, we're going to take almost 2 full months to test this out. And honestly, I think that's why today has been so smooth. We're still working on Battle of the Ministry, but overall, you'd be hard pressed not to have a great time at Epic today because it's just running so well.
And the limited capacity again today, do you think that was another reason maybe for that, to make sure that you know, things did go smoothly, that everyone had a good time, even if something may have gone down?
You know, I do. And also, it's hard to tell, right? Universal does not share their capacity numbers. So I would even say it might not be so much that the capacity of the park is lower today. It just may be that they have the attractions and the experiences being able to operate at an even higher level, to where we're just being able to see those attractions eat through those lines. Because, you know, if you've got a really strong ride that can handle, let's say, several thousand an hour, whatever it is for an attraction, then they can really work through a solid number of guests. So I think we're seeing a combination of slowly adding more people to the parks, but also slowly seeing attractions being able to keep up with that higher attendance in the park.
That's a good point, to see it as their operations get better, kind of be able to absorb more of those guests as well. Here's some photos of yours showing the crowd waiting to get in today. I would imagine it was just a really fun and exciting moment out there.
Oh, absolutely. You know, to be able to go through, there's just something about going to a new theme park. You know, you got a new car smell. You know, this is like 10,000 that at a theme park, and people are just so excited. And two, you know, we've seen that the park has been operating pretty well up to this, so you don't really get this feeling of, oh, well, I'm nervous. Like, is it going to go well? I know it's going to go well, but how well is it really going to go? And, you know, the transportation team, they worked so hard. They opened up those gates, you know, by 6:30, they got people going, running through. It only took about 30 minutes. And you can see in these photos here, there's a lot of folks that are side by side. At one point, from security all the way to prime parking and further, was the line just to get into the turnstile. And if you walked up to see that, you're thinking, oh my gosh, this is going to be a terrible day. No chance. They got folks in 30 minutes or less. And once you're in the park, like you can see there in Super Nintendo World, plenty of space to spread out. We've even got a group photo there in front of the portal. You know, if you want to, you got a big family, you got a lot of friends with you, this is not going to be one of those situations, at least today, where you're trying to take a family photo when you got 6 other families in your photo. Plenty of space to spread out. Now, what I will say, though, is I think this is going to change, right? If Universal is seeing that this is a good thing, I think they'll slowly add more capacity to the park.
Yeah, I was just going to ask about that. I would not expect this to be something that we would continue to see. What do you think we can expect when it comes to increasing capacity over the next days, weeks, months?
Yeah, so if I'm Universal, I think tonight I go to bed with a smile on my face and I say, okay, we did it. We made it through the celebrity appearances last night. We made it through our first day of opening the park. Where are we really with the numbers, right? What was the true attendance coming through the front gate? What was our true capacity at each of the attractions? And how did we do? And there's going to be some areas where they're going to say, man, we were outstanding. And there's going to be some areas where they're going to say, you know what? We could have done a little bit better. And then, you know, they're with these date-based ticketing systems they have, you know, they can manually adjust the, hey, maybe we should add a couple of more folks, right? A couple of hundred, whatever that number is. So I think they will go back, meet with the marketing, the finance, the operation team, and say, we had a great day. How do we have a great second day? Let's add a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. I would not expect, and I could be wrong, I would not expect them suddenly to like double it tomorrow. I think it will just be a slowly increase over the next few days and few weeks to really see where those limits are.
Yeah, so what you're saying is not a bad idea for folks wanting to go to maybe continuing to check back at those different dates. Maybe if they hadn't been able to get tickets before, maybe something might start showing up here soon.
Yeah, I think it's a great thing to always be checking the website and see what's available. And as they start to roll out these new products, there are additional products you can buy as well. Like if maybe you're still worried about the crowds, consider a VIP tour, consider a Universal Express pass. There are ways that even if you're still borderline, I can get into the park, but I'm worried about the crowds. They definitely have options for everybody that wants to come to the park.
All right. So now, just what should folks know? What's the main thing that you would tell someone who is getting ready to go to Epic Universe for the first time?
I would say that this is unlike any Universal park you've ever been to. I think it is the best day one park that Universal's ever built. I'm not on Universal payroll, so I can say that without a marketing spin. That's really what I feel. I think when you go, you got to have patience. You need to learn how to move through the park. This idea of portals and going into worlds, folks that aren't in the industry, that may kind of confuse them. And really, you need to understand, how are people moving through the park? Probably right when the park opens, a lot of folks are going to the Battle of Ministry of the Magic. So maybe don't go, start right there. But I think my first piece of advice is go through, take your time, realize you have never been to a Universal park like this before, and that is a great thing. I'm not hating on the other parks. I still love Islands of Adventure. I still love Universal Studios Florida, but just the style of this park, the way you move through it, the style of attractions, it's unlike anything you've ever been. And last thing I would say is, don't rush yourself. This is a lot of park to do in one day. If you have the ability to go across multiple days, even for just this one park at Universal, Epic Universe, and you don't have Universal Express, I would say consider giving yourself multiple days. Again, these worlds, once you get into them, I mean, like in Nintendo, you could spend a couple of hours just playing the interactive games, and you're not even on Mario Kart or Donkey Kong or Yoshi, and then you get on the attractions. So just the levels of entertainment, the levels of interactivity, you can spend a lot of time in this park. So give yourself grace and make sure you have enough time to spend.
All right, really good advice there. Matthew Miller, Senior Director of Orlando Informer. We appreciate you joining us. Good talking with you. And thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thanks, Garrett. It's been an epic day.
It has been, to say the least. Well, and he was talking about that new park smell. I will say, when I went during the previews, I guess it was just last week, was standing in line for a ride, wanted to get a drink from a water fountain. Sometimes I'm iffy on public water fountains, but I was like, hey, this is brand new. I may be one of the first people to drink out of this. No problem with that at all. Well, we're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back after this.
In the back of Super Nintendo World at Universal Epic Universe is Donkey Kong Country and Mine Kart Madness. This family-friendly roller coaster is going to appear to jump off the track in true video game style. You're going to be with Donkey Kong as you're searching for the golden banana. This is going to require you to go in and out of the temple. You're going to shoot out of a barrel cannon. You're going to go over water. It's a super fun, slightly rough and wild attraction that's going to take you through the Donkey Kong Country area. Again, this does have a 40-inch height requirement, but this ride is not scary at all and is very, very family friendly. If you have played the Donkey Kong games in the past, you are going to feel like you are thrown into this video game. It's a wonderful attraction all the way to the back of Super Nintendo World.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon live on Fox Local, fox35orlando.com, and on YouTube. If you have been watching us on YouTube throughout the day, say hello. Let us know where you're watching from. We appreciate you joining us. I know we've had folks from around the state, across the country, even around the world joining us here on our coverage, and we appreciate you watching. And I do need to give a shout out I haven't acknowledged yet, Izzy from Orlando. So Izzy, we appreciate you watching us as well. Want to hear your input as well on how long would you wait for a theme park ride? That's been our question of the hour. Looks like most people saying 1 to 2 hours, sitting at 67%. Want to go now to Fox 35's Manny Martinez, who is joining us live at the intersection of Universal Boulevard and Kirkman Road. And Manny, good to see you again. How's traffic moving as we get closer to 5 o'clock on this Thursday?
It's looking pretty good, Garrett. These roads here, well, we haven't driven by the front of the park today. We came straight here to do these hits, so couldn't tell you what the traffic was looking like there, but I know this morning with all the floods of people going there that it was probably a little bit of a madhouse in the sheriff's office. I know it's been saying that they will be staging more deputies there to make sure that traffic does move smoothly. But yesterday, we got the chance to go to the blue carpet here at outside Celestial Park, which was the main entrance where the celebrities walked through, as well as some of the Universal executives, then to go and get their experience of the theme park for the night. And the common theme that we heard from the celebrities, whoever they were, whether they were movie stars, comedians, sports stars, whoever, was that they were fans themselves of theme parks. So that's who Universal brought out to come and champion day one of Epic Universe. One of those, former WWE champion Cody Rhodes. He was here with his wife Brandy, and they also talk about how this is a special moment for them because Cody grew up coming to Universal, and now to see it in a new way with a new park is a full circle moment to have been part of the grand opening and the ceremonies. Look, you got all these fans right here.
Yeah, Pharaoh's great.
PJ says hi.
Oh, please. Oh, you're married to PJ? Yes, PJ takes care of us. Thank you. I love that. Yeah, he's the best. Yeah, she was. Yeah, we brought our daughter to Universal for the first time last week. Loved it. She loved it. PJ was her guide. So. Yeah.
Did you get to do Epic?
No.
here?
So she'll go to. We're gonna test it this evening, find a few things, and then she'll go next week. So we're pumped about it. Yeah.
So you two are the testers.
Oh
to
yeah.
see, what
Guinea pigs for it all. Yeah.
What are you most excited for in there that you?
Ladies first.
Villains. That's me.
Yeah?
Yeah. I'm all about it. The Frankenstein ride is what I've heard is the ride.
Yeah.
So I'm in for it.
Frankenstein, and then I feel like Nintendo in general, just growing up on Nintendo, I haven't done it at any of the other parks that haven't, so I need to experience it in full. The kiddo wants to do Yoshi just because she's seen it a bazillion times, and then we've never done Mario Kart, and we on dates before we got married played Mario Kart.
I just was told that
On the Wii,
Oh no!
On the GameCube, what Mario Kart did you play?
So we played. I want to say our Mario Kart would be Wii.
On the N64.
Wii and no, it would be Switch. Now 64, I grew up, but when we got together, it was Switch was in the game. Yeah. N64 Mario Kart is still holds up to this day, and a little bit more fair than modern Mario Kart, where I feel like you can just drop that blue shell and your lack of skill is rewarded.
It is rewarded,
which is the same with Mario Party, by the way.
Chain chomp, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh no, illegal.
That's my game.
Mario Party is a complete work. You do everything strategy wise, and at the end they're like, "Hey, we give this person 3 stars because they had friends." Like, come on.
So, how important was it for you to be here tonight and be part of this celebration here for Epic Universe?
For me, this is such a huge deal. I grew up with family in Tampa, and this is Universal Ride the Movies era, and we'd come here and Confrontation and all this you know, Universal Studios was a huge part of our lives as kids. So to be part of a blue carpet ceremony on the day that this is opening up to the world is the cool things that you get to do. We wouldn't have missed this. We heard about it, and we heard about it a little last minute, and we were making it work. We were coming, yeah.
Feels like a full circle moment, doesn't it?
Yeah, very much so.
First of all, Manny, I have to say I appreciate the strategy talk of Mario Kart and Mario Party, and I think he raises some valid questions and concerns.
Yes, I am a fan myself of Mario Kart Wii. That's what I grew up playing. First of all, you have to use the wheel. You don't use the controller because that's cheating, because the whole point of the Wii is to steer.
Right.
And I, with a friend, we would do the 32 races, which is about 2 hours of Mario Kart, Garrett. Your thumb would be tired by the end of it from pressing the A button. And the strategy we would put on aggressive. So you would actually have to avoid first place until you were ready to win the race on lap 3. So yeah, there is a lot of strategy in Mario Kart. And I too, Cody was really cool, appreciated that he understood some of that strategy in
right.
What is a fun game.
Sounded like he could relate to it, for
but
sure.
We also yesterday got the chance to talk to legendary makeup artist, that's Rick Baker, an Oscar-winning makeup artist for his work in The Wolfman, at least that was in 2010, and that is part of the dark universe here. So we got to ask him about what it was like to see his work that he's done in movies now come to life in everyday theme park attractions. What's it like to see some of your work in movies come to life in a theme park?
Yeah, it's crazy. I always am amazed that anybody even knows who I am, you know, and the fact that there's a ride that has a Wolfman that looks kind of like my Wolfman, you know. I never dreamt, I started doing this stuff when I was 10 years old, you know, and I thought, you know, maybe someday I can work in the movies, you know, and it happened amazingly, you know, and just to see the influence that my work has had on and see somebody make something that looks like that, it's mind-blowing to me, you know.
So you mentioned yourself when you were 10 years old, but there are going to be kids that are going to come in here and see some of that work and no doubt be inspired.
Well, I hope so. I mean, you know, the classic Universal monsters are what made me do what I do, you know, and I hope this brings a whole new generation to that, you know, it shows an appreciation for that, because I've always been worried about it, because, you know, the people my age grew up with this stuff on TV, you know, and there was Famous Monsters of Filmland magazine. And, you know, we call ourselves monster kids, even though like we're in our 70s, most of us, you know. But I was always worried about what's going to happen when we're dead, you know, to these things. And I think this is going to revitalize those classic characters, you know. So I hope it does. I hope it brings it to a whole new generation.
Dark Universe, is that your favorite of the 5 parks in here? If you had to pick one, can you?
Oh, well, I would live in the Dark Universe. Well, I mean, I kind of do live in the Dark Universe, actually. You know, I actually have a Frankenstein's laboratory in my house, and but I was so impressed by everything, but the Harry Potter thing, unbelievable. I mean, in that whole area, I mean, everything in this park is just done to a degree like I've never seen before.
Manny, I think it's interesting to hear him talk about the longevity of the work and how this really does kind of open up a lot of those classic characters to an entirely new generation and keep them alive. You know, we're talking about this opening day for this park, but this is something that's going to be around for decades and generations.
And these are franchises that have been around for decades and generations. I remember in our interview we were talking about when I first saw some of these monsters, and of my favorite is the Gillman, the creature from the Black Lagoon. I saw that one on a Saturday night on TV in Chicago on Svengoolie, and that one stuck with me. So when I go to Dark Universe, that'll be the one that I'm excited to interact with, and I've seen that there's some of the merchandise that you can get as well. You can get, I think, not a helmet, not a hat, but almost a Gillman cap, I guess you could call it, Garrett, a shirt, and some of those webbed claws you can buy as well. All of that really cool. Want to also point out, too, that it's not just movies that Rick Baker has done makeup for. You'll also know him from Michael Jackson's Thriller, which is now 40 years old. That was Rick Baker's work. That iconic makeup for everybody on set for that dance, for that song. That's Rick Baker.
Quite a body of work. Well, Fox 35's Manny Martinez, we appreciate you joining us this afternoon. And as soon as you get that Gillman fingers and full outfit, we're going to have you back to show us.
Yesterday, one of the contributors, actually, Micheline Pitt, she had a Gillman purse that she had made, and she said it took her probably a total about 9 months to make it. Wow. I didn't get to touch it. She was the only one holding on to it. It looked like a great body of work, so that's, I think she said was for sale on her website. I don't think that's here inside the park. I'll have to.
Okay. You have to check it out.
To look at that. Maybe a Gillman purse. Walk around with one of those.
You're going to be Gillmanned out. I can't wait to see it. Fox 35 Manny Martinez joining us live outside Epic Universe. We are getting ready to go to break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back after this.
If you only know a few things about Universal Epic Universe, you've probably learned about the Burning Blade Tavern. This is going to be a windmill that ignites on fire multiple times an hour all throughout the day. Now, this is inside of the Dark Universe section and is going to be a bar that is themed to the 1930s Frankenstein film. But don't worry, even though it's a bar, kids and adults are both welcome. They're going to have some themed bar food items as well as signature cocktails. They've got a fun story and a fun theme around them, and sometimes you'll even see entertainment inside. If you're a fan of mead, there is a mead that was created specifically for this bar. I've had it. It's very delicious. The Burning Blade Tavern is going to be in the back of Dark Universe. It's not a super large area, but if you're looking for a themed cocktail, and who doesn't like the idea of monster hunters inside of a bar, that's going to be inside the Dark Universe land.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus as we continue our special coverage of the opening day of Epic Universe. Here's the Stardust Racers. We probably just missed the cars going by on the green track and the yellow track, maybe loading up that next round. In fact, I think I see them leaving the bay right now to head on that ride. If you haven't ridden it, it is a great roller coaster, just one of many great rides at Epic Universe that folks are getting to take advantage of today. And joining me live now via Zoom here to talk about Epic Universe is Drew Smith. You know him as Drew the Disney Dude. And today, Drew, we are talking Epic Universe. How are things this afternoon?
Yeah, I think today has been the absolute perfect scenario for Universal opening their fourth theme park at Universal Orlando Resort. Everything I've been tracking from your guys' coverage to following everything over on X, it seems like today has been one of the best opening day experiences that you could have ever had at any theme park opening in the history of theme parks.
So you've been keeping an eye on it on social media, and people saying pretty positive things, it sounds like?
Yeah, I mean, it's not ideal that Harry Potter and the Battle at the Ministry, had this massive crowd in the morning and then it went down and it was down for like 5-6 hours. And now I think the last I checked, it was posted at a 240-minute wait. So that's not ideal by any means. But I think we're kind of seeing Harry Potter and the Battle at the Ministry have such a high demand because this attraction was not open for the majority of previews. So you kind of have the mix of locals, in my opinion, who are wanting to go on this attraction for the first time, myself included. If I was at Epic Universe today, that would have been my first time to try to experience this attraction. So I think you have a mix of, I love David's reaction there in the video. That's funny. But yeah, I just think you have the perfect mix of locals wanting to get on this ride, the families who have flown in for the grand opening day trying to get on this ride. And then, I think also the fact that the crowds were so quiet today because Universal capped capacity, that by the time this ride reopened from its technical difficulties, everyone had done the entirety of the park, and now all you have is Harry Potter to experience. So it's kind of brewed up to have this massive wait that you just showed at 240 minutes. But hopefully everyone who wants to get on it will get on it because the park doesn't close till 10 p.m. tonight, which is awesome.
Yeah, still plenty of time for that. Now let's go into that a little bit because we know that during some of the previews as well, the park kind of closed earlier, but now we're seeing some later hours, which is really cool because the park at night is something to see.
Yeah, I could not agree more. In my opinion, Epic Universe is the best nighttime theme park on the planet. I honestly don't think anything comes close to it. Universal Creative went all out with the programming. The entire park is connected from the portals with the beacons in the sky, the Chronos. It really does sell that story of you're walking into this world, and then through each portal, that's where you go to the individual worlds with each IP. There's just nothing like it out there. And I think that that's been one of my main concerns is Universal really doesn't have a great track record of keeping their parks open late with, Universal Islands of Adventure and Universal Studios Florida. Just a couple weeks ago, I was looking and it was a Saturday night and the parks were closing at 6 p.m. And my mind went to, that's what we were seeing at Walt Disney World, when the parks were closing, when they reopened from the pandemic. And this is Universal in the summer, right before Memorial Day. So I just really, really, really hope that as Epic, gets its feet on the ground, as this park starts to roll now that it's officially open, which still sounds insane to say, like as I'm looking at the graphic you guys have on screen, I'm like, this park's open. It still feels surreal to say that. But just knowing how incredible this park is at nighttime, knowing how many thousands of people worked on making this a nighttime park, it almost feels like it was designed just for the night experience. Having the park closed at 10 p.m. tonight is awesome. And obviously you have the opportunity, to linger a little bit, after that 10 p.m. close. But I think in a perfect world, as this park, continues to operate in the coming months and years, maybe we'll see some midnight closings thrown in there. That would be the dream scenario, in my opinion.
That'd be really cool, especially something like Dark Universe in those midnight hours with the burning blade and tavern with the windmill on fire. Really cool atmosphere, and that is something I think that that makes Epic Universe so special. We've talked so many times about the immersiveness, but because of that, it just makes this really cool atmosphere of whatever world you're in. If it's Dark Universe or even if it's Celestial Park.
Yeah, I fully agree. This park has an interesting energy and atmosphere to it, and I'm curious what you think about that because I know that the last time we talked, you said you were going for the first time.
Yeah.
But for me personally, the first time I went to Epic Universe, I was just in awe of like the scale, the atmosphere, the vibes, and the team members were phenomenal too. Because this is exciting for them to be a part of history, opening the first major theme park we've seen here since Islands of Adventure opened in 1999, I believe it opened. It's been a quarter of a century, which is insane to say. Universal was the last opening in the US, and here they are again opening another incredible park now with current up-to-date technology. But yeah, I just think like my mind is going to, as we have Halloween coming up, like imagine how cool it would be, like you said, being in Dark Universe at midnight, hearing the bell tower and the fire, and then maybe sneaking onto Monsters Unchained and just going through in my opinion, one of the best rides on the planet. And then right next door, you have Harry Potter and the Battle at the Ministry, a technological marvel. Everyone's been loving it. And most people I've talked to have said that it's one of their favorite rides, if not their favorite ride in all of Orlando, one of the best rides probably out there. So it's really cool to think about how strong this park is now. But in the future, that the things we're seeing now, people are going to move on from those, and then we're going to focus on what's next. Because in this world of social media, which is something that I'm very on top of, just what I do as a content creator, I think it's kind of unfortunate how fast everyone moves on from these things. Like, we've been watching this park be built, since 2019, all the way through the pandemic, now to the official opening day. I just hope that people appreciate all the work that went into this instead of asking, what's phase 2, what's coming next.
That's a good point, because we have seen people, I've seen a lot of chatter of it, and so I know you have as well, a lot of chatter on social media, people wondering when that expansion is coming, because Universal has kind of teased some growth when it comes to Epic Universe, and people already wanting to see Zelda and some other things at Epic Universe, and wondering when that's going to come. And today's just now the first day that this park's officially open.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, because the first time I went to this park was on March 17th, which was over 2 months ago, and the park is just officially opening today. And I'm almost wondering if that's even part of the reason why we're seeing them be more comfortable capping capacity today and not worrying about, letting more people in, is because they were so generous with these previews with the team members. They could bring multiple guests in for free completely. The food was 50% off. Some of the most fun I've ever had at a theme park, let alone a brand new theme park. But yeah, I mean, I think it is really cool knowing that a couple months ago, you and I talked about it before, but for anyone who missed it, Karen Irwin, who is the president of Universal Orlando Resort, in a video that Universal Orlando dropped on YouTube, it was talking about Epic Universe and beyond. And Universal Orlando has already officially confirmed that they do have the next things in the works for not only Universal Orlando Resort as a whole, but specifically for Epic Universe. And I have heard some rumors about some of the things coming. I don't think it's necessarily just going to be, the next major attraction. I think we are going to see some entertainment come to this park as well, starting as soon as next year, which will just bolster the park's offerings as a whole. But yeah, I really hope that people appreciate all the love and effort that went into making this place a reality over the last 8 years. It's insane to think that, it probably was a decade since the first sketches were done, and now making it a reality. It's pretty cool, and definitely Universal deserves to celebrate this moment.
That is cool. And we were showing a little bit of the wait times there, and then I zoomed out just to show, because we might as well while we're talking expansion.
Yeah.
There's some empty spots there. There's some open land still.
Yeah, there is a lot of open land at this part of the land that they bought. And I know that you were talking about that a little bit earlier with, like, who is going to buy this land? Who's going to do something with this land? And now we're seeing the fruits of their labor with making this bold decision to build an entire, 100+ acre theme park. But in my opinion, I think that the best thing the Universal could do is, this is no secret by any means, like you said, with Zelda. Everyone has been talking about Zelda online for, I feel like, years now. And then once previews started for this park and we saw some of those Zelda characters in the Nintendo store right outside of Super Nintendo World, it was one of those things where everyone's just like, this feels like a tease for what's to come. So it's very likely that Universal already has those plans for Zelda well in development, and we're just waiting for the announcement at this point. I would not be shocked. I don't think anyone would be shocked at this point. It's just a matter of, when does that happen? When does Universal pull the trigger? And how do people react to this park, even right now? Because something I've also been following here on social media is, like, what is the awareness level of this park outside of Central Florida? You and I and everyone watching this is probably very accustomed to, Orlando being the theme park capital of the world with Walt Disney World, SeaWorld, Universal. But how is the average guest, the average family who could spend thousands of dollars, going to react to Epic Universe? And then how do they take that info, knowledge, and data and use it for the future?
Yeah, looking at the future and talking about potential expansion, when does that announcement happen? I would imagine whatever Universal is going to do, they already know. They already have those plans. They've already been talking about them. But as far as releasing that to the public, how long do you think they let us kind of soak in this brand new Epic Universe and its 5 worlds before we kind of find out those next steps?
Yeah, that's the interesting thing between Universal and Disney, is Disney will usually give you very early concept art early in the process, where it's kind of just confirming that they are doing something. Whereas even with Epic Universe, by the time that we saw the first piece of concept art, for this park, it was pretty much the final concept. Not all concept art is created equal. Some concept art is a true concept, and the art is done just to showcase, hey, we're doing this. And some concept art is done after the final design is locked in place to where they are literally showing you the final product just in an art form because it literally doesn't exist in the real world yet. That's why with Epic Universe, we are seeing so many of these things looking nearly one-to-one of what they showed with the art and all of those virtual fly-throughs. That's because it was all done after everything was locked in, which in my opinion is just a absolutely brilliant PR move, because that's whenever you open the park and everyone goes to it for the first time, well, it's exactly what you were promoting. It's exactly what you were teasing.
Yeah.
But to answer your question, what's next and when do they do it? I think it just comes down to how do people react to this park? What is the capacity like? And then eventually, you know, how far in development are these things? Because right now, we don't know how far in development all those things are. Obviously, Universal knows that, you know, what they're doing, multiple things probably for this park. I think it's just a matter of whenever they pull the trigger on when everything is finalized and set in stone from a creative standpoint.
Well, it is wild to look back at those initial renderings and see how similar it all really is. It's exciting. We're loving it. Drew Smith, Drew the Disney Dude, we appreciate you joining us this afternoon here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thank you guys for having me on as always.
Well, that is going to do it for our extended special coverage here on Fox 35 News Plus. But don't worry, the team coverage continues, that and as well as a lot of local news and weather as well, coming up on Fox 35 News at 5. We've been streaming with you since 11 a.m. when Good Day Orlando and Good Day Orlando Extra wrapped up, and have covered a lot of ground, had a lot of live guests. I should have counted how many interviews we did here this afternoon. It was a lot, however many are on this paper here. We appreciate you joining us for all of that here live on Fox Local, fox35orlando.com, and also on YouTube. We do live streaming every day at 11 a.m., 2 p.m., and 4 p.m. here on Fox Local and on YouTube as well, so we hope you join us for that. We also cover breaking news as needed throughout that time. I'm going to go ahead and send things out to Studio B, where we are getting ready for the start of that newscast, which begins in just seconds. You see Marlisa and Luann. We have John still out in the field, Stephanie and Manny outside Epic Universe as well. So keep it here on Fox Local for more news in just moments.
Right now on Fox 35 News at 5, an epic day for Central Florida.
We officially open Epic Universe to the world.
A theme park 6 years in the making.
We bought our tickets back in October.
Thousands of people lined up early this morning to witness history.
There is so much energy here right now. There is so much excitement here right now.
From Mario and the